I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick before we start. The conversation with Rob's gonna start in about 15 minutes. I'll be right back though, okay? Um, 8 Quality, thank you so much for 5 months. When are you going to start uploading your political content to YouTube? I listen to your Twitch VODs on my walks. I don't know, man. That's a good question. I probably should. But I just don't want to start a new channel.
All right. I'm unfortunately now One of the things I don't do in debates is rely on my audience. I'm going to have to rely on my audience here. How the hell do I search for someone's Discord channel in Discord? He wants to do it through his Discord channel. He sent me an invite. When I click the invite, it takes me to my browser and says invalid invite. So I was like, okay, I'll just go to my Discord and I'll type in the name of his channel there. I can't find on Discord where to type in the name of a channel to search. I have him as a friend, but that's not his Discord channel. Does anyone know what I'm talking about? Is there a way to just search, or do I need an invite? Because it keeps telling me the link. I don't know. Yeah, he resent me the link, and he hasn't opened one. But here, I guess why even... Okay, I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm going to show you... I'll click his link. And then I'll show you what it says. Link invalid. Then I click continue to Discord. Verification required. Something's out of the ordinary. So I tried to sign in here, and all of my passwords that I traditionally use aren't working. DM'd me on Discord. Yeah, it takes me to that link. It says link invalid. I don't understand it. I don't know what's going on. He needs to generate a new link. I'm not so sure. I think it's a problem on my end. Oh shit. I don't want to show people my DMs with him. Not a big deal. We didn't say anything crazy there, but such an idiot. It either expired or needs verification. I don't know why, like... Anyways, so just to let you know what's going on, we're supposed to do an interview at 3. Did I spell interview right? Yeah. But then he put on X that it's going to be a debate, which is fine. I hope it is a debate. That's better for me. Yeah, it's supposed to be at 3 p.m. here, so I just got to figure out how to get in the damn channel to talk to him. So just type discord.gg/Hutch in browser. Okay, let's try this. Okay. Verification required. Verify by email. Okay. I wonder if my shit got hacked. Email already registered. Right. What's going on? Go away. I'm better than Andrew, in my opinion. Though the word conservative's carrying a lot of weight there. Okay. sign in. Discord.com. Open Discord. This is incredibly frustrating, and I don't know why. So I'll show you what's... See, it says I need to verify my email. Then when I click verify email, it says that... See, it asks for my email and password. And then watch what happens. I'm not going to... You won't be able to see my password here. This should be my password. When I click verify, it says email is already registered. Like, what the hell is that? I'm not running a VPN. Okay, maybe it's this browser. I guess I'll try a different browser. Okay, I'll try that. What a nightmare. Did I have caps lock on? Is that what was going on? I hope not. Oh, this is a nightmare. Now let's try this. Yeah, it was that browser. How weird is that? It was because I was using Brave. As soon as I went through Firefox, it worked. Okay, let's see. That is so weird. Anyways, let's see if I can get it working now. Very strange. Sorry about the confusion for everyone. So something with the Brave browser wouldn't let me do that. It's weird. I've never had that problem before. Very strange. Anyways, once I get into his room, I'm going to go ahead and switch to this view. So it'll take me a second to get my camera. I'll just go ahead and deactivate that now. But yeah, talking to left-wing streamer Hutch. I don't know if this is a debate or an interview. Either way, I'm fine by it. Hey, what's up? Yeah. I was... You know what the problem was? It was my browser. I use Brave. And for some reason, it was not working with Discord at all. So it kept saying that it was an invalid link. As soon as I signed in through Firefox, it worked right away. So I've never had that happen, but yeah. Anyways. Yeah, I'd never been on it before, so it was fine. For me as a smaller streamer, I thought it was a unique opportunity to talk to a bigger audience. But to me, the more important thing is for what I'm trying to accomplish. Basically, the reason I stream is it's my hobby. I have a full-time job. So I want to talk to interesting people, and I want my opinions to get out there and hopefully influence things. But first and foremost, it's to have fun. So for me, making connections is more important than like getting subscribers. So for example, I think that I probably had a reasonable bump. The timing was poor for me in that when I did Tim's show, as soon as I got back home, my wife was going on a vacation for a friend of hers wedding. And so I ended up being like single dad for 5 or 6 days and couldn't stream. So it sucks because I felt like I would have had the next day and the day after I would have had more people watching. But to me, the thing that I thought was the best about his show was making connections with particularly all the members of his team that are like the producers that have connections to people that I might want to talk to that have been on the show in the past. So I thought that, I think I'm a pretty likable person. I hung out with them a lot behind the scenes, played poker and stuff with them, and was invited. I was only scheduled to do the Culture War show in the morning, and they liked me enough to bring me in for the evening show. Admittedly, I didn't enjoy the evening shows much because the topics weren't really in my wheelhouse, but it was still a pretty enjoyable experience. I thought Tim was nice. It was fun to talk to him and the other guests. So.
It's just on Twitter, he has become just a full-on 24/7 troll.
Yeah, I mean,
like
I've
all
noticed
of his
that.
Posts. He posted something today that said, "I think it's funny that women in New York." He said, "I think it's funny that women in New York City are getting punched in the face."
Yeah, I know.
It's a very bizarre thing to say. I think I have a pretty good sense of humor, but that's like,
yes,
maybe log off for a bit.
Well, here's what I would say. I can't speak for Tim Pool. I don't know. My guess is it's sort of the mentality of like, we told you, we told you, like here's sort of the same style of humor, though maybe not as a drastic situation. Like perhaps what we need to clear up a lot of this woke shit is a bunch of retired NBA players to all join one team in the WNBA and just crush them. And then Tim's joke to that might be like, I don't see anything wrong with this. There's no competitive advantage to being a man. That's in the same vein as what he's saying. He's saying women are strong, independent people. There's no biological difference with men, and there's no problem with bail reform, and there's no problem with decreased policing. So I think it's great because women getting punched in the face shows that they're strong, independent people that could live just like men, deal with the same.
No,
I don't agree with that joke. But that's what I think he's saying.
Well, I think it's obvious that that's what he's saying. I'm just saying, like, it's all of his posts now. All of his posts are just engagement bait, and I don't have a lot of respect for that kind of creator. Like, I don't know what your opinion is, but I think content creators right now are doing, I would say, a lot of harm to the discourse. Like, people rail on, quote unquote, the establishment or establishment media, and there's a lot of legitimate grievances there. But I think that unaccountable content creators who don't have editors, who don't have any kind of editorial standards, who are not beholden to any accountable body, are actively making people dumber and meaner, I would say. And maybe I'm a part of that too. I'm not saying I'm above it, but his brand of just 24/7 trolling, like, I think it's just bizarre to say. I think it's funny that women in New York City are getting punched in the face. Like, that to me is a little, it's much.
So there's a lot to unpack here. In general, right? I think social media is a net good, even when I felt that it was being basically used as a tool to censor particularly people on my side of the issue. So if I go back, originally I went to college for journalism. That's what I wanted to do. So I'm an old man. I started.
Really?
My first year in school was 2002. I really wanted to be a sports journalist. That's what I wanted to do. Like,
wait,
or a color
are you,
commentator.
so are you 39 or are you, how
30,
old are you?
39. I'll be 40 I'll be 40 on July 4th. So, hitting my midlife crisis.
I'm about 11 months older than you. So,
okay.
So I want before I forget, but finish your story. But I do want I do want to ask like how you got into politics, because for me September
Yeah.
11th was a big thing. But yeah, but you can keep doing your
Well,
thing.
I could do both of that. Like, I could probably weave that in here. I won't be too wordy with that. So I went to school for journalism. September 11th happened my senior year of high school. I did the morning announcements. I took a class called broadcast journalism because I thought I wanted to get into media. And I was actually reading the morning announcements the day of September 11th. And it was weird, but I'm not going to claim that I had some big political epiphany out of that. I was more of the I lived in rural Pennsylvania. I basically had the same opinion that everyone around here did, which was like, fuck them, bomb the shit out of someone. I didn't really care about the details. I'm sort of ashamed about that now, but in my defense, I was 17 and concerned where I was going to get the next case of beer and who I could manage to con into going to the next school dance with me and shit like that. So it really wasn't on my agenda. I worked full time. Well, I guess full-time. I had a job since I was like 12. It just, politics didn't mean shit to me. When I got to school, I started doing journalism, and I took a debate class my first semester. And for your final of your debate class, you could either write a large paper or go on this debate tournament, which was, I lived basically an hour and a half northeast of Pittsburgh. The tournament was in Cleveland at a university called John Carroll University. And I went and I won that tournament in the rookie division. And I thought I was like the fucking best debater in the world and the smartest dude ever. And then I found out that the rookie division only exists at that tournament. And actually the three divisions, novice, JV, and open, everyone there would blow the doors off me. And so I started doing debate that second semester, kind of became obsessed with it, and eventually became pretty good. It was through debate that I started to get an interest in politics. So the game of debate forced me to sort of learn about politics. And the first sort of political figure that I looked up to was Ron Paul. And so
was your family political?
No, my family, in fact, until Trump ran, never voted in any election ever.
And then what about your kind of community group of peers, like people you went to school with?
Most people, when I knew them in high school, didn't talk about politics. When I would hang out with them once I got into politics, would laugh at me and tell me to shut up about politics. Even in the community I live in now, most people up until 3-4 years ago did not give a shit. The first turn was Donald Trump. The reason these people didn't give a shit is because here in rural Pennsylvania, and I'll be honest with you, my community is overwhelmingly Christian and white, but there are...
Are you Christian?
Yes, though a bad one. I don't wear it on my sleeve. I'm basically a Christian in the sense that I believe Christ is the Son of God. I believe that there is a moral framework outlined in the Bible, which I should try my best to follow. But I also don't try to evangelize to other people. If you are what I consider a moral person and you get there through atheism or you get there through Judaism or Islam, I really don't give a shit. I don't care at all.
Do you think Jesus would be like anti-immigrant?
I don't know. It's I don't.
If you had to,
if I had to guess, so without being a ridiculous scholar of the Bible, I don't even want to say it that sounds stupid. Without being someone that's even a novice scholar of the Bible, I've read the Bible like once, and then when I've gone to church, I will say what my feelings is. My feelings would be that Jesus would say that above all, you have to accept him as the Son of God, and you have to follow forth the commandments that he set forth and sort of the pact you have with him in order to get to heaven. And you should be a good person as much as possible. However, part of that would be being a good person means protecting you, your family, first and foremost. And so I don't believe... let me finish real quick.
Okay, yeah.
So I don't believe that Jesus is this hippie figure that people say that's like, oh, the criminals shouldn't be jailed, and if someone breaks into your home, you should give them bread and allow them to take your shit. I don't believe that. And so I believe that Jesus would say that you as an individual have the right to secure your property, and it would extend to a government, which is just a pact amongst the citizens of the country, have the right to protect their own country as well.
So I was raised Catholic, and so there was a heavy emphasis on the New Testament. So on the teachings of Jesus, we did learn a little bit about like Old Testament stuff, but that was like, it was less hellfire and brimstone and more just talking about like what the gospel that Jesus preached. And the number one rule that I remember being reinforced again and again and again through 11 years of parochial schooling was this idea that you talked about he wants people to be good people. He wants people to, live in accordance with biblical teachings. But the number one message that I heard was don't judge other people. So like I remember like one Bible verse that sticks out to me is he said something to the effect of it's easier to notice like a log in your own eye than a splinter in your neighbor's, or something to that effect. This was a guy that was like really famous for sitting down and breaking bread with tax collectors and prostitutes. And when I look at the sort of the current Christian conservative movement, so much of it seems to be, when we're talking about like the cultural like discourse, so much of it seems to be rooted in a meanness towards, particularly towards like trans people these days. I see people with Bible verses in their Twitter profiles, and then you go on their feed, and it's just ugliness.
So first, there's many things to say on this as well. Again, I say this as a complete novice in the idea of Christianity. If you want to talk to someone who's like a scholar in this, I could hook you up with many people that are Christian nationalists, and they would absolutely be able to go chapter and verse with you why your reading of the Bible, in their opinions, incorrect, and that they should what they feel
What's incorrect?
That your reading, your interpretation of the Bible that you're espousing now would be incorrect in their eyes. And so, for example, they would say it's, because I've heard this argument towards them enough where they say it is a misreading to say Jesus said, no, don't judge anyone. It's not the right of the people on this earth to say that person is criminal. They would say that's not the case at all.
No. I didn't say that. I didn't say that, though.
Okay. My personal belief is this. For example, one of the issues that I would struggle with mightily that the Christian nationalists disagree with me, I would consider myself more a libertarian adjacent conservative. And so for something like marriage, I don't really believe the government should be involved in the process of marriage, unless it's to facilitate for the betterment of society procreation in a stable two-parent household. However, if that's the case, then they shouldn't be allowed to limit that based on your sexual orientation. So if two consenting adults that happen to be male want to get married, they should get the same economic benefits as a male and female. Now, the counter to that argument is, well, no, because they can't even in theory have children, and that's what the government's benefits to marriage is about. But to my counter to that would be, then fine, remove all benefits to marriage and instead only provide those financial benefits to single households, a mother and father that have children. But if you're going to go beyond that and say, no, we will even provide those benefits to people that don't have children, I don't see, in my estimation, why the government would have the right to prevent that from. Now, the Christian nationalists vehemently disagree with me here. And so I've heard this debate from them, and I've heard people say things like, well, we shouldn't judge. That's my thinking on it is God will take care of it. When it comes to the morality of homosexuality, if I have many friends that are gay, I don't give a shit. They're great people. Maybe they are sinning. But that's not for me to decide. That will be for a higher power to decide. However, I understand that people have different interpretations. To your point of, can people be overly mean? Sure, that's true. But the Bible also says none of us are without sin. And perhaps they would say the greater sin is allowing someone who doesn't particularly believe in the Bible, like, I don't know, maybe you, to weaponize the life and the ideals of Jesus Christ to convince people that they should sit back while sin runs rampant throughout their country. So, for example,
I don't believe. So I was going to say, like, just to clarify, like, I don't believe as you believe that Jesus was literally the Son of God, but I believe that
but then you're not Christian.
99% of Christ's teachings, like when he says stuff like, I am the way, I am the light, the only way through to the Father is through me. That stuff is not for me because I don't believe that I don't believe in God in that kind of way. But when he says stuff like, don't judge your neighbors, judge yourself before you judge other people, placing a heavy emphasis on generosity, providing for poor, providing for the downtrodden, basically leading with empathy. These are all teachings that I heavily fuck with. And to my knowledge, again, this was sort of the defining characteristic of Jesus, was that he wasn't gonna judge people. He wasn't gonna treat them like shit, even if he thought they were sinning. Now, there are examples of him, like, for example, toppling the table in the temple when people were doing business in church. Like, he got angry famously in that one. But for the most part, the message that he spoke to people was, worry about yourself, get your own house in order, stop judging other people, treat your other people like your brothers and sisters. And when I look at like the Christian nationalist movement that's become so prevalent in the last, we'll say, I don't know, 6 years or 7 years, it is rooted in meanness and hatred and judgment and everything that, to me, with all my years of Catholic teaching, runs totally contrary to the teachings of Jesus.
Okay, just to be clear, you are not a Christian then, right? The fundamental
No.
idea of Christianity is belief that Jesus is the Son of God and the only way
No.
through. Okay, so you understand
Yeah.
that. So it becomes, and again, I'm saying this, you're arguing with the wrong person if I'm just giving you a small facsimile of what the Christian nationalists say. I will guarantee you I could find a Christian nationalist who is competent to talk to you on this if you would like, no problem. But I'm just going to tell you what they're going to say, and I sympathize with their belief here is, I find it rich for people who themselves aren't Christians, who have sort of a progressive agenda, to try to tell actual Christians what real Christianity is, which just so happens to coincide with their political agenda.
Well, I think I get to have an opinion. Like I
Of course you can have an opinion.
I read the Bible for years. Just because I'm not a practicing Christian doesn't mean that I can't offer commentary or opinion.
No one would argue that. Of course not. It's just the Christian. One of the things, and I'm not a Christian nationalist, and I argue against Christian nationalists, though I am friendly with many Christian nationalists. And arguably, I think the country would be a better place culturally if we had a Christian nationalist view than we do with the current sort of progressive domination of culture that we have now. However,
can you elaborate on that?
Yes, right. For example, our cultural institutions are arguably more important than our political institutions, and every one of them at least pay lip service to sort of left-wing progressive causes, right? So we have shifted so far culturally. If I would have told people 10 years ago, for example, that it would become the cultural norm that that biological men could have periods and be women and should be able to compete with women in sports, you would have laughed at me. You'd have said that's ridiculous. No one credible thinks that. That not
almost
only,
nobody thinks that.
Let me finish. Not only is that true, that's what people think. It wasn't that long ago before Elon Musk bought Twitter, which Twitter arguably is the biggest platform where people exchange sort of political and cultural ideas. You could literally be banned. I have been removed from YouTube. I've been warned on Twitch for my belief in saying that biological men can't be women. All of that has occurred to me, and I have been very, very lucky compared to many other people who have permanently lost channels, who have been punished in the academic community, etc. We're now having a discussion about whether or not we should have pornographic books for children in schools. If I would have told you 10 years ago that would have even been up for debate, you would say, that's a ridiculous slippery slope argument. How could you make that? It would never come to that. And now you're probably one that says, well, wait a minute, these books are educational. It's not as bad as people are making it seem. So the institutions are failing. Like the ideal of a two-parent household and monogamy and having loving relationships and raising families seems to be dissipating more and more. The ideas of sort of sex for gratification, the idea of instead of having family values, instead chasing sort of monetary or materialistic values, I think these things are all getting worse, and that we are doing our children and our grandchildren a disservice because of the direction culture is going. So the Christian ideals, I believe, even if it was akin to the ideals you're talking about, I think those ideals would be beneficial if we centered our society around that. However, I do not believe that we should be able to force those through government fiat. I am someone who's libertarian adjacent and thinks that...
But you just said that you think the Christian nationalist model would be better than what we have now. But when I think of the Christian nationalist the model, we're talking about an extremely authoritarian form of government that, to me, when I think about it, runs totally counter to libertarian ideology.
Of course it does.
Of individual liberty. But when we're talking about Christian nationalism, we're talking about government banning marriages if it's not between a man or a woman, maybe anti-sodomy laws those are certainly not like out of the realm of possibility. I would just assume that would be a thing in a Christian nationalist thing.
It could be.
I feel like 99% chance they would just ban homosexuality.
But what does that have to do with what I said? I said culturally.
Because you said that would be better than what we have now.
Culturally.
But if
it would culturally, but what I'm saying is my belief as a small government conservative. Like, you understand that you could separate those two things. For example, let's assume that you're a left-winger that's pro-free speech. And you could say, I despise the rhetoric of Donald Trump. And I think we would be better as a country if Donald Trump no longer had a presence on media or social media. However, my values of thinking that we have to be a country that allows free speech shows that even though we would be better culturally without Trump having a voice, I vehemently defend that the government should not be allowed to censor him. You see how you could hold those two positions simultaneously?
Can you concisely say that again?
Yeah, let's say you are a left-winger who
Yeah.
hates Donald Trump and thinks that the discourse of Donald Trump on media and social media is bad for the country culturally and
Okay.
cause.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that? That would be
Yes.
your position?
Well, no. I mean, I don't think that. I think it's up to the platforms, but ultimately, it doesn't offend me if he's on social media.
Okay, but you could
I'm not gonna lose
understand
sleep if he's on Twitter.
But you could understand how a left-winger could have the belief that we would be better as a culture without Donald Trump out there running his mouth dividing us. You could understand how, okay, but that same person could also say, however, I do not think it is the role of government to censor people. And therefore, I do not want the government censoring Donald Trump. Even though I think we'd be better as a country culturally if Trump wasn't out there, I think it would be against my values of what the government should be allowed to do to allow them to censor. That's what I'm saying.
How do you think, in terms of Christian nationalism, what do you think would be positive changes or undoing of changes in 2024? Like, how could we quote, like, quote unquote, like, get back to good stuff? Like,
you have to separate the law from culture. So for example, I could theoretically say that I think we would be a better society without as much celebration of LGBT issues. However, I don't want the government to ban homosexuality. You understand the difference? So as a culture,
when you say celebrating, like, it's difficult to know what that means a lot of the times because. So did you watch The Last of Us, for example, the show?
No.
Well, there was an episode 3. It was probably like the most, to me, it was like the best episode, but it focused on it's like during a dystopian post-apocalyptic future where there's zombies and whatnot. Mm-hmm. And these two men find each other, they fall in love, and it's a beautiful love story. And the episode was presented very unapologetically. It wasn't framed around like gay trauma. It was just, they were two dudes and they fell in love, and it was that simple.
I don't have a problem with that, but that's not where we're at as a society. For example,
sorry, did you? No, wait, hold on. Did you say you have a problem with that?
No, I said I don't have a problem with it. I don't have a problem
if
two adult men want to be in love.
Okay, I wanted to ask you, like, when you say celebrating LGBT stuff, can you be more specific about what that means?
Sure, I'll give you a direct example, and you could disagree with this, and it's sort of anecdotal, but it's true. We used to have a society that probably, for me, demonized gay people too much. That would be me. So, for example, I went to a rural high school. I personally had friends in that high school. One of the hardest discussions I ever had was once I turned 21, there was this dude I was friends with in like 4th grade and 5th grade. But you know how it is. You move, halfway across town, and then you just don't see each other as much. And then maybe you take different classes in high school. So this kid, we'll call him John. He was a nice kid. He was my best friend for probably 4th grade. And then we grew apart, but we never had cross words. We didn't dislike each other. We'd see each other in the hall. Hey, how's it going? He told me when I saw him at the bar when I was 21 that he was always afraid to tell me he was gay. And that really hurt me because I don't have a problem making jokes that are gay slang and shit like that. I don't give a shit with that. I'm not offended by that. But it did hurt me a little that he felt that I was someone that he couldn't talk to. And I understand that part of that was that we were a community that wasn't like beating up gay people or something, but that got made fun of and things like that.
Homophobic language is pretty common in the 90s.
Right.
It was just,
now, I don't care in the sense that I'm perfectly fine with homophobic language. I'm perfectly fine with racist jokes. I'm fine with all of it. What I don't like are people that are racist. Just because you tell a joke that uses the N-word doesn't mean you're racist. There's no perfect way to determine whether or not someone is racist or not. Most of the time, you just have to make an individual judgment on your own. But if I walk into a bar and I see, 3 college kids and 2 of them are black and 1's white, and the white guy tells a joke and the punchline's the N-word and the black dudes are laughing, probably not a racist. If I walk into a bar and a dude has a swastika tattoo, talking to other dudes with swastika tattoo, and tells that same joke, probably racist, right?
Okay, so tie this into
right. So what
celebrating queerness.
So what I'm saying is that same school that I went to, the pendulum has swung so far the other way. I have a sister that's 20 years younger than me. Just anecdotally from hearing, probably around 40 to 50% of the class she graduated with, considered themselves LGBT. That's fucking insane.
Well, are you ballparking that? Because when we look at the national numbers, it's about 20%
of younger
people
insane.
identify.
That's absolutely insane.
Do you agree that probably, I'm gonna guess, either a plurality or a clear majority of that means that they are identifying as bisexual?
That's fine. The point I'm trying
Yeah.
to make is, why are they identifying as bisexual? Why are they identifying as trans?
Well,
Why are they identifying as gay? And the reason is because we're no longer just saying we're accepting. It is now
Okay.
considered to be the cool, trendy thing to
Okay.
encourage yourself. Let me finish. To basically be of a group that you could consider yourself a minority or victim. This is particularly true if you're in historical groups that have been considered oppressors. So using the cultural Marxist lens that now is prevalent everywhere, where victimhood is the best currency, what the left has done, and more importantly, what the establishment pretending to care about the causes of the left has done, is they bifurcate everyone into oppressed versus oppressors. So based on race in this country, white people are oppressors, non-whites are oppressed. Straight people are oppressors, non-straights are oppressed. And you could go right down the line. What happens is when you're in one of those traditional groups that is considered oppressor, you are on the outside of the biggest public currency that we have now, which is victimhood. So it is now hip and trendy to be oppressed, and the best way you could be oppressed is if you're a white person, if you're straight, etc., is to say, "Oh, I'm LGBT," particularly trans.
Maybe
That's the most oppressed.
maybe some of those young people are either confused or they're looking to form an identity in some way. So I'll grant you that. Maybe young people do stuff like that all the time, sure. But if we take a look at the example of like interracial marriage, for example, it wasn't until relatively recently that a majority of people in this country are okay with interracial marriage. When we were kids in the 90s, for example, it was like 40% of the country, or 30 to 40% of the country thought that it was okay. Everybody else straight up thought it was not okay. My grandma, for example, sat me down when I was a kid and said, "Listen, we don't date outside of our own group." And I was so, as a kid, I'm like trying to contextualize and understand it, and it just didn't make sense to me. And looking back, it makes perfect sense because this was a very commonly held belief.
So you're saying in the 90s?
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. Yeah, sorry. What?
I just wanted to get the stat. You're saying in the 90s, around 50% of people thought that.
No, it was less.
But how much less? That's my question.
The last time I checked, it was between, I think, 30 and 40%. I can look it up right now. But
I mean, I'm just looking at Axios that's using Gallup. Granted, it's a bar graph, so it's not super specific, but it seems to suggest that by 1990, it was about 48% approval of interracial marriage. By the time you get to 95, 96, it looks like it's hitting above 50%. And then in 2002, 2003, we're above 75%. Now, the last year, this was 2021, it's in 94%. You can go on with your point. I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, so I might have got the timeline wrong or some of the numbers.
That's all
wrong.
right.
But the point
you're within the margin of error, I think.
Sure. But the point is that this is something that was stigmatized very heavily across cultures for decades and centuries in this country. When it started to become less stigmatized, you saw more people interracially marrying. You saw more mixed marriages. Does that mean that these people were chasing some sort of victimhood, or do you think that the fact that we have more interracial marriages now is because society is no longer, for the most part, telling people that this is an evil thing? The obvious parallel that I'm drawing here is that if you have a culture, a society that through the decades has progressed to the point where there's less stigmatizing of queerness, bisexuality, gayness, transness, doesn't it stand to reason that you're going to see an increase in people that identify as such? Or to put it differently, would you acknowledge that for a long time in this country, a lot of people stayed in the closet with their queerness because of many reasons? Maybe they thought that they would be thrown in jail. Maybe they thought that they would lose out on employment opportunities. Maybe they thought they would be physically assaulted. Maybe they thought that they would be murdered. And they might have and they certainly did at various points in our history, had a perfectly valid reason to fear those things. Well, if they no longer have to fear those things, if young people no longer have to fear those things in the same way that historically was the case, wouldn't you expect more people identifying as queer?
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here, so you have to give me a moment to unpack. on to your fundamental question, to answer it first and then to elaborate. Yes, for example, let's say you had a society that executed gay people, and then one day they said, never mind, we're no longer going to execute gay people. Do I think that the people identifying as gay would increase? Of course. And you could take that to, if we just didn't execute them but shamed them, said it was dirty, disgusting, and then all of a sudden we didn't, would that mean that there were people that were hiding being gay or LGBT, whatever, and then all of a sudden that aren't? Yes, but it doesn't explain the mass increase. That's what I'm saying. The pendulum has swung so far to the other direction that it's became a social contagion. The argument you're making with interracial marriage is non-analogous, because it is not marrying a person of the sex that most people are interested in who happens to be of a different race isn't as unusual as being gay. It isn't as biologically against the norm as being gay. So is it true? First up,
but historically, there were times that was the case. It was straight up illegal to marry people outside of your own race in many states.
What you're saying is there was this thing, right? And it's a thing that me and you would agree with. I would assume both of us don't have a problem with interracial marriage. So you would say there was this thing that me and you didn't agree. Go ahead. You want to say that you do? Are you claiming you have a problem with interracial marriage?
No.
Do you think I do?
No.
Okay, then I don't think you need to. Yeah, right. So we both are in agreement on that. So yeah, there could have been times where that was less accepted. Now, there could be reasons for why that made sense. The same reason that maybe not racially, but clan-wise going back, that you wanted people to marry within your own clan, etc., because there was this idea of marriage sort of and unions between families being something that could be beneficial, and a fear of an outsider and things like that. I think as society becomes more intermingled, those antiquated ideas should go to the wayside. I don't have a problem as big as other people. Like, for example, if a 70-year-old black man's disappointed that his granddaughter's marrying a white guy, like, I have more sympathy for him, because I'm like, I kind of think you could believe that without being racist, but I still disagree with him.
He's a product of his time, you know. Like,
but even now, let's say a 35, a 40-year-old dad who's black has a problem with his daughter marrying a white guy. I don't necessarily think it means he's racist. It's still not an idea I agree with, right? But it's an aside what I'm talking about. Nonetheless, this isn't. I think
you can distinguish that from like full-on clan racism. Sure. I think I think what you're saying is there's a spectrum of racism, and that would be not as bad as like a full-on clan member in the fucking 30s. And I agree. Yeah, sure.
Well, everybody's racist and bigoted and biased to some point. I don't give a shit unless it's causing absurd amounts of harm. Nonetheless, so let's talking about this specific. I can tell you all the reasons why there could have been an increase in interracial marriage aside from just alleviating the stigma. One, we could see that the majority of the people, particularly people in positions of power, would have alleviated that stigma. At least in the 90s, it was at 75% by 2005. I think I could make a compelling case that actually racial division became worse in this country after the election of Barack Obama. Most metrics on race relations were showing a high point around 2006, 2007, because we were sort of trending towards being as colorblind as possible. Then with the election of Obama in 2008 and sort of some of the cultural movements that came, we had a hyper focus on race and a hyper division based on race, which I think is making the problem worse, even if people are more willing to accept things like interracial marriage. There are obviously other metrics that would discuss sort of how we are racially as a country. We could get into those studies and those numbers if you like. However, there are other things that would mean that interracial marriage would be more likely. For example, just people having the ability to travel more, people having the ability to communicate outside their own town. If you go back to places like the 30s and 40s, you probably didn't know that many people compared to today that was outside your local 10-mile radius. So all of these things would mean that people were gradually intermingling. This is different. It's completely different than we have an explosion of, I don't know what the numbers are. Maybe someone in your audience or my audience or you know this. How, like, over the past 10 years in this country, what's the percentage increase in people that identify as trans? 1,000%? More than that? That's absurd.
It's still a very low number, but certainly you're going to see an increase. You're arguing that most of that is coming from this attempt to sort of form an identity around victimhood. Correct. That seems like a very elaborate way to go about doing that. Like, typically when you're young and sort of figuring out who you are, maybe you go through a goth phase, or maybe you go through a gangster rap phase and you live in the suburbs or whatever. You know, these things are pretty normal. When you're talking about transitioning, that is really it strains credulity for me to think that someone would be so attached to the idea of victimhood that they would be willing to go to like extensive therapy sessions, weekly therapy sessions for like 2 years, working with like child psychologists, perhaps doing social transitioning when they get to an age appropriate age, maybe like 15 years old or younger. They might be doing puberty blockers, and then they might start something else. That strikes me as kind of a lot. Like, so if you're at the point where you're transitioning, I think probably the case is that you have moved beyond this sort of superficial desire to form an identity, and that's just who you are.
First off, this is a very... Do you think it's... The people that actually go...
Real quick, though. Like, do you think it's possible for someone to have a sense of themselves when they're young to the extent that they could identify as trans and you would not have a problem with that?
No, I think that the idea that you have some sort of illness, if you believe that your mind is not congruent with your body. And I think the idea that we're now saying children as young as 3 years old... this is official scientific research that we have now that's being pushed out that are saying children as young as 3, 4 now show signs of exhibiting being trans is absurd. It's child abuse is what it is. So you got to give me a minute here to answer. First off, you've taken a very particular subsect of the people we're talking about, and that is you're saying not just the people that identify as trans, but the people that then go through with puberty blockers and surgery, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the first thing. That is a very small subsect of the overall 20% that now identifies LGBT, and 1,000% increases the people that identify as trans. You would admit that there's more people that identify as trans that don't go through with transition surgery than those that do, correct?
Say that one more time.
You would admit that there are more people
that don't go through surgery? Correct. Is that what you're saying?
There are more people that identify as trans that don't go through with surgery than those that do. Okay, but that's fine. We could talk about this. And I would argue, so then your claims of, if it was just about victimhood, why would they go all the way? I would argue the vast majority of them don't go all the way, which is sort of the hashtag chop it off, right? Like if you're going to...
No, but there's still a process. You're still meeting with psychiatrists and psychologists, and you're still like... discussing transitioning, and you're still maybe doing social transitioning, or you're transitioning with your family. There's like a whole process.
Right. That process isn't that.
It's not just like, hey, I decided I'm a girl today. I feel like a lot of conservatives feel like, I'm a guy. I can say I'm a girl, and now I'm playing basketball. But there's a whole process that usually plays out over the course of years. I just want to let you know, as we go further, I'm going to keep interjecting more and more and get more of a say in. I'm being generous here at first, but just let you know that that's how it's going to go here. So, no, I don't mind if you cut me off sometimes. But you were talking a lot, so I just want to.
That's okay, fair. All right. Just so you know, yes, the process is far simpler than you're making it seem. There have actually been people that were at the forefront of sort of working with children that identify with gender dysphoria and trans issues that are now blowing the whistle, saying that there are these clinics. We used to have 2 or 3 clinics in this country. Now we're up to hundreds of them, and that they think that this is now a money-making scheme, and that so many of these doctors are now rushing the platform, etc. So it's not as difficult as you say. Second, if that's the direction society is going, saying that that's hip, that's cool, that victimhood's good, then that isn't so burdensome. You could similarly say, well, there's no way that James Dean smoking a cigarette in a movie would have encouraged kids to smoke cigarettes because, my goodness, it's hard for kids to get money, and it would be very difficult and very burdensome for them to get jobs or to borrow money from their parents to go buy packs of cigarettes only to damage their lungs. Why would they do that? And yet we know that's exactly what happened. When the entertainment industry, along with many other industries, pushed images of what it was cool for children to do, in this case smoking, they did it. In fact, he's considered the father of modern advertisement. I believe his name's Bernays. And he did this thing, I think this is in the 20 or 30s. I'm going to fuck up the dates, but he did this thing in the 20 or 30s where he's working for the cigarette companies, and they wanted to increase the amount of people that smoked. And so what he did was hired a bunch of attractive women that were models, and he told all these reporters, show up to this area on this date, but he didn't tell them why. And when they showed up, all of a sudden it seemed like just out of random, all these attractive women just started leaning up against the wall smoking cigarettes. And everyone started talking, was like, oh, and the women started talking. They're like, it's an anti-woman thing to say that we can't smoke. Women are independent now. Of course we could smoke. And that is credited with the campaign that came from that, with encouraging many, many hundreds of thousands of women to take up smoking because people are impressionable. And it is undeniable right now that what we see, that all of these cultural institutions that influence young people, such as video games, people in the music industry, television industry, movie industry, they are pushing these progressive politics and celebrating. Even the comic books, every character has to be a minority now. Like this. And so it has an effect, particularly when you couple that with telling people based on the way they were born because their skin color happens to be white or their sex has to be male, that makes them oppressors. They're not part of that. Just yesterday, we see the head of marketing for Xbox puts a tweet out that they shouldn't had to delete and now lock her account that said basically like, raise your hand if you're a woman or person of color that plays video games. No offense to white people, but we feel like we aren't even heard. That's the constant message that you're being told. You're being told that what you are is bad. It's not coming right out and saying you should die, you're white, but it's saying, oh, you're white, that's a shame. But you know who's really cool? You know who's really special? These trans people, these LGBT people. So while you're right that there could be an increase in number, and certainly this is true, of people that if it was stigmatized, there would be more people if you unstigmatize it. It would also intuit then if you celebrate it and if you push it as hip and cool, that would create more people. Do you agree?
If you celebrate something and glamorize something that you can encourage a certain type of behavior,
yes,
I disagree with your framing. So I just think I'm not going to say it's disingenuous because I'm sure you believe this, but I just disagree with the framing. I think there's a difference between pressuring young people to come out as gay or bi or trans or whatever, and telling them that it's okay if they want to do that. That's a huge distinction that I think we just fundamentally disagree on. I also want to get you said that you mentioned science, but then you talked about transness being an ailment, a mental
Correct.
Disorder.
Yes.
You're aware that the science has shifted on this. Like when you think of transness, do you think that transness is a synonym for gender dysphoria?
Yes, I don't see how you're trans. How would you know you're trans? Define gender dysphoria.
Well, I was going to ask you, what do you think gender dysphoria is?
Gender dysphoria, I can't remember exactly what the DSM-5 says, but it's something to this effect. It's having an uncomfortableness with your body versus what your image is of what your body should be when it comes to gender. So,
yeah, kind of. It's a state of distress that you feel.
So define distress.
Distress would be dis-ease. It would be a sense of not calm. Something is you're asking me to define distress? I can just look up the word.
Okay. How would you know you're trans if you don't feel some sort of distress?
So distress is extreme anxiety, sorrow, or pain. So we're talking about psychic or emotional pain as a result of an incongruence between how you see yourself and your body physically. But that is not the same thing as trans. The state of distress is what we refer to as dysphoria. And do you know what the prescription is for this state of distress?
You go ahead. You tell me. I know what they do, but go ahead.
Transitioning. So transitioning is scientifically what they have discovered is the best way to treat this distress.
So let's go step by step through this. Let's go step by step through this.
Hold on.
Wait, you're talking a lot.
Well, hold on real quick. But what you're doing, you are erroneously conflating gender dysphoria with transness. They're linked, but they're not the same thing.
Okay, so let's start here. The idea, first off, this is disingenuous. The reason the DSM-5 includes gender dysphoria is because trans people want their medications to be covered under insurance. So they have to say, well, then for that to occur, it has to be some sort of illness. So they say, it's the illness of gender dysphoria. But then they say, you can't call it an illness because if you call being trans an illness, that's bigoted, that's stigmatizing, etc. First off, please let me finish. Please let me finish. First off,
gender dysphoria is an illness. They've always.
This is your last. This is your last warning. I guarantee I could talk faster, louder, and more competently than you. I'm going to start talking over you. If you go on these long tirades and then don't give me a chance to respond, that's what I'm going to do.
I don't think I'm going on long tirades.
Got it. Okay, you got it? Okay. So, First off, just because someone has an illness doesn't mean you treat them bigotedly. In fact, my entire job is I work with people with developmental disabilities. I don't treat them like crap. If I'm working with someone that's schizophrenic and hears voices in their head, I'm not going to treat them like garbage because of that, but I'm not going to believe that the voices are real. The same is how I feel people with gender dysphoria. Now, are you right that there are people that consider themselves trans and say they don't have gender dysphoria? Yeah, that's absolutely the case. I would argue that they're doing so primarily for cultural reasons because they see a benefit for it. Because how would you know that you're born in the wrong body, that you are a biologically presenting male, but actually you're really a female, unless you didn't have some form of incongruence that made you feel that way, right? So most of these people, I would argue, technically you are correct, that identify as trans aren't really trans at all. They're just doing it because they see a cultural benefit to it at the time. And I could prove that that's most likely the case. So let's get into the numbers. I don't have
What cultural benefits?
We already went through this. That's celebrated by being a victim, by being a member of the LGBT community, that is now considered hip and cool because it makes you an oppressed class, and that means that you're somehow special. This is particularly appealing to people that are considered, based on their biological reality, to be of an oppressor class, such as white people.
Do you think a trans person in Alabama, like a deep red district of Alabama, you think they would be incentivized to like come out as trans and live their life as a trans person in deep red Alabama? And you think that they would experience that as like, oh, I'm getting all these benefits of being trans?
Yes. Absolutely.
That's fucking insane.
Well, you think that, but that's because you, one, have a bigoted view of what people in Alabama would be like, because you've probably never been there, and like you're literally exemplifying exactly what I'm saying. That you assume people of a certain race and a certain economic and geographic background must be these fucking monsters. And so if you identify as trans, then life would be hell for you. No, it would be beneficial because with young people, even again, I already explained to you that I live in rural Pennsylvania, and around 40% of the people at the high school that I graduated 20 years ago, where you probably had 1% or less that identified as LGBT, now you have about 40% doing so, right? And that's in a rural red area that if you went to the local bar here, you'd be like, holy fuck, if you were gay in this town, they would fuck with you. Not only do they not fuck with you, but you're celebrated, particularly in the younger circles like in schools. So yes, I guarantee there would be teachers in that area, there would be cultural icons in that area that would celebrate you. You would also have better access to all sorts of jobs and colleges once you graduate, because there are people that would go out of their way to hire people that check these diversity boxes. We have literal advertisements for government agencies like the military that's going out of their way trying to do this. So yes, it becomes part and parcel of who you are. I know people that this has occurred with. For example, I knew someone in the debate community who was not a very good debater, who happened to go to a university that was extremely radically pro Black Lives Matter. The department chair of that team was extremely radical Black Lives Matter. The entire team was Black Lives Matter, and most of them were minorities. This person happened to be a white male that wasn't that good. Now, I happen to be very good friends with a black person who was at that school and told me this story. What happened was the white male eventually came out as trans. They were basically ignored, ridiculed, bullied when they were just a straight white male. As soon as they came out as trans, they were the biggest bully in the group. Everyone looked at them with admiration because now that person was the biggest victim. It was it was more oppressed than being a black woman was being a trans person. And so now they had an incentive. As someone with an identity that was ridiculed because they were a straight white man, now they have instantly propelled themselves to the top of the social totem pole merely by saying, okay, I'm trans now.
So first of all, there's a few things I want to say. So first of all, I find the notion preposterous that somebody who experienced a level of mediocrity in some endeavor, whether that be athletics or debate, would go through the process of transitioning in order to give them an advantage.
Do you know if they transitioned?
In previous fields where they were maybe mediocre. I hear the same ridiculous bullshit when people talk about trans people fighting in the MMA. They frame it like, oh, this one guy, he had a terrible record before and he was just tired of being mediocre. So one day they decided to transition so they could get an advantage in athletics. That is absurd.
Okay, real quick, can I pause you there? Let's just say,
sure, but
have you heard?
I have a couple more
obviously
I'll
let you. But on that point specifically, like, have you heard stories of biological men that transitioned and competed against women? Have you heard those stories?
have I heard of like
Yeah.
trans athletes? Yes,
Correct.
Rob.
No, that's not the question I asked. The question I asked was, have you heard examples of people like Leah Thomas or many, many others that were born biological males and then transitioned to female, entered female athletics, and did considerably better? Have you heard those stories? A simple yes, no will suffice.
Yes.
How many stories have you heard the opposite way? Of biological women that transitioned, started to compete in male athletics, and started to achieve beyond what they were in the female side?
I don't know.
Wait a minute. But that would seem to intuit that your explanation there that, they wouldn't just transition for athletic success would be nonsensical. If it was true, let me finish my point. If you're right, I'll just talk over you. I'll just talk over you. So I'll just talk over you. So here's what we'll do. You can mute me if you want. I'll talk to my audience. I don't give a shit. If his point is correct, right, that people wouldn't transition for the motivation of having more success in the activity, then we would expect to see a relatively reasonable amount on both sides of biological women that became male to compete and biological males that became women to compete. But we don't see that at all. Now, I'll love for Hutch to explain why that's the case.
You're pointing to the existence of these athletes, and you're saying the reason for their decision to transition was that so they can do better in sports. I'm asking you to play the tape out and ask yourself, how likely do you think that really is?
Very likely.
That somebody would go through all the trouble. Because this is, despite what you think, this is not a simple or a short process to transition. If we're talking about hormone therapy, this is a process that plays out over the course of 2 years. 2 years. And you're telling me that somebody would go through the trouble of weekly therapy sessions, of close consultation with healthcare professionals, of hormone therapy, in some cases, surgery. You're saying that they would be primarily motivated to do all of that so that they could get some trophies?
I'm saying it's not just to get trophies, so that's a huge part of it. That the primary motivation for many of these people, and again, some of these people like Leah Thomas, I don't believe they've gone through the surgery. Again, you're jumping back and forth. You're assuming that everyone did this. Please, let me finish. You're assuming when we talk about the athletes that do this, you're like, but they would have to go through years of consultation and drugs and surgery. That's not true. Not all of them do that, right? That's not true at all. Many of them don't hardly do any of that. They just
if we're talking about NCAA like regulations, they have regulations. You need to go through a lengthy process. When we're talking about
so what was the process?
Wait. Hold on. This is not like lady ballers. Real life, a guy can't just say like, you know what? I'm getting shit on when I'm playing basketball with the guys. Today I'm a woman and I'm just going to compete with women. When we're talking about collegiate sports and Olympic level athletes, you can't do that. Do you understand that they mandate that you be on hormones for at least 2 years before competing when we're talking about the Olympics, for example? And you're saying that somebody would go through all that trouble so that maybe like they could get a couple trophies. And I'm saying, I don't think you've thought about this because that is fucking absurd.
It's not absurd.
Nobody would go through all of that to get some trophies, Rob.
It's not absurd.
Your idea of a trans person is like...
Right. We have me actually laying out logical arguments and you with your emotional, but that would be absurd. First off, you have no evidence. You haven't provided any evidence of what the actual NCAA policy is. Now, I just did a simple search there and found that the policy was updated in 2022. Let's take probably the most famous transgender athlete in the United States at the moment. That would be Leah Thomas, who you hear all these stories. I believe the girl's name is Laken Riley that spoke out against this, about how Leah Thomas, who was this very low-ranked male swimmer that then became female and started dominating the female circuit. Go ahead. What was the policies? They haven't gone through the surgery. So you're saying they weren't able to just say, I am now a woman and compete. So what was the process with Leah Thomas? What did she have to do?
I'm looking at the NCAA policy right here.
Okay.
And it looks like there's different policies for different sports, I believe. If I can just read down, it says a trans male student athlete who has received a medical exception for treatment with testosterone for diagnosed gender identity disorder or gender dysphoria or transsexualism for purposes of NCAA competition may compete on a men's team but is no longer eligible to compete on a women's team without changing that team's status to a mixed team. So right there in the process, you need to get a diagnosis of gender identity disorder. You need to receive a medical exception. A trans male, female to male student athlete who is not taking testosterone related to gender transition may participate on a men's or a women's team. A trans female who is not taking hormones. So if they're not taking hormones, I think what it's saying is that you can do either. What are you looking at?
The thing that you're just reading it. I noticed you asked me a question and then immediately start jumping in, right? So the thing that you're looking at there, I think I'm reading the same thing. So what it said in 2011, the policy was that if you were a male, which is what we're talking about, that was transitioning to female, that you would need 1 year of testosterone suppressing drugs and proof of that before you could compete in the women's divisions. Okay, that's not that significant, right? That's different than what you said. You need multi-years.
That's not that significant?
No, that's not that significant, right?
Whoa.
Please. No, it's not that significant. No, it is not that significant.
A year of taking hormone therapy.
Correct.
That's
that
just
the idea. I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. Okay, I'm going to leave you say everything you fucking need to say, and then I'm going to say what I need to say. So go ahead. We could run a timer. You can go for 30 minutes if you need to talk. Go ahead. Then I'm going to get out what I'm going to say. Go ahead.
Who's the one getting emotional now, Rob?
I'm not getting emotional. I'm getting annoyed and irritated. It's someone that's trying
emotional.
To spin a story. No, annoyed and well, right. Stoicism's emotion as well.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Right. You sound emotional. Well, perplexed. Is that emotional? What a fucking stupid.
Do I sound emotional?
I'm going to leave you. Go ahead and say what you need to say, and then I'm going to talk. So go ahead.
When you say the process of taking hormones for a year is not a big deal, that's not a serious thing that you just said.
Okay, you good?
You cannot be serious if you're saying that.
Okay, you good?
You understand?
Okay, you good?
Am I good or am I done?
Have you said what you needed to say?
I would like you to explain how this is not a big deal.
Okay, are you good?
Am I good or am I done?
Are you done?
Yes, I would like you to address that point.
Okay, so we've asked the same question 7 or 8 times, needed to keep interrupting to get the same question, as opposed to allowing me to answer the question. Now, I assume before I get through this answer, he'll interject again and ask me the same question for a 9th or 10th time. That's a clear-cut example of someone who knows they don't know what they're talking about and has to try to filibuster in order to get their point to be proven. Yes, what I'm saying is, although you could say that the ability to go to a doctor once a month, once a week, once every 2 weeks, I don't know what it would be for testosterone suppression, that could be burdensome. That's absolutely true. But we see other people do things that are equally burdensome, if not more medically, for all sorts of reasons. For example, there are women that get breast enlargements. Do you know how painful that could be? Do you know how long you have to go through with so many things that could be involved in some of the procedures women get? Buccal fat removed, people that get surgery on their feet, thighs, buttocks, all sorts of things. There is a long tradition of people taking burdensome medical decisions to increase their standing societally. The argument that he seems to be making is as follows. It is such a burden to take testosterone suppression that it would never factor into someone whether they would do it if they saw it as perceiving as increasing their social or competitive standing in things that they cared about. That is nonsensical. Human history proves that that's not true. People are willing to go through burdensome things if they think that it propels them in ways that will benefit their lives in ways that outweigh those costs. To be celebrated as a once-in-a-lifetime hero, where you're winning national awards at ESPN, Sports Illustrated, etc., to go from a nobody who no one cared about in the activity you loved to the most famous person in that activity merely because you took these testosterone drugs and are now competing as female. Yes, absolutely, that would have motivation to do it. And I could prove it too, because if Hutch was right and that wouldn't be strong enough motivation, then surely he would be able to name a litany of biological female athletes that went through the odious transition to become male and then competed in the male athletics. But he can't do it. And we all know why, because there's not a competitive advantage for them to do that. So that's why they're not doing it. The reason we see so many men now transitioning is because it does lead to not just a competitive advantage in the sport, but it also leads to a social advantage to them, where now they've gone through probably just anonymous people that were another run-of-the-mill biological man to now they're considered a hero amongst so many people that they probably have an in-group preference for. For example, the people in the entertainment industry, the people in the academic industry, the people in the media industry. Now they're considered special people that are heroes. Again, I challenge Hutch. I generously asked Hutch answered Hutch's question. Now the question I have for Hutch, which he refused to answer, and I'll only have to ask it once, I won't have to repeat, right? The question is quite simple. If you're right that the motivation for success in these athletics wouldn't be a factor, a considerable factor in these transitions, why can't you name me the biological women that have transitioned to compete in the male athletics?
You are framing the act of transitioning entirely around procuring some sort of athletic advantage. So you're pointing to female to male trans athletes, which do exist, by the way. Nobody ever talks about them, but they do exist. It's like your mind doesn't register the possibility that people transition because they're trans. The athletics have nothing to do with it. So you're asking me for proof. You're asking me to refer to female to male trans people in the context of some athletic advantage. And I'm telling you, these people are transitioning because they're trans and they happen to be athletes. I don't understand what connection you want me to draw or what proof you think female to male trans athletes, what proof are you saying that is of?
I don't understand the question.
Can you acknowledge the possibility that trans people transition because they're trans? It has nothing to do with athletics or anything. They go through this, as you said, burdensome process because they are trans, because they have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria.
They go through the process primarily because there is the motivation for doing so that helps them societally and competitively in things that they think are of value. You might become trans because it benefits you at work. You might become trans because it benefits you in your social relationships, because it's something that your parents wanted, or it's something that your community wanted, or it's something that the people that you're friends with or the people you look up to wanted. All of these things would be a significant factor. Is it true that there could be people that had the illness of gender transphoria that transferred? Yeah, even because the truth is there are people that did that even before it was widely celebrated. So certainly what I'm saying is the vast increase in the percentage, like we're talking, I don't know the exact numbers, we could look it up if you want, thousands of percentages of increase isn't explained by just, 5 years or 10 years ago there was a stigma and now there isn't. So it always was that we had over 1% of the population that was trans and 20% of the population that was LGBT. They were just in fear and hiding. That's bullshit. And it's proven by the fact that we would see more women that would be transitioning to be biological men to compete in athletics, but we rarely see that. You're right, they exist, but it's very rare. And the reason is because there's not a competitive advantage. Now, if you look, like we could talk at the actual numbers if you want. Now, I'll admit, I'm a couple years behind the numbers, but I used to debate this topic a lot. So would you agree that a good place to go look at sort of the numbers of the people that go through with transition and gender dysphoria would be the numbers given by WPATH? Do you think that would be a good source? WPATH is considered basically, it's a community of medical professionals that have come together to sort of give what they call the Bible on treatment of gender care.
I'm totally unfamiliar with who you're talking about. So can you just explain?
Yes.
Like what?
All right. So what I'll explain.
Where are you going with this?
All right. What I'll explain is this, right? When we look at the WPATH, which again, most trans activists would say is a good source to look. You could believe me or not, but you could look it up afterwards. It's no problem. I don't think anyone that's a trans activist will say that that's not a place we should look. The numbers they cite, if I remember, from not the current WPATH, but the last one that was like in 2019, 2020, it says the following. It says of children that are diagnosed for treatment at gender dysphoria centers or transgender clinics, the numbers from the studies they looked at ranged from anywhere, I think, from around 80% to 95% of children that were referred to those clinics for gender dysphoria ended up transitioning back to their biologically identified sex.
You're talking about desistance rates.
Correct. And ended up transitioning back without any sort of pharmacological or surgical interventions. In other words, 90% or more of children that they're like, oh, you're trans, we'll send you to this clinic for treatment. Without giving them puberty blockers, without giving them surgery, they transitioned back. Right? Got it? So far, so good? Once we start with hormone therapy, The studies that WPATH cited, the best one in favor of your argument, said it was 98% stuck with the new transitioned gender or sex. In other words, it's not reversible. Once we give people hormone therapy, almost universally they stick with it and end up going to the end and getting the surgery. So your argument that like, well, once you start on this, it's so burdensome. No, what happens is there is something that happens once people start on these that it changes them and leads to them also wanting to go the whole way with this.
Do you know what else happens when people go down that road, when we're talking about transitioning, when we're talking about treating something like gender dysphoria, which you would agree trans people are at incredibly high risk of suicidality, right?
Sure.
Would you agree that it's reasonable to speculate that a large part of that is probably because of social stigma?
No, I think that could be part of it, but Large is doing a lot of lifting there, right? Particularly today.
You don't think that you don't think that it's totally mainstream, especially it's kicked up in the last like 6 years. You don't think it's totally mainstream to dehumanize trans people?
Is it mainstream to dehumanize white people or Christians or conservatives?
Can you not do that, please?
No, I can do that. And the reason I'm going to do it, the reason I asked that question is because you know that
if you want to have a conversation about race, let's do that in a little bit. I don't want to. I'm not going to play this game with you.
The reason I say that is because you would say it would be absurd for me then to say, then I blame people that talk about systemic racism and thing for the increased suicidality rates of white men. You would say that's absurd. Now I'm going to
racism debate we would get later and just talk about one thing at a time.
We would get through this quicker if you would stop interrupting. Let me get. Similarly, what I'll say is, yes, you're absolutely right that there are people that could be antagonistic to trans people. However, people in positions of please let me finish. When you evaluate that, yes, some. Okay,
millions,
go ahead.
Rob.
Millions. And how many? Rob. Okay, and do you think
millions?
Okay,
Rob.
and how many? Okay, and how many people support them and say they're special?
Rob.
Shut up. Listen. How many people support them and say they're special and they're heroes? How many?
Is it bad to support
no, why are you? Rob? If you want to talk about other things, then we'll talk about other things later. I just asked you a question. Why can't you answer it? Why are you deflecting to other things? I just asked you, how many millions of people do that?
I hope it's many millions more, Rob. I think it's good to support people.
Wait. You hope that it's... So you would say you believe it's millions more support them than denigrate them.
I don't know how you jumped to that conclusion, Rob. I'm telling you
that just said it.
Completely mainstream, especially in right-wing circles, especially over the last 6 or so years in this libs of TikTok era of social media discourse that we live in. It is completely commonplace to dehumanize and humiliate trans people for sport. And I'm telling you, there's probably a connection there, Rob, wouldn't you think, between that social stigma and high levels of suicidality. Are you denying that?
Yes, I am denying that it is a large impact on that. I am saying that in any of the groups that we could say that there is a social stigma against those groups, we also have to factor in that there are people that celebrate those groups for the very things that other groups would stigmatize them through. So, for example, acting like, well, since TikTok came around, now trans people are more likely to kill themselves because there's just this universal trans hatred is bullshit. It's leaving out the other side of the story, that there are more people and people that are more influential and more powerful positions that actually celebrate people, not just say, hey, live and let live, they happen to be trans, but actively, proactively celebrate them for being trans. They're given a place, they are put in a pedestal, they are told that they're heroes, they are celebrated in our society. They're given special places by more people that are more powerful than the average right-winger who gets censored on most social media places anyways. And so the idea that you only look at that, you only look at the group that you say denigrates while completely ignoring the massive cultural push from all of our institutions that have far more power than just the random person on TikTok that you're talking about or the millions thereof that have far more influence and power. You don't give a shit. You don't look at any of that. So, for example, would you agree that most young people look up to celebrities?
Of course, Rob.
Do you think celebrities are more pro-trans or anti-trans?
Probably pro.
Oh,
that's good.
Wow. Okay. So what you're saying then
That's
is,
good,
so
Rob.
what you seem to be suggesting is that you only look at the anti-side, but in every institution.
No, hold on. Can you define pro-trans?
Yes, I will say by pro-trans, I mean that actually would say things that it's great to be trans. It's something to be celebrated. It's something to have pride in.
Is it not great to be straight, gay, trans? Are these things not great?
Let me ask you a question. Did you not say that people that are trans have increased suicidality rates?
I didn't mean that they shouldn't.
Yes or no? Did you say that? Yes or no? Did you say that?
I said
yes.
that.
Yes. Then I would say it's not something to celebrate that people identify as a group through their illness that leads them more likely to commit suicide.
Let me ask you this, Rob, because you scoffed at the idea that a deep red city in Alabama would be less tolerant of trans people. Can we circle back to that?
Yeah.
Why did you scoff at that?
I scoffed at the idea that you said there would be no benefit to a child that was in like high school or school.
No.
Yeah, that's what you said. No, that's what you said. Okay, then I got you. No. I'll answer your initial question. I'll answer the question you just said. No, I'll answer the question you just said there. You ready? No, I didn't say that. Okay, moving on.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on.
I speculated.
Oh, now you're going to change it. Now you're going to change. Gotcha. Yep.
Rob, can I speak?
Sure, go for it.
Okay. I speculated that a deep red city would probably have higher levels of stigmatizing when it comes to trans people, and you scoffed at that, and you
did not do that. Moving on, you're lying.
Can I speak
you can speak it. You can lie. You could rewrite what you said, but you're lying.
Okay. Would you agree that a deep red city, on average, is probably going to be less tolerant of an openly trans person?
I will answer this question when you admit that you originally lied about what you stated and what I stated in response.
I don't know what you're talking. Okay, I lied.
Okay, yeah.
But can you answer the question?
Yes. Is it true that a deep red place may be less friendly to trans people than elsewhere? Yes. It's a question that's never been brought up in this debate. The original question that was asked was, I said yes. The original question that you asked that I responded to was, what incentive basically would a kid in a deep red place like Alabama have to be trans? And I said, you assume that they're all bigoted and that they all hate trans and would beat up trans people. That's not true. Particularly when we're talking in schools, even in deep red areas, there is a lot of celebration of trans people. And even outside of that, I said, when you get to people that those people would look up to, please, when you get to the places, people that those trans people would look up to, like celebrities, like trying to get jobs or get into colleges afterwards, clearly trans they would see as being a benefit.
Which deep red areas would celebrate trans people?
There could be, like, do you mean on as an overarching, like 51% as opposed to 49%?
Yeah, majority support.
No, that's not. There probably aren't a lot of deep red places that would have majority support. What does that have anything to do with anything?
Can you imagine? Let me ask another question, and then I'm going to get to my point. Do you think that it's better that less people are closeted in 2024 than there were in 1950?
No, I think that it depends on how you look at it. If we look at it as an individual level, it's probably better to not be closeted than to be closeted. However,
why?
Because you should be who you are. Right. However,
and if we have who you are,
I noticed.
You?
Okay, I noticed. So I think that if you're not who you are, who would it do for you? I don't know. There are plenty.
What would that do to you psychologically?
It could lead to depression, anxiety, things like that. Now I'll continue with my point. It could theoretically lead to suicidality, right? And yes. I'll increase. If you have a mental disorder and an anxiety disorder that leads to depression, what can that do to you?
It can make you sad and depressed.
And what else? Could that lead to suicidality?
Suicidality, yes.
Okay, so if we had a social contagion that was convincing people for positive reasons to be trans and then do things to their body that were irreversible and that led to increased suicidality, would you say that's something we should avoid?
Sorry, did you say that transitioning leads to higher suicidality, Rob?
Yes, I did say that.
No.
That's true, it does.
Absolutely false.
Let me ask you this.
You're out of your mind.
Who's more likely...
Okay. Of your mind, Rob.
Okay, so you're very confident.
After people transition, there's more suicidality, Rob.
Who's more likely to commit suicide? A trans person that transitioned or a person that was referred to a trans clinic and then without any sort of pharmacological intervention whatsoever went back to their gender assigned at birth? Which of those two people are more likely to commit suicide? That's not a goalpost shift.
You said that people were more likely to be suicidal after they transitioned a moment ago. Are you taking that back?
No, I'm not taking it back. What I'm saying is the point that I made earlier and what I was saying originally before you interrupted me with the question was, yes, if we have a society that encourages more people to be trans and transition, those people will be more likely to commit suicide than if they didn't. That is absolutely true. And if you go back to the numbers we talked about, which you didn't dispute, around 80 to 90% of kids that don't go through hormone therapy eventually go back to being normal and aren't trans. That means that their suicidality levels would be akin to the people that never were trans, which is much lower than the trans community. However, once we give hormone blockers, we've all but guaranteed that those people will be trans for the rest of their life. So if we're encouraging a social contagion that encourages kids and parents to send kids to gender clinics and give them hormone therapy, which leads to them transitioning, which leads to increased suicidality rates, that means we're doing a monstrous thing as a culture.
I think that if we can foster a culture of tolerance to the extent that people don't feel the need to be closeted, that is going to lead to less people killing themselves. That is a good thing to me, Rob. You seem to think, and I correct me if I'm wrong, but a moment ago, you said it was probably a good thing that people individually feel free to be who they are rather than be closeted. And you acknowledged that it would potentially, probably lead to less suicides. I'm saying, Rob, that's a good thing. You mistake fostering a culture of individual expression, acceptance, tolerance. You mistake that for celebration. So there's a difference between telling a young person, it is okay to be who you are. You don't need to be afraid of being who you are around us. You don't need to be afraid of getting assaulted or murdered or discriminated against. You can just be that person. You're saying that that's celebration. You're somehow conflating that with a parent saying, hey, I think you should be gay. I think you should be trans because I believe this will confer a certain advantage to you later on down the road. Or I don't know what motive you think these old people, adults have for like encouraging their kids to be trans.
Okay.
I'm saying you don't seem to acknowledge the possibility that encouraging people to be less closeted can have a tremendously positive impact on suicide rates. You seem to want people to be in the closet.
Okay, you're conflating two different things. What you're suggesting is the idea of tolerance, which me and most people can accept. That yes, we will tolerate someone who is LGBT. Yes, we will tolerate someone who's trans. With the idea of forcibly saying that we should celebrate it, that they should have pride in it, that it's something positive, it's something to be reached for, it's something to be celebrated. The truth is, what you're suggesting is a society I would find entirely tolerable, which is to say, look, you're trans, you're gay, that's fine, that's not something to be celebrated, it's not something that you should wear in your chest, it's not something that we should have celebrations for where you're running around half nude, where we're celebrating non-monogamous relationships, etc., etc. Those aren't things to celebrate, but you're right, we shouldn't denigrate you or harm you because of your sexuality. That's something we could live with. That's something that we were going to in society. Now the pendulum swung much further than that. Do you deny that Pride Month exists?
No, Rob.
Wait a minute. But you said it's just about tolerance. It's not about celebration. See, the one conflating things is you. Right?
What do you think
you're
pride
saying
is?
The one conflating things is you. You're saying what do you
think pride is?
I get your interruption. I'll keep going with my point. You're saying
pride means?
I get your interruption. I'll continue with my point. I'll keep repeating that phrase every time you interrupt me. We could do it for 3 hours if you want, or you could leave me finish my point. Your call. What would you like to do?
What do you think pride means?
I'm going to keep repeating what I was going to say. I'll repeat it over and over again if you keep interjecting with that same thing.
Okay,
we can do this
Rob.
for hours if you want, or we could leave me finish with my point. Your call.
Okay, go ahead. Let's
Okay,
go.
thanks. I appreciate it. So the one conflating things is you. So you set it up as this. You say, well, Rob, don't you agree that you don't want, for example, a gay person to have to be closeted because that could have anxiety for them and it could lead to depression thing? Yeah, I do agree with that. I think that we should tolerate the gay person. However, my argument is that's not what society is today. What society is today is a celebration of that. It's breaking people down based on immutable characteristics and saying people are oppressed versus oppressor. It's leading to people, particularly young people that are impressionable, thinking it's cool to be a member of the LGBT. It's not that 20% of this country was always LGBT, but they lived in constant fear. It's that there is an uptick of people that lived in fear that once you have tolerance that will come out of the shadows, and that's a good thing, but that's completely different than actively celebrating it and making it seem like that's an identity that's worth celebrating, but that the opposite identities that are considered oppressors like straight, white, male, Christian, conservative, etc., are things that we are to shame. And what that does is leads to a social contagion that makes this even worse. So yes, I am a person that's saying absolutely we should foster a society that if someone is gay, they shouldn't feel that they have to live in the shadows. That is not the status quo. You're defending the status quo, which is a status quo where we have pornographic books in schools because we need to teach sexuality to children. We have entire months where we have people that are basically celebrating anonymous sex, being nude, etc., on streets, celebrating how cool it is. We have the idea that it's a separate part, but it goes along with this because we've sort of gone away from traditional values of family structures where we celebrate even straight hookup sex type marriages and say the family's not important, and sort of the idea of just going out and hookup culture is good. All of that is leading to worse outcomes. Tolerance good, celebrating these sort of things bad. I'm saying we should go back to tolerating. You're saying no, because I don't like the celebration of it, that means I'm not tolerant, which is bullshit.
We should go back to tolerating it.
Correct.
What year?
How about 2010?
You don't think that there were people that were intolerant of queer people in 2010?
Yes, it's true. There will always be racists. There will always be bigot. There will always be intolerant people. We will never have a utopian society where there are no people that have any ills. That's true. And I'm still saying that society was net benefit better when we preach the ideas of tolerance as opposed to actively celebrating teaching sexualization to children.
If you acknowledge that there was a segment of the population that was intolerant of queer people in 2010, wouldn't you think that it would be a reasonable goal for a society to close that gap? Wouldn't you agree that it would be a worthy, a noble goal for a society to maybe knowing that you can't eliminate entirely, but make those numbers better, to have more people be tolerant? Or would you be satisfied with like a permanent, let's say 30% of the population that will forever view these people as abominations and et cetera, et cetera?
I would say that we could always stress for the elimination of bigotry, but if doing so means
that sounds progressive.
Doesn't sound progressive. If doing so means celebrating things as opposed to just being tolerant of them, then that makes the society net worse.
What do you think pride means?
Like for example, let's turn the question on you.
Let's turn the question on you.
Let's turn the question on you.
Rob, you spoke for a while there. Did you not speak for a while there?
You asked me a question. I'll ask you.
I want to ask you what pride means. I want to ask you what. I want to ask you what pride means. No, don't. Come on. I let you speak. I really did.
You can ask me in a second. You ask me a question. I'll ask you one.
I let you speak, Rob. Let me just ask you this question.
Go ahead, you can ask.
Just engage with it. Okay. What do you think pride means? You're talking about like the celebration stuff, but like, what do you think pride as a movement means? Like, where did it come from? Why did it arise? And what are these people celebrating?
I don't know. I'll think about it for a moment. Now I have a question for you. My question is, similar, you said there were people in 2010 that weren't tolerant. Would you acknowledge in people in 2024 that there are people from the LGBT community that are trying to sexualize children and harm them?
Can you elaborate? Sexualize children?
Yes, that are encouraging children to look at sexual behavior and learn about sexual behavior even as early as elementary school.
You don't think that kids should be learning about sexual behavior when they're kids?
No, I don't. I don't think that we should have it. Go ahead. Explain to me. Oh boy. Now forget about everything else we just said. Let's hear Hutch. Okay, Hutch. I have a 3-year-old. What should you be teaching him about sex? Go ahead, Hutch.
Are you aware that when you teach kids about sexuality at a young age, you're teaching them to advocate for themselves? So if a predator is looking to molest a child, it's going to be much more difficult if you've already taught that child, this is your private part, this is a private area. Of course, it's going to be age appropriate. You're not going to be sitting down with a 5-year-old or a 6-year-old and showing them like hardcore pornography. And I understand that you think that this is like a ubiquitous practice in this country. It's not. There is an appropriate level of sexual education to teach young children for very practical purposes. If you agree with the premise that teaching kids about basic sexuality at a young age reduces the risk of them being sexually abused, would you not acknowledge that that would be a good thing?
What age, Hutch? I have a 3-year-old. What are you teaching him about sex? Go ahead.
So my understanding is that it is appropriate to start teaching kids about basic stuff really early on, like 4, 5, 6 years old. Like, this is a private area. This is you teach them about like kind of like vaguely like consent and boundaries, these sorts of things. You can only do that by engaging on that topic. If you think that I think that you should teach them how to masturbate at 3 years old,
no,
what
that's
missionary
is
compared to doggy style, or teach them about condoms and lube, no, probably not. But you can start teaching them basic concepts regarding sexuality at a young age so that you can arm them with the tools that they can use to advocate for their own privacy, safety, and boundaries.
Okay, so just to be clear, 4-year-old, you're saying that you would teach them about sex. And the way you would teach them about sex is to say, this is a no-no area. Don't leave people touch this area. Or would you go further and talk them specifically about, like, what does sex mean?
No, probably not at that age.
Okay,
no.
So I don't think anyone has a problem with the idea of saying, don't leave people touch you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's fine. My question, and I'm trying to give you an out here, right? My question is, when we see books like, out. Yes, you do, right? Because what you're saying is very vile right now. It could be interpreted as such. So I'm trying to
vile. Yes, it's vile to teach kids
4-year-old
to advocate
sex.
for themselves and to.
Yes,
I actually think it's a good thing to arm kids with tools that they can use to like push away from predators. Okay, I don't think that's vile, Rob.
Let's just get very let's get very specific. There are books like Gender Queer that show graphic images of oral sex being performed that are put in libraries.
And you think schools are showing 4-year-olds gender queer?
I think schools, elementary schools that include 5-year-olds that are in kindergarten, have these books in their library.
That book, Genderqueer, was written explicitly for 16 plus people. You can find it in schools where there are like 15 and 16-year-olds. And yes, in some of these schools in the same library, it shares with kids that are like 4 years old. There is no like, you guys seem to think that they're doling out this book to like 5-year-olds and saying, hey kids, this is what a gay blowjob looks like. That was never the intended purpose of the book. There's no evidence of this being like any kind of widespread thing.
Elementary schools usually go up to around the average age of 12-year-old, correct? And you'll admit that there are books. Do you think that that book is too graphic for a 12-year-old?
Probably for a 12-year-old, yeah.
So then there would be no excuse for it to be in a school where the upper age of the students would be 12 years old.
My understanding is that the book was intent. It is, and it's even written on the book. It was explicitly written for 16 plus. And you can, in some libraries, there was like overlap between older kids and younger kids. They weren't handing genderqueer out as like a part of a curriculum for fucking 6-year-olds, Rob.
Okay, now getting back to my original question, what I asked was, will you admit that there are people in these communities that are trying to sexualize kids and do inappropriate things with them? And you went off on this tirade, well, we should be teaching kids about...
You want to make it about queer people. You want to make it about queer people.
Here we go with the interruption.
The reality is that the vast majority of sexual abuse that happens with kids...
I can interrupt with them, so you can see what Hutch
from people that are close to those kids. There are plenty of
what he tried to do was to pigeonhole me by saying because there were people in a society in 2010 that weren't tolerant, that because those people existed, that then we couldn't look at that society because we could say, well, shouldn't it be a goal to always say that if
Rob,
there's one intolerant person,
there are straight people in this country sexualizing kids?
Look,
will you admit that there are straight people sexualizing kids, Rob?
Hutch is doing. So what I did was to point out the absurdity of Hutch's hypothetical to me, saying, would you admit that in 2010 there were still people that were intolerant and we still should do our best to do that? And when I turned the question on him, he then immediately recognizes
sexualize
he
kids,
immediately
Rob?
recognizes the absurdity of his original question to me. Because of
Do
course you
straight
could
people
always say there are
sexualize
members of
kids?
any community. I'm just going to leave the channel here. Last chance, Hutch. You could completely realize that the initial question he asked me was absurd because yes, it's true that there will always be society with bad apples, with bigots from any sort of community. So he asked me this absurd question. What we're talking about is a society that should value tolerance as opposed to celebrating sexual behaviors, sexual identities, and things like that. I'm for the tolerance. I'm against the status quo, which is the sexualization or the taking pride, the celebrating of those sorts of behaviors. He asked me which society I thought would be better. I said more akin to 2010. His criticism is he's going to say, but isn't it true that there were people that still weren't tolerant in 2010? Of course, I'm going to say, like anyone who's operating in good faith, of course that's true. You will never have a society of 100% complete tolerance. He then tries to say, if that's the case, then we should always be moving forward, trying to justify the status quo that's gone beyond tolerance and now towards the celebration. So to point out the absurdity of that position, what I attempt to do is say, okay, then let's run the counterexample to you. If there are people in these communities that are trying to sexualize kids, shouldn't we always be doing more to try to protect those kids? Now, if he was an honest interlocutor like I was, he'd say, of course, I guess there will always be people like that. And yes, I guess we should always be trying to do more to stop them. But then if he was smart like me, he'd say, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily agree with you, the positions that we should do in order to stop those. And if the things you would suggest to stop those would lead to more net harm in this country because it would harm LGBT people more, then it's something I would be against. But he can't do that. Instead, he immediately defaults to, well, that's an absurd question. Isn't it true that straight people harm kids too? Right. Pointing out the original point that I was making, which was that your question, asking me if it was true that there were still some intolerant people in 2010, was an absurd question because it has nothing to do with whether or not we should have more of the status quo approach because we should always do more to fight intolerance, or if we should work on investing in the idea of tolerance, even in those that are intolerant, as opposed to transitioning to an idea where we celebrate sexuality of people. Pretty simple. I know it's difficult for a filibuster like you that apparently, I don't know if you're not intelligent enough or if you're bad. Again, the fact that you immediately went to, but aren't there straight people that harm kids? Right, that's exactly the point of the absurdity of that question. That's exactly what I was trying to illustrate. Do you acknowledge now that your question about, well, isn't it true that there were some intolerant people in 2010 is sort of erroneous and sort of a dumb gotcha type question?
No, I think it's evidence that
okay.
if there is evidence that there is stigmatizing going on or demonization going on, then I think that a society has room to progress. I'm of the opinion that society, you're never going to reach a perfect society, but striving towards perfection, knowing that it's always going to be out of reach, I think is a good thing. And when I define good or bad things in this context as people feeling free to be themselves to the extent that they don't feel closeted, they don't feel unsafe, they don't feel suicidal. The attempt that you're making and that so many conservatives are making these days to conflate queerness with pedophilia is a trope that is decades old. There's no evidence that someone who is queer is more likely to sexually abuse kids. I am, of course, against sexually abusing children. I reject your notion altogether that there's a concerted effort by queer people in this country to sexually abuse children.
Where did I say that?
Fear-mongering.
Where did I say that?
When you asked me the question, Rob, would you agree that there are queer people that are sexualizing kids?
Do you agree?
What point were you making?
The point I was trying to make is your point that even if we have a society that's encroaching far more tolerance of sexual identities, the fact is it's still true that there are people that are intolerant. Therefore, we must do more. Therefore, that's somehow a defense of not just tolerating, but celebrating sexuality. The point I'm trying to make is, well, we could do the exact inverse. I actually said that when I started to ask you the question. I said, well, let's do the inverse. Would you agree? Let's just do a simple yes, no. Would you agree that if there are people that are using the sexualization of children, sexual education of children to harm them, that we need to do more to stop them? Yes or no?
Of course, Rob.
Okay, then I could go and say, well, that's why we need to retract. We need to go back to a society that had less sexualization of children. You would say, well, wait a minute. Wait, just because I'm acknowledging that something exists.
I don't know what you mean. When you say sexualizing children is not something that happens strictly in queer circles. The vast majority of sexual abuse, when we're talking about children, happens are perpetrated by people that are in that child's immediate orbit. It's usually neighbors, friends, family members, clergy, straight people, queer people. There's no evidence that there's a disproportionate level of sexual abuse going on from the queer community. So when you say, would you acknowledge that queer people are sexualizing children? I don't understand what point you're making, if not to make the case that more acceptance of queer people leads to more sexual abuse in children. That's clearly the point that you're trying to make.
It's clearly not the point. It's clearly not the point. In fact, I've stated the exact opposite. And once more, we get back to the point of you conflating things. I am 100% for tolerance and acceptance of people in the LGBT community. That includes gay men, that includes lesbian women, that includes bisexual, that includes trans people. Fine, whatever. I don't have to believe them. I don't have to accept their impositions that they actually are the sex that they're saying. I shouldn't have to use their pronouns or share athletic spaces based on biological reality or bathroom spaces, etc. But absolutely, they should be accepted as people that should not be harassed, intimidated, harmed, physically harmed. Absolutely. I am for the tolerance. I've said that repeatedly. I said the conflation that you're saying is we've gone from just tolerating people to, as a society and culture, including in places like academia, not just accepting, but pushing this as something to be prideful of something to celebrate, to the point where now children are en masse identifying as LGBT, not just because they were always gay when they were 12 years old and afraid to come out, but because it's considered something that's trendy and hip and cool to do. Okay. And we need to fight back. You're the person, and what you're doing is you're conflating, is you're saying like, but wouldn't tolerance be good? Yes, I agree. You're not debating a Christian nationalist, right? I agree. Tolerance would be good. However, it is, and then you go off on this diatribe.
Just how we define tolerance is quite different. Because when I want to correct a couple things, right? You said that there's no evidence that the LGBT community is more likely to sexually assault kids. I do agree with you on the idea that I think that this is pretty much undisputed. Most instances of inappropriate sexual behavior of children is like in the home or extended home. That's what you're saying, correct? I believe that's true. But I don't know that you're correct that there's no evidence that people in the LGBT community on large are more likely to behave in inappropriate behavior with children than elsewhere. You're saying that queer people are more likely to sexually abuse kids, Rob?
I think that I'm not read up. Let me any evidence of this. I'm not read up on the evidence. I've heard people claim. I've heard people claim and cite studies.
I've never seen any kind of like credible, conclusive scientific study to establish that you're more likely to engage in pedophilic abuse if you're queer. Now, if you have access to different data or whatever, we can look at that and maybe DM it to me or whatever.
What I'm telling you is
seen evidence of this being, and I've looked. I've never seen evidence of this being a thing.
What I'm just going to finish his point. I'm going to finish his point real quick. Rob, I have seen people. It's literally going to be 10 seconds. I've seen people cite evidence that they claim that male homosexuals are more likely to commit sexual abuse against children than other members of the population. I have not looked into those studies enough to cite that as something that I believe.
Why bring it up?
Because you're bringing up the claim as an affirmative. You're saying
you just said you didn't look into it. Then why are you bringing it up if you never looked into it? It's
because
lazy.
You made an affirmative statement.
A guy told me that. You're basically saying a guy told me that queer people molest kids. You didn't look into it. Don't touch on that. If you find some study, let me know. I want to circle back.
Because you made an I'm going to answer this. I'm going to answer this. I'm going to answer this. I'm going to answer this, and then I'll answer your other question here. Because you made an affirmative statement. You said there is no evidence that gay people are more likely, and I'm saying that could be true. It could be true that they don't, but I have heard people cite evidence. So I'm not saying I agree with those people. I'm just saying your definitive claim that you're 100% proof positive that gay people don't assault children. I'm not co-signing to that. That could be the case. I don't know. Okay, so you're admitting that you don't know either. That it could be that gay men sexually assault children.
Me because you're emotional.
No, I am following you.
Gay people never abuse children.
I didn't say you said that. I didn't say you said that. You're not following me because you're emotional.
Okay.
I said
you did not classify what I said correctly.
Yes, I did.
I never said gay people don't abuse kids. I said there's no evidence to establish that queer people are molesting or sexually abusing kids at higher rates than heterosexual people.
Which is exactly what I said you said. Which is exactly what I said you said. I never said that you said that gay people don't molest children. I said your statement was that gay people don't molest children at high. You're the one who misheard. I don't know if it's because you're stupid, if it's because you have a hearing problem, perhaps your headset's not working. I don't know why. I was quite articulate in what I said. I have never once, including in the statement just a minute and a half ago, I never once said that you said gay people never molest children. Never once did I said that. I said the claim that you made that gay people aren't more likely to molest children, I don't know if that's true, because I have seen people cite studies that suggest that that is the case. However, I am not confident to say that their side of the argument is right either. All I'm saying is you made a claim that seemed definitive. Gay people don't do this more likely. And I said, I can't sign on to that. And you're like, why would you even bring that up if you don't know? Because that's what being someone who's being a good faith debater does. It says, look, I can't totally agree with you. You could be right, but I'm just saying I have seen people suggest evidence to the contrary. That's all I'm saying. I'm not citing something that's trying to malign gay people. I'm just saying you made a statement that I'm saying I can't co-sign to. I do agree with your statement because I'm confident in looking at the literature that most sexual assaults occur in the home or in the extended family. That I absolutely am willing to say I agree with you.
The vast majority.
I agree.
So if we're having a conversation about like protecting kids, I don't understand why the libs of TikTok of the world spend such a disproportionate amount of time talking about drag queens, trans people, and queer people, when if you really want to address the problem of child abuse, you would be addressing the immediate orbit of these children. But I want to get back to the question that I've been meaning to ask you for like 30 minutes now. What do you think the concept of pride means? Where did it come from?
The idea originally came from the fact, and this is where you get a lot of shit like kink and things like that as well, was that there was this sort of puritanical argument against people that had what, maybe religious people would call deviant sexuality. So people that were, the fundamental idea of what the definition of the word queer is different, right? And so you had people that were gay or lesbians or bisexual, etc. And so it's almost like we were talking about at the beginning with Tim Pool, like it's sort of inverting something. If you say it's something I should be ashamed of, it's something I should be prideful of. If you say that I should dress conservatively, then I'll wear cock rings and dildos around and blah, blah, blah. That was the point of it. Now, that's fine as a performative stance to challenge back when there's intolerance. What's not fine is to take that and to go further and say, no, we're beyond the point of tolerance now. And now it's not just that we should tolerate alternative sexualities, but it's actually something to be praised. It's actually something that society, that commercialism should support, and they should be out there selling products based on, and universities should be celebrating, and corporate companies should be celebrating, and our Congress should be celebrating, and we're talking about how great it is. No, those aren't. That's how it's engaged with today. To the point where you actually see sites like Gays for Groomers that actually say, my God, when we were fighting so desperately for the right to gay marriage, had we known that it would have become so much more, that it would have become so much more demanding, where now we're foisting all of this crazy shit, not just on kids, but on society at large, we would have never engaged in that fight.
So now it seems to me that you are quite clearly intimating that more tolerance of queerness in culture is going to somehow lead to more child sexual abuse, which is what you denied like 2 minutes ago, Rob.
Where did I say? What did I just, in that spiel I just gave, where did I say that? Go ahead.
You seem to be suggesting that a society that moves towards more tolerance for queer people will lead to, or could lead to, more sexualization or sexual abuse of children. Are you not saying that?
Sexualization is different than sexual abuse. You'll admit that, right? Yes?
Rob, it feels like those go hand in hand.
Well, no, that's not.
Could
that's
you
not
draw
at all.
a distinction?
For example, yes. For example, if I send my child to school and in second grade, his teacher starts teaching him about, like, you could have sex with men or you could have sex with women, that's sexualization of children. That's not the same as that teacher pulling my kid's pants down and touching him inappropriately. You disagree?
Okay, so that's a ludicrous example, though, right?
Why is that ludicrous?
Teaching a 2-year-old?
I said second grade, didn't I? Maybe I said 2-year-old. I meant second grade.
A second grader.
Yeah.
You think they're teaching second graders about, like, this is what safe sex is, and this is like This is what oral sex is. This is what butt sex is.
It's some occurs, and it's certainly even
in
the
second
ones
grade.
Yes,
Where?
there have been claims of that occurring, but more importantly than that, even if I would say that okay, that's never happened, they're still teaching them. They're still teaching them things that are sexualization, even if it's not that graphic. Even typically, gay people don't get beat to death for being gay. Yet you would say we still need to approach a more tolerant society, correct?
The agreed upon curriculum, generally speaking, when we're talking about sex education in this country, it is generally taught in a more detailed manner, starting around middle school, so like 6th, 7th, 8th grade.
Okay,
but there are age-appropriate sexual education lessons that you can give kids as early as 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade. We're not talking about, hey, this is doggy style, this is fucking reverse cowgirl, this is what coming on somebody's tits is. It's usually like, this is sperm, this is an egg, these are your gonads, this is your genitalia. I went to Catholic school, and I remember vividly in 3rd grade, they were teaching us, quote unquote, the basics of the birds and the bees. And some kids had their parents, some kids' parents had them leave the classroom when they gave those lessons, as is their right. They're the parents. They can decide that kind of a thing. And my understanding is that any parent across the country can do that. But yes, there are age-appropriate lessons. But I feel like we're getting lost on this. I feel like we're getting a little lost on this thread because I want to go back to the topic of pride, because I feel like there was a meaningful interaction that we had earlier in this conversation where you acknowledged that.
I just want to acknowledge what just happened there. You said a bunch of stuff, didn't give me a chance to respond, and say, now I want to pivot to another thing. You acknowledge it.
We've been hung up on this. We keep going back to the sex.
No, but you keep missaying. You keep misstating what I'm suggesting. Yes, it's absolutely true that they talk about LGBT. For example, I was on a panel where a bunch of people that probably share most of your political opinions, we were looking at specific high school curriculums. Granted, this is high school. I believe it started in 7th grade health classes, that the health classes were not just teaching the fundamentals of what sex is, what sperm is, what eggs, but they were teaching how to make sex more pleasurable. Do you agree with that? Is that something that should be taught?
For what age?
This was like 7th, 8th, 9th grade.
How to make sex more pleasurable?
Correct.
And where was this alleged to have happened?
It was in school. So I was on a panel. It was a Dylan Burns panel. That was an example people brought up, and it was part of the topic, one of the topics. Should these sex ed classes, there were examples that they were teaching them how to do sex well, how to do it and make it more pleasurable, more satisfying for yourself and your partner. Does that have a place in that sort of sexual education?
So if I'm remembering correctly, when I was a freshman in high school, I had a biology class. And in the biology, and again, this is Catholic school, so I was in 9th grade. The extent of like talking about pleasure when it came to sex was describing an orgasm, ejaculation. I remember foreplay being described, and part of the foreplay was sucking on a woman's nipples. We talked about this in 9th grade. And when looking back, that doesn't seem like it was inappropriate for my age.
Okay, so you're saying that you're okay with teaching 7th, 8th, 9th
graders?
To
a certain extent. Now, if we're talking about like, hey, let me teach you how to give a killer blowjob in 9th grade, probably that would be too far. I don't know how ubiquitous that is, Rob. I don't know if that's actually happening.
So wait. So you're saying that they could say, oh, to make sex more pleasurable, you should lick on your partner's nipples. That's okay.
No, they simply described what foreplay was as a part of the sexual process. They told us this in 9th grade. I remember him talking about licking nipples in 9th grade.
I would say that's inappropriate. You thought that level was appropriate.
Yes.
I don't think that's appropriate. But beyond that, you're clearly saying that you would accept some things beyond that. But where you would draw the line, the only line you seem to draw is how to give a good blowjob.
No, that's just one example.
But I'm not saying that's your line. I'm saying that's the only example you've given.
It's a line.
Okay, so what would your line be?
Talking about like how to make butt sex pleasurable, or how to fucking, there's so many different examples I can think of, like what's a dirty Sanchez, well, maybe talking about like threesomes, or
so
maybe talking about like edging, maybe talking about like shoving anal beads in, or maybe talking about like
all of that's too far. You're saying that's what you're saying?
Probably for like ninth grade, probably, yeah. But talking about arousal and how that leads to sex in ninth grade, do you remember? Did you know much about sex in ninth grade?
No, and we never in third grade. We didn't have any of the conversations you were talking about. You said in third grade they were telling you. We didn't do anything until sixth grade, where they separated the boys and girls from our public school, and then we had a big video and discussion on puberty, and there was a small part about sex, but very small, and it had nothing to do with licking nipples and shit, I'll tell you that. Then when we took health class in high school, 7th, 8th, 9th grade, when we took health class, there were conversations about sexually transmitted diseases and how to have safe sex and wear condoms, but there weren't discussions of types of sex, like oral sex, anal sex, licking nipple. None of that shit occurred. All of that shit's inappropriate. The role of state-funded education should quite simply be, once kids are old enough to hear about sex, how to have safe sex. That's it. The potential dangers of sex, Rob, not anything to do with how to arouse someone. All of that shit is sexualization that is inappropriate.
Teaching a kid about what sex is not sexualization. Sexualization is when you make that child a part of some sexual event. You make that child a part of your own arousal or climax or pleasure or whatever. Teaching kids about the fundamentals of sex is not sexualizing children. And the reality is, for years and decades and centuries, the truth is that most parents are more than happy to let educators teach them about kids. My family, for example, they didn't tell me anything about sex. It was entirely on the school to teach me about sex. And I'm guessing that is probably what most parents, how most parents approach this stuff. My understanding, Rob, is if any parent in any school in this country thinks it's inappropriate to teach their kid about this or that thing, that kid can leave the classroom. So if you object to kids in ninth grade learning about simple concepts like arousal, you are entitled as a parent to pull your kid out of that education. I personally think you're putting that kid at a disadvantage by making them so naive that they don't understand just the simple fundamentals of sex. But that is your right as a parent.
Fundamentals of sex, like licking nipples.
Arousal, yes.
I mean, I think it's grotesque. I think that what you're suggesting is grotesque.
It's grotesque?
Yes. I think that
they taught me about masturbation in 4th grade. My Catholic school, Mrs. Schloter, the most prim and proper woman you could possibly imagine, taught us what masturbation was in 4th grade. Was she sexualizing me, Rob?
Yes.
If you knew this woman,
how old were you in 4th grade?
I think I was 10 or 11.
Yes. Teaching a 10-year-old about masturbation, not the parents, but a school. Yes, that's fucking sexualization.
She was not, Rob.
What is masturbation? It is what type of act?
Pulling out a banana and demonstrating on a banana, this is how you make yourself jizz. It was very generalized information, like masturbation is the act of pleasuring yourself. I don't even think we got to orgasms. The first time I had an orgasm, Rob, I didn't even know what happened. I thought I fucking peed. So they didn't tell me like that level of specificity.
You were groomed.
Bro.
Yes, you were. Yes,
Mrs. Schloter
you should not be teaching a
9-year-old
about masturbation.
Lovely woman. She is a woman of Christ.
Inappropriate. She was vastly inappropriate teaching a 9-year-old about masturbation.
Well, Rob, if your kid had Mrs. Schloter as a teacher, you could instruct the teacher to excuse your kid, and
it's not just a matter of excusing.
Okay,
so theoretically, should schools be allowed to teach controversial issues that would be on the right, like gun ownership is very important. Like, should we have a class that teaches, for an hour a day civics. For a month, right, about the importance of how it's your patriotic duty. You should all class. Have, well, civics is different. I'm not saying the Second Amendment exists. I'm saying that all of you should have guns. It's the patriotic thing to do. Should we teach that in all schools, public schools?
What parallel? There,
Well, if you don't like it, you could
is
pull
a
your kid out of
the
Whoa, 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 whoa. If you
sexuality
don't-
is a
What?
fundamental aspect of being a human being.
But that's like saying
Firearm ownership is in nowhere close to what we're talking about here.
Notice what you conflate, right? Like, so you say sexuality is a fundamental
I'm
part of being a
conflating
human.
things.
Yes, it's a fundamental part of being a human being. I would say I agree.
is.
I've admitted
Yes.
that there is a place in school to talk about things like they should at an appropriate age talk about this is safe sex. These are diseases. These are the consequences. I've said all that. You go further though. You say, isn't sexuality something that's fundamental to all human beings? Yes. Therefore, they should teach that you could lick nipples to make them feel good. But if you don't like it, that's cool. You can pull your kid out of class. That is a
You're
complete
so hung up on the nipple licking.
But the point I'm trying, because what we're doing is you say something exists, right? You say, shouldn't sexuality, isn't that something universal to all of us? Yes. And you're saying, therefore, all of this stuff should go. And if you don't like it, Rob, that's cool. You could just pull your kid out of the class.
Yeah, you
so
can.
I give an example and say, well, here's something, right, that I think's important. Gun ownership. I happen to think that's important. I think our founding fathers would have thought that's important. If you don't like it, you can pull your kids out of the class. And
Okay,
you're like,
Rob,
oh, you're like, what you're saying when I could pull kids out of the class isn't teaching about safe sex. You're saying I could pull them out of stuff that's extraneous. Would you
This is like me
think
saying, Rob, this is like me saying, do you think that we should teach kids in classrooms all over the country that getting an abortion is okay?
No.
Okay.
But the
Do you
point I'm trying
understand the parallel that I
to
just
make,
drew there?
we shouldn't. No, yes, I understand. The parallels
Okay.
that we're talking about are that you shouldn't have things that's part of your cultural or political agenda that aren't fundamentally necessary to the education of children being taught, especially when it's against people's core beliefs. If your answer to that is, please let me finish. If your answer to that is, well, you could just pull your kid out of the class. Let me ask you this question then: if you found out that the local school district that you pay taxes in was teaching sex ed and wasn't teaching kids about licking nipples, would you say that it was doing children a disservice and the curriculum needed to change because this licking nipples and arousing people is a fundamental truth that they need to understand?
I think that there is age-appropriate sex education, and if I felt like there was an inadequate, if the curriculum was inadequate and they were not properly preparing my kid in that sense, then maybe I would show up to a school board meeting and being like, why aren't we talking about this or that thing?
I noticed that you changed the question. That's not the question I asked. I asked very specific on the topic of, you said your health education class was about licking nipples, was part of it. And if I didn't like it and my kid was in that school, I could pull them out. You seem to suggest that the reason that that's fun is because there's a fundamental truth to sexuality that all of us experience it. So I'm saying is, if that's what we're looking at, if we're saying, okay, schools have a right to teach things that are fundamental that everyone needs to know. Let's see if this licking nipple thing is part of that fundamental truth that they need to know. And so I ask you specifically, if your school district wasn't doing that, would you think that that led children unprepared and that was some fundamental truth that needed to be taught that wasn't being taught?
If they were avoiding topics like arousal, I would question that and be like, why aren't we teaching kids?
I notice you changed the question again. So I'll ask the question specifically again. The specific topic that we were talking about was you saying, if I didn't like, I'm
going to show up at a board meeting and be like, you need to teach my kids about licking nipples.
That's right.
I'm making a general statement.
No, that's not
arousal,
true. That's not
arousal as a concept should be taught age appropriately to kids in high school.
You're changing the question because the original topic on hand. Yes, you are, because the original topic at hand, when we were talking about, like, now I understand. Now you understand you're on your back foot, so you're going to keep interrupting. What you said was when I was saying, no, I don't think it's appropriate to teach things about nipples.
Winning the debate.
You said you could pull your kid out of that class. You said you could pull your kid out of that class. And I said, but we wouldn't say that with other things. That's why I gave the example. If I have a fundamental thing that I think it's important for all kids to learn that you don't agree with, you would say, yeah, but that's not fundamental, right? Your belief that gun ownership means being a good American and being patriotic, that's not something that's necessary and fundamental. And I say, oh, but you could pull your kid out of the class. But your answer, if you were being honest, you would have said, yes, but just because I could pull my kid out of the class, I shouldn't, with my tax dollars, have to pay for a curriculum that I don't agree with that's not necessary for their education. And I would say, you're right, Hutch. I would say, listen, right, I would say, you're absolutely right, Hutch. And that's how I feel about teaching fourth graders about masturbation or ninth graders cares about licking nipples for arousal? So then when I bring up like, okay, then let's see, when I bring that up, you say, no, but sexuality is a fundamental thing. So now I have to differentiate sexuality and teaching kids about things like safe sex from teaching kids about things like how to arouse someone by licking their nipples, which I don't think is a fundamental part of the education that they should be getting. So I ask you the question in the simplest, I ask you the question in the what does that have to do with, so again, so you're back to saying that yes, we should teach kids. Are you not a fan
of foreplay?
So what you're doing is, I get it. Tell me about, so I'll answer your question, but first answer me this. Do you really want to talk to kids about foreplay? Is that something that gets you off?
I don't
know. Go
ahead,
Hutch. Tell us.
When you're
getting me off. Yeah,
when you're becoming aroused at the thought of kids.
No. Tell me how you want to talk to 10-year-olds about foreplay. Go ahead, Hutch.
Whatever is age appropriate, and I would defer to like childhood psychologists for that sort of a thing. I'm not qualified because I didn't go to school.
Right? Go ahead.
If you're going to ask me a question, Roberto,
go ahead.
I think I should be able to answer. I did not go to school with a specialty in child sexual or psychological development. I defer to people that have, and those people have made observations over decades, and these are the people that generally craft this sort of curriculum. And I, generally speaking, would defer to their knowledge on that sort of a thing. So if they tell me it is appropriate to teach a kid about basic concepts at the age of 14, 15, like arousal, that doesn't scare me. I don't look at that. I don't look at that situation and think that teacher's trying to fuck all those kids. Have you met like high school teachers?
I get the deflection. Keep deflecting. What Hutch is doing here is he just gave the rationale for why he wants to teach children about foreplay. So now he has to go off on a long screen and hope you'll forget about it.
Kids,
don't worry, audience.
Rob,
I won't let him. I won't let you forget about. I won't let him forget.
It gets me so hot thinking about kids learning about nipples.
Keep going with your deflection.
I'm hard right now, Rob.
I believe it. Someone clip it. I believe it. Okay.
Rock hard, buddy.
Are you done with your deflection?
And then I can respond. Stop me.
Right.
You can't stop me from being aroused.
You done with your deflection? You done? Okay. So let me tell you what happened. I wasn't making it personal, saying like, "Oh, Hutch is."
You weren't making it personal. No. You just told me I was I was getting aroused at the thought of teaching kids about masturbation. Rob.
I did. If you wouldn't have interrupted me, you would have heard what I was saying. I didn't make it personal in ways like that until Hutch started to ask me if I personally engage in foreplay. Now, this is an absurd rationale. The behaviors that adults engage in sexually and why they do them and what sort of kinks they have or things like that are completely separate from what we should be teaching children in schools. But because he can't defend this point that it's somehow some universal truth that we should teach ninth graders about, like, what do you keep saying there? What do you need to interrupt? You need to talk about how you're aroused about.
When did I say we should teach kids about like kinks?
Well, kinks I would put in like specific things that arouse you, like licking nipples. I would consider
a kink. You think that's kinky?
I think that
that's pretty vanilla, Rob.
Define kink.
Kink is something that is generally considered to be outside of, quote, the norm. So it's like a niche kind of sexual interest. So when I think of like a kink, I think of like a foot fetish, or I think of a humiliation fetish, or I think of a pee-pee or a poo-poo fetish. I don't think of licking nipples as a kink, Rob. That's just sex. That's just like normal.
Well, that's fine. You can think what you want. I'm using the word kink there to mean proclivities that you have that arouse you sexually. That's how I'm using the terms. And so me saying that we shouldn't
not what a kink is.
Okay, well, then maybe I'm misusing the word. I'm sorry. I will trust the guy that wants to teach foreplay.
You can have a
10-year-olds.
kink where you get like really aroused or like booby licking stuff, but it's just like a vanilla kind of.
No. Thank you so much, Hutch. It's nice to hear what these actual sexual terms mean from people that are so involved in sexualization that they want to teach arousal methods to children.
What am I involved in?
Foreplay.
What am I involved in?
You want to teach foreplay to children. It's something that excites you.
Why do I want to do that, Rob?
I don't know. You tell me.
Is it because? Do you think it's because I want to fuck kids, Rob?
I don't know. Is that what you're doing? You tell me.
Is that what you? Well, you seem to be intimating as such. Is that what you're saying?
No. What I'm intimating is I wasn't
making it personal. Weird thing to accuse someone of.
What I'm the accusation is based on the following. We were talking about this outside the scope of people's personal sexual preferences, etc., as adults, and you made it personal by saying because I didn't want conversations with children about licking nipples in health education class, you were then like, oh, so what, Rob? You don't like licking nipples? So if it's fair ground for you to imply that I must personally not like that activity and it says something about my sexuality, that's why I don't want it taught to children, then the counter question to you would be like, oh, so it seems to be saying that you want things that you're into sexually arousal to be taught to children. So if
just-
you think
I
I'm a
don't think-
prude, it means I'm a prude because I don't want to teach kids about licking nipples. Then I think it's fair game for me to ask, so are you unprudish enough that you're excited about teaching kids about licking nipples? That's how we got on this. That's how it became personal.
I don't think that me as a 14 or 15-year-old kid, when they taught us about like basic foreplay stuff and arousal stuff, when I look back at that, my teacher was not trying to sexualize me. I don't view it that way at all.
Your teacher that was teaching you masturbation when you were 9 years old was, and the schools have no place. It is
how to masturbate. Do you understand that? They were just teaching it as a concept. Self-pleasure as a concept. They weren't going into great detail. Believe me, I didn't know that, Rob, I didn't know that girls had pee holes until I licked pussy for the first time.
You could keep talking. Honestly, I'm not trying to be rude. I need a drink. I'll be right back.
Okay, so do I. I'll be right back.
Okay. You back?
Yeah.
Okay.
So what I was saying was, I didn't know that girls had pee holes until the first time I licked pussy. I was 17 years old. And I went down there. I was like, hey, what does this feel like? And she said, well, you're licking my pee hole, so it doesn't really feel like anything. And I was shocked.
Okay.
To give you a sense of the extent of our sex education.
Okay.
So they gave us broad concepts.
Okay.
They did not get into details.
Okay.
Basically, ever. You're getting really hung up on the nipple thing. And I guess we can just agree to disagree.
The reason I'm getting hung up is because I'm actually shocked as someone my age, you're saying even back then, this was sort of thing. The nipple thing's bad enough, but the fact that you were in 4th grade and you had a teacher that was teaching you about masturbation. Now, if I'm doing my math correct, the average 4th grader is probably 9 years old, correct?
I was 9 or 10.
Okay. You were 9 or 10, but the average person would be 9. Presumably you were in class with other people. Or she didn't
No,
pull
I think 9 would be on the young side. I think most people were 10.
Okay, let's say 9 or 10. For me, it's like kindergarten, 5 years old, right? 1st grade, 6. Yeah. 2nd grade, 7. 3rd grade, 8. 4th grade, 9. I think that would be the average, right?
That's what I said.
You just said most were 10. Okay. Nonetheless, 9 or 10-year-olds, it's hardly makes a difference anyways. 9 or 10-year-olds teaching them about masturbation. And presumably she didn't pull you aside. This was in front of the class, right?
Yeah, there were about 35 of us. Okay. And we all, it was like a 30-minute lesson. And that was it.
30-minute lesson on masturbation.
No, Rob, it was like, do you remember sex ed? For me, it was like, there was like a week of sex ed. So there was like a week where each day that week, for 5 days, it was like 30-minute lessons. And one day it would be about like how the egg is fertilized. And one day it would be about like different organs or whatever. It was all very biological. It was not like,
that's fine.
And then the woman comes in and she's wearing a satin robe and she takes it off. And a man takes his index finger and his middle finger and he licks his fingers. And he
really like talking about this shit, huh?
You know? No, I'm just saying it wasn't like that. It was like boring. It was
right, which is what it should be. What we could agree on when you say all people have sexuality and there is a role. Now, there's a question as whether there's a role for public schools to be teaching this shit or not. But I'll say that I can accept that public schools will be teaching kids a healthy amount of sexuality, like once they're of an appropriate age. Not 4th grade, that's way too early, and masturbation isn't part of that anyways. Teaching masturbation in 4th grade is fucking insane and is sexualization of children. But I'll go forward here before you interrupt me. I don't have a problem saying this is intercourse. Here is a penis. Here's a vagina. Here, if you have intercourse, here are the things that could happen. Women could get pregnant. You could get sexually transmitted diseases. Those sorts of things are fine. It is beyond that. And the way we got into this, I was saying I had a conversation on a panel where we talked about a bunch of lefties were saying, yes, schools should go to some degree to teach people how to have sex well, how to make it pleasurable for themselves and their partner. I vehemently disagree. That to me is sexualization of children. And your response to your response to that was, well, even back when I was in 9th grade, we had some of that stuff. You're like, yeah, there would obviously be a line I wouldn't agree with, but some of that I'm okay with. Like we talked about how for purposes of arousal, people might lick nipples. I say, whoa, that's too far. You're like, but sexuality is a universal human trait and we should talk about it. Right. I don't have a problem talking about the boring shit that you keep mentioning here. What I have a problem with is you specifically seem to think it's okay to teach 9-year-olds about masturbation and to teach people about how to arouse people by licking nipples and shit in health class. That should be, you are defending that, correct?
Okay, should human beings at any point in their development be taught about arousal?
Yeah, your family could teach you about that. That's not the role of a public educator.
But if you believe that, it is within your right to take your kid out of sex ed. If you want to be the one to teach them about licking nipples, you have that right. No school is going to tell you, no, you have to let them stay in class. Many parents are fine with the educators being the one to teach them about these concepts. I personally think that you probably shouldn't be an 18-year-old and not know what arousal is.
I think that it's funny. I will admit, I rarely do this, but I did see a funny comment in my chat that I have to bring up. Like, we have education rates in like math proficiency and reading proficiency that are failing in schools all across this country. We see the United States seems to be constantly slipping on the world scale of the quality of our education, both in primary education and secondary education. And Hutch is like, well, forget about that math shit. You know what the problem is? We need to teach 9-year-olds to jack off. We should teach that's my. We need to make space. We need to make space for 9-year-olds to learn about masturbating.
Rob, did I say that we shouldn't teach kids math?
No, I didn't say you said that. I said with all of those things, it seems that your concern is. Okay, if I said, Hutch said don't teach kids math, I don't believe I said that, but if I said that, I retract that statement. What I meant to say was, with all of that stuff going on, Hutch's concern seems to be, we need to make room to teach 9-year-olds about masturbating.
You're saying that if you teach kids sex education, this necessarily means that you don't teach them math or geography. I'm saying it's a school. That's where they go to learn about all of these things. I have never said we shouldn't teach kids math or we should devote the entire curriculum throughout the course of the year to sex ed. Again, Rob, sex ed is usually something that takes place over the course of a week, 2 weeks. It's like 20, 30 minutes a day, and that's it.
The whole part, we could stay on this all night if you want. The whole part of this is all of this illustrates.
Would prefer not to.
Me too. Well, are you sure?
Because I wanted to ask you about pride.
You seem to be quite gung-ho.
Because I've been trying to ask you about pride for like 2 hours now, dude.
Okay, real quick. So I'll finish this. One, I answered about pride, and then it got into this. I gave a big long. I said, I think a lot of it has to come with the notion of being queer and blah, blah, blah.
Sexualizing kids.
I answered the question, right? I answered it, and then you went from there, and it led to here, right? But I'll just say, all of this, I can draw the fact because you took the subject there, because you said, well, it seems to be you're saying that gay people are more likely to sexually abuse kids, that you're saying increased tolerance. You're the one who did that. You did it.
On your impressions.
Yeah, I'm bad at that. I'll agree with that. But nonetheless, the last thing I'll say, and then we could go back to pride or whatever. No, that disrespect intended. I'm terrible at impressions, I know. I do an okay Cookie Monster. Nonetheless,
that was a good Alex Jones. I don't know if that was good.
The point I'm trying to make is it's this sort of stuff that is sexualization of kids when you're teaching things like arousal, masturbation to kids, and it's part of what we're talking about. Schools should be about learning reading, civics, math, that type of shit, and the bare
I agree.
minimum to keep someone safe. So there's a place for phys ed, like the importance of maintaining body health. There's an importance for health class. There's an importance for small discussions on sort of appropriate sexual behavior. What I'm saying is what you're doing, even you, who's probably not involved in academia, but what you're illustrating here is the direction that schools are going, that there's all this other shit that shouldn't be the rules of school. Well, we need to teach them about arousal. We need to teach them about masturbation. And it's so much worse because what we see is these schools are indoctrinating kids. We used to call it like things like critical race theory, but they're indoctrinating them in other ways to talk about why it is positive to have what we would have before considered alternative sexual lifestyles. And the sexualization of kids is part and parcel to that. That by saying that, because when you say it's important to teach kids about other sexual orientations, necessarily what happens is you teach them about alternative ways of sex, and then there's discussions of should we be teaching them about how to make sex pleasurable? Should we be teaching them about self-gratification and things like this? All of this,
ties into pride.
Okay.
This ties into pride because my perspective is that I think it's valuable. So, for example, California curriculum mandates that you teach kids that quote unquote like alternative families exist. So kids in California are taught that 2 men can be parents and 2 women can be parents and 2 trans people can be parents. It's basically just informing them these people exist. I think that is a good thing because when we tie it back to what we were talking about before, like going back to the 90s, like outwardly homophobic language and attitudes were totally prevalent at that time, which if you were a gay kid, you probably in my neck of the woods would have been in the closet. There was one kid that was out of the closet. He got picked on like a motherfucker. I'm interested in moving towards a culture where people are not picked on for that sort of a thing. So if a kid shows up at a school and he's got 2 dads and no one taught those other kids that 2 dads exist as a family unit, that kid might get made fun of. But if you teach kids that this kind of dynamic can exist and this kind of dynamic can exist and this kind of dynamic can exist, then you're fostering a culture of being informed about these things. You're fostering a culture of understanding that different types of people exist. And the point of that is to decrease social stigma. And the point of that is to make people feel comfortable being themselves. They don't feel the need to be closeted or hide who their family is or whatever. That, to me, is the point of all these things. It's not to, quote, sexualize kids or indoctrinate them or encourage them to be queer. And when we're talking about pride as a movement sprung up after decades and centuries and millennia of horrifying discrimination, persecution, murder, social ostracizing, these kinds of things. It arrived. The movement arrived it was happening. It happened because people were being rounded up and thrown into like paddy wagons and hauled off into jail for going to a gay bar. Gay bars had to exist as sort of like a speakeasy in the 20s. So you had to do it in secret. There was a culture of humiliation when it came to queer people. And it got to a point where queer people had enough and they fostered this movement as a counterweight against that. So celebrating who you are, celebrating your sexuality, it's not the same thing as like telling a kid you should be gay. Celebrating your sexuality in the context of pride simply means I exist. This is who I am. There's nothing wrong with that. I don't feel like I should be discriminated against, assaulted, murdered.
Okay. No, that's not what's occurring. So what you're saying is something that, although there are people that would disagree with, I don't have a problem. Now, there's an argument that we have declining birth rates, we have declining family values, and so therefore, if we're interested in what's best for society, what we should have is our schools be teaching people that the primary best sort of family unit would be one with 2 parents, one with a man and a woman, etc. I don't personally necessarily believe that. I do believe that is the best thing for society, that family unit would be best, but I don't have a problem doing what you're suggesting. Why? And this is the fundamental. Why? You notice, like, you just talked for like 5 minutes and I sat here patiently, right?
Fair.
Okay. So I don't have a problem though doing what you're suggesting. Like, for example, if my kid was watching an episode of Sesame Street the other day and there was a little song in it that was like, going with their family to the park, and I'm here with my mom and dad, and then the next kid's like, I'm here with my dad, my other dad. I don't have a problem with that. Fine. If you're second grade, it wants to be like, some families are a dad and another daddy, and some families are a mom and another mommy, and some families are just one dad, and some families are a dad and a mom. I don't have a problem with that. How long does it take to do that? Right? Like, what's the curriculum? How long does it take to do that? You could say that's what the curriculum suggests, but we don't believe our lying eyes is what you're suggesting. We could see what's actually going on. You can see it through example after example that Chris Rufo's talked about, that has been on Libs of TikTok, video that you could see of teachers themselves that are putting videos on YouTube with pride flags hiding, with them saying, oh, we're so proud that, little Jimmy came out and we're not going to tell his family and shit like this. These things are happening over and over. It is going beyond what we, the average person, can accept. And this is what almost always happens with the left and with the progressive. Most people have a big heart. I'm not even the most conservative guy. I'm more populist than conservative. I absolutely have a big heart. I've already explained I don't have a problem with gay marriage. I have gay friends. I don't give a shit. I don't judge them for that shit. Yeah, there are some Christians that do have a problem because they see that as being something that's going to harm those people because they'll end up going to hell because it's a sin, or that it's bad for society because it's deteriorating the traditional family unit, which is a good thing. Which I agree, the traditional family unit is something that we need to get back to. But I'm not going to denigrate or treat like shit someone that's gay or in a gay relationship. More power to them. It's hard to find someone you like. You find someone you like, I don't have a problem with it. The problem is you use that and you say, see, therefore shouldn't we preach tolerance? I'm not saying you specifically, but this is what happens. And we're like, yeah. And it always goes further. It always goes further. Well, now we got to have the pride flag in the class, and we got to have special days honor, and we got to have this, and we got to do that, and we'll celebrate when kids come out as LGBT. And now all of a sudden we go from schools that traditionally had 1% LGBT, now it's 20%, then 30%, then 40%, and it's in almost every area for these children. It's what they're hearing at schools. It's what they're hearing when they turn on their favorite television shows. It's what they're hearing from their musicians that they like. It's what they're seeing in comic books. It's what they're seeing in video games. This is being inundated in these children. And so unfortunately what's happening, and Hutch, let me give a plea to you and your audience. I'm going to lose. That's what's going to happen. You should want someone like me that's like, of course, be tolerant of people, of course. You should want someone like me, the average person, who what their opinions would be on this. You should want us to win out. But we're going to lose because your side's going to keep pushing. You're going to keep pushing and pushing. You're going to say it's okay to have the people half naked stripping in front of children. It's okay. It's okay to have the gender queer book. It's okay to teach the kids about masturbating. It's okay. It's okay. And enough people are going to get pissed. Enough people are going to get pissed that they're going to go to the other side. And they're going to say, fuck all of this shit. They might lose, but it's going to cause such a cultural conflict that it's going to cause even more division and separation. Because you are people like you. You and people like you can't accept tolerance. It was never about, I guess I can't say you. I don't know. But people that seem to share the same talking points as you never wanted tolerance. It was never about tolerance for them. It was about treating them as special and celebrating them. And when have we ever celebrated? Do you think it's something to celebrate my heteronormative sexuality? Is that something worth celebrating? Would you find that odd if in school teachers were like, yeah, today it's going to be hetero month. Yay, mom and dad are best. Straight sex is the best.
I want the same thing for you that I want for everybody else, which is that I want you to feel, and all human beings, to feel comfortable in their own skin, to just be who they are, as long as it's not harming anybody. So this obviously precludes sexually abusing kids. But sure, of course, I want you to live a happy life, a fulfilled life, a life where you can feel free to be who you are, and you're safe in that. So you talked about like not telling parents about certain things. Do you acknowledge that there are parents in this country who would physically abuse their children if they knew they were queer?
Yeah. Do you acknowledge there are parents in this country that would physically abuse their children if they went against their wishes to be gay?
Oh boy. Can you? I don't think I quite heard that right.
Right. I answered. Notice how I answered your question successfully with one word. So I'll repeat your question. Will you acknowledge there are parents in this country that would physically abuse their children if they went against those parents' wishes to be LGBT or gay?
So you're saying that there are parents out there that are telling their kids, hey, be queer.
Yes.
And the kid says, well, I don't want to be queer.
Yes.
And then the parent beats them?
Yes.
No.
Yeah, you're a liar. Of course that happens.
Where are you getting this, dude?
Well, for example, do you think that a 3-year-old can have a gender identity?
I think that we start to form an identity at a really young age. And my understanding is that you can start to see certain behaviors emerge at the age of 3. Of course, it is going to be very limited because they're cognitively, they've got a lot of development to go. But I don't think that, for example, I don't think that there's like, I don't think that you're going to find a 3-year-old that is like fully out as a trans person, if that's what you mean.
So when we see videos that you can find over and over again online that people put up on their social media of parents of 2 and 3-year-olds going, oh, Johnny's a girl. Now we realize she's really Jill, blah, blah, blah. You acknowledge that exists, and that's child abuse, correct?
Is it child abuse to affirm a kid's identity?
No, because you're acknowledging that they wouldn't have an identity like that. Right. And so that's child abuse because that's the parent foisting their own beliefs onto that child in ways that will predictably lead to negative outcomes.
So what we know is that kids as early as 3 can be seen to exhibit certain patterns of behavior, such as if you're a boy playing with like Barbie dolls instead of G.I. Joes, or you want to wear a dress or something like that. Are you saying that parents in that spot should assert themselves and say, no, you have to play with the G.I. Joe, or no, you have to wear pants?
No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are parents that are making declarative statements that their kid is transgender as young as 2 and 3 years old. And you're acknowledging that no, a 2 or 3-year-old isn't developed enough to have a gender identity like that, and therefore it's abuse. Let me finish. Therefore, it's abuse for the parent to foist their own beliefs onto this child, which will have predictable negative outcomes.
I don't think that there are parents out there that are like assigning transness to their kids or like forcing it on them. I have never, ever seen a single example of a parent physically abusing their child because the child did not go along with the parent's interpretation of their gender identity. I've never have you seen that?
Okay, Business Insider, essay by Anonymous. This is September 2020. My toddler came out at trans at age 4. He's so much happier now. Do you want me, how many examples? If I read 40 of these, will you acknowledge it exists?
That is a different thing.
U.S. parents, Reuters, U.S. parents accept children's transgender identity by 3. This is Daniel Trotta, December 22, 2016. How many times do I have to read this? No. What I'm saying is 2 different things. No, you're clever at doing this. You're clever at doing this. You're clever at doing this. What you're doing is, no, you're clever at doing it. I said multiple things. I said multiple things.
There are parents out there that are abusing their kids for not going along with their parents' ideas of the kid's identity. So, for example,
here we go, another filibuster because he realizes what he's doing. We can sum this up in like 5 seconds.
Not being trans, and I'm saying I've never ever seen that. Have you?
Right. So what I'm saying is I said that there are parents that abuse their children, probably including in physical ways that don't conform to the LGBT lifestyle that they would want. And you were like, I don't believe that. So I said, okay, let's begin. And I started to go through with how I was going to prove that. The first point I said was, well, you acknowledge that like 2 and 3-year-olds can't have like a transgender identity. And you hemmed and hawed, and it took forever to get to it, but basically said, yeah, I would say that. And I would say, okay, would you also acknowledge that there are parents that make declarative statements that yes, their child at that age is trans? And you were like, well, I don't know about that. They might wear a dress and blah, 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 blah. So then I proceeded to read evidence to you to the contrary. Then when I read that evidence, you then referred it back to my original statement and said, well, how does this prove that they physically abused their child? Which I haven't got to that point yet. What I had to do was, because you're denying reality and you drag your feet in every one of these points, I have to go step by step to provide evidence to prove on the chain of thought that would get to the eventual evidence that I'm seeking to prove from the original supposition. But what you want to do is delay, act like it doesn't occur. Then when I start to provide evidence it occurs, act like that, no, this doesn't prove the original question. I'm not saying that it proves the original question. I was forced to read that evidence because you seem to be hesitant or denying that there were parents that foist these sort of abusive beliefs on children. And it is child abuse to foist a transgender belief on them that would have predictable negative consequences for them when the child's unable to create that themselves.
Okay. So let's say, for example, you have a 3-year-old. And let's say your 3-year-old is, we'll use the language, a biological male, right? And let's say your 3-year-old insists that they want to be called a girl, and let's say that your 3-year-old insists that they want to wear dresses, and let's say your 3-year-old insists on engaging in behavior that is more typically in line with young girls, okay? We know that this is a thing that happens without parents just forcing it on the kids. In fact, we know of many parents that try to push their kids away from that as much as possible. Now, I'm not saying this is very common. When we're talking about trans people, we're talking about a very small percentage of the population. But we know that trans people have existed for as long as human recorded history has existed. So this is just a natural phenomenon that occurs in human beings.
Is that kid trans?
I'm asking you.
You didn't ask me anything. I'm asking you. You just said, right? It's funny how people conflate this stuff. For example, as an adult man, if I wear dresses, am I trans?
Let me answer that question.
Mm-hmm.
No, not necessarily.
Right.
You could be a cross-dresser, which doesn't mean it's not the same thing.
Same with the kid, except it wouldn't be a cross-dresser. It would be normal kid shit. My kid thinks he's a dinosaur sometimes.
Right. Okay. I've heard this comparison before. It's just not the same thing.
Of course it is.
No, it's not.
Yes.
So to answer your question, when you say, is that kid trans? Well, I don't know. It's possible that they could go. Rob, are you going to let me answer the question?
Yeah, I'm just laughing because you're now backtracking on your previous statement.
Is that kid trans? Well, that depends. Sometimes kids will go through a phase like that, and then they abandon that phase, and it's no longer a thing. Sometimes kids exhibit these formations of gender identity, even at an age as early as 3, and then they stay trans. So it depends on the kid. So should a parent in that spot not respect the kid who is saying, I wish to be called a girl?
It's not trans. It's the equivalent of asking the one that says, I want to be called a dinosaur. Is it disrespectful for the parent to say you're not a dinosaur? The parent could go along with the delusion or not if they want. But the idea that makes that kid trans is absurd. As you initially said, children at the ages of 2 and 3 years old do not have the developmental ability to declare that they are the gender non-assigned at birth. That's clearly not the case. Yes, it's certainly true. That's not what the science says. Well, the science is full of shit then. No, they don't. 2 and 3-year-olds are not transgender. See, and I love this. I love how you make an answer and then you go back on it. So originally you said, 2 and 3-year-olds don't have the ability to be transgender. That's what you said. And now you're saying, well, actually the science says yes. So I'll just ask you again, since you're giving literally, let me finish. Since you're giving literally the opposite answer on this, I'll ask you to clarify so you can give a third different answer if you want now. Okay. Because you're not operating in good faith. You're just trying to be debate bro. So I'll ask you again, can a 2 or 3-year-old be transgender?
I don't know if they can firmly be one thing or another. I know that they can exhibit certain behaviors. So for example, when you were 3 years old, did you understand that you were a boy?
No.
Rob?
No. I didn't know. I know my parents said I was a boy, but I didn't understand what being a boy meant.
So you don't think that you were able to recognize at the age of 3, if you were out with other kids and you saw girls, you weren't able to recognize at that age that you were different than that?
I might say that I understand there's physical, it's hard to imagine back, but I would guess at 3 years old, I understood there were physical characteristics that were different traditionally from boys and girls. But the idea of understanding what transgender people call gender, right, and understanding the characteristics of a boy and a girl other than the physical characteristic, no, I would have had no clue.
I never said that a 3-year-old is going to exhibit a deep understanding of something as complex as gender identity. What I can tell you is that what we observe in young human beings is that they can exhibit at really young ages. You will find instances without any kind of prompting from the parents of a young boy wishing to be called a girl, wishing to be dressed like a girl.
Does not make them transgender. Yes.
It doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be that way for the rest of their lives.
They dress like dinosaurs. They dress like airplanes. Doesn't mean they're dinosaurs. Doesn't mean they're airplanes.
To my knowledge, there is no recorded human phenomenon of young people literally thinking that they're dinosaurs or helicopters. We do know, and we have observed, and we do observe that there are young kids as early as 3 that wish to be treated and addressed as a gender that does not correspond with their biological sex. So we know that this is something we can observe that happening.
That
Now,
we can
you're
also.
saying that a parent. You're saying that a parent who just straight up says, no, 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 we're not going to call you girl. We're not going to call you girl. You're saying that that's like the right thing to do as a parent. Child developmental psychologists are saying that the best thing that you can do if you want good outcomes for mental health when they're later on in their teens and when they become adult is to affirm their identity. That's what they're saying. So you can say that that's abuse, but when we're talking about outcomes like less suicide, less depression, I think that's a good thing. I don't think it's abusive.
So, Hutch, I appreciate the debate bro stance, and I understand you're a dime a dozen like all these other lefties that can't just take a position and be honest and debate about it. You can't do that, and you got to do the debate bro where you change your answer. So the answers we've had on this from Hutch is clearly no. A 2 and 3 year old can't be transgender. They don't have that. Then it was yes, the science says that's the case. Then he changed it to, well, what we do know is that there are 3-year-olds. There are 3-year-olds that like wearing dresses that are biological male and like to be referred to as girl. We do know that, but we have what you said was you're unaware of any evidence ever of any kid that wanted to be addressed as a dinosaur. That's what you said. You had no evidence of that ever.
There is no recorded phenomenon.
Want me to take my camera downstairs?
A pattern of human behavior where your
I wouldn't show you my kid, Hutch, though. Don't worry.
Your kid insisted over and over and over again, no, I'm not a human being, I'm a dinosaur. You're making up this is like a millionth variation of the Apache helicopter joke.
Much like they wouldn't understand probably the concept at 2 or 3 years of like exactly what human being was. Okay. They also don't understand because they want to dress as something. You're trying to say that they understand complex issues.
Where we disagree.
Okay. Here's where we disagree. I'm saying that a parent saying my kid is a boy in a girl's body is fucking abusing their kid. Evidence of that being she likes cowboy boots and cowboy hats and trucks and horses is bullshit.
Further than
that's bullshit. That's what I'm saying. That person's not trained.
When I'm saying,
please shut your fucking mouth. Please, what I'm saying is that a 2 or 3 year old does not have the ability to identify with the concept of gender in that way, to acknowledge that they're actually the gender that wasn't assigned to them at birth. Most of the time, what you see when you see parents that are, in fact, all of the time, is because it's the parents that are wishing that upon the child because they have Munchausen by proxy and they think that it makes them special as the parents to have the special trans kid. That's what's fucking going on. There is no 2-year-old or 3-year-old that is fucking trans. There are 2-year-olds and 3-year-olds that like to wear and pretend and do things that we traditionally associate with the other gender. That does not mean that they are people that are saying that I'm acknowledging that I'm in the wrong body, that I am a biological male that was born in a female's body.
So when it comes to these topics, I go back to what we were talking about before when we were talking about educators determining curriculum because they've studied child developmental psychology, this sort of thing. I defer to experts on this stuff. And when I've looked into this issue, I have found that the science shows that we can observe in some children an insistence that they be called by this or that pronoun. They don't want to be dressed in sort of, quote, gender appropriate attire. So there's a study that I'm pulling up right now. They said researchers asked the children how much they felt like a boy or a girl or something else. They also asked about preferences for toys and clothes that are stereotypically associated with one gender. The transgender kids showed strong preferences for toys and clothing typically associated with their gender identity, not their assigned sex. We're talking about a study of 317 transgender children ages 3 to 12.
Yeah, I don't give a shit about I don't give a shit about what the groomer scientists say if that's the case. I haven't looked at the study, but no, it's absolute bullshit.
Don't you think?
I don't give a shit. Just like the scientists had lied to us on sorts of things.
What would be the motivation to just fabricate this data?
Several motivations. One, trans patients are huge fucking big money business for the doctors that engage in it. It's why it's one of the fastest growing medical fields. Once you have a trans patient, you have a patient for life. The money is fucking insane that these medical professionals get. Second, there is an incentive for these parents. Like, for example, but even if I would concede all of this, which I don't, you can't be a fucking transgender 2-year-old. It's because the parents are foisting that. You could be a 2-year-old that likes dolls, but you're a biological male, and maybe you like wearing dress, doesn't make you transgender, right?
No.
But you're not transgender. But
we're not talking about the we need to draw a distinction between tomboys and trans
That's
people.
right. There is a difference. They're not trans, they're tomboy. I agree.
The difference is a tomboy is not going to insist that you use certain pronouns.
Bullshit. The 2-year-old, again, I've had...
What do you mean bullshit?
I knew, for example, I knew a girl. This is absolutely true. I knew a girl, I believe by the age of 4, used to would take like a flour tortilla and bite eyes and mouth and say she was Bob. That's who she was. Her alter ego. I'm Bob. Today I'm Bob. That's who I am today. And Bob liked to do little mischievous things, but that's what she insisted. She'd get mad when she was wearing that mask if you didn't call her Bob. So you're saying, yes, she was actually Bob. She was schizophrenic. She had multiple personalities. How is that not the same thing? She was insistent when she wore that mask that she was Bob, that you referred. She was upset when you didn't refer to her as Bob. How is that not? Would you say that it's
schizophrenia does not manifest when you're 3.
But neither does transgenderism.
Schizophrenia, the symptoms of schizophrenia don't manifest usually until you're like an early adult, like anywhere between like 18 and 22. It's exceedingly rare to have kids experience auditory and physical hallucinations.
Trans kids are exceedingly rare.
What you're describing, right? They are exceedingly rare, but they're not non-existent.
Neither are kids with multiple personalities. Are they non-existent?
Typically, when we're talking about mental illness that involves delusions like auditory hallucinations or multiple personalities, these things don't manifest until you're an early adult. You don't. It's very rare.
When did transgender? I love how this happens. So what you say is you're like transgender is exceedingly rare, and it's very rare for 2 or 3-year-olds to do this, right?
It is.
And then I'm like, okay, well, what about multiple personality? You're like, but that's rare. So
that's way more rare. That's way more.
Nonetheless,
rare. We're talking about
it doesn't matter because the argument you seem to be making is, well, even though the trans 2-year-old is rare, still medical professionals say this is the way to go about that, to accept the terms that they want to be called, the pronouns and the names they want to be called. Why would it, if the rarity doesn't change the fact on that, why would it change? But again, let's get out of this whole debate because we get it.
Let me ask you this.
You can ask.
Let me ask you this, okay? Do you acknowledge that there are some people out there that, let's say there are 30-year-old, let's talk about 30-year-old trans people. Do you acknowledge that there are some 30-year-old trans people out there that basically more or less knew that they were trans at a very young age?
Define very young age.
3.
No.
You don't think that there are trans people out there that were insisting on you calling them a girl starting at 3 years old and they're still trans to this, that these people don't exist in your mind?
No. What do you remember about being 3?
I remember the earliest memory I have it was when I was 3 years old, and my mom took me to drop off my sister at kindergarten, and I walked up to some kid's painting, and I painted on his painting, and he yelled at me, and I got scared, and I ran to my mom. But I remember I had 4 sisters. I had 4 sisters growing up. And I remember at a very young age, I understood that I was a boy and that they were girls. I understood that there was a difference between me and them at a very young age.
Yeah, you understood the concept of biological sex. That boys look and have
I don't know if I had that level of an understanding. I understood that I was different from my sisters.
Did you understand the concept of gender? Did you understand what boys were normally supposed to play with? What clothes boys were normally supposed to wear? That people that were called girls. You didn't understand that at age 3. You don't have any memories of that?
Let me answer the question. I didn't understand it to the extent that I could have a conversation like you and me are having right now.
No one's
saying that. But I understood very loosely that I was a boy and they were girls. I remember
because the biological reality, because of the appearances. Not because
when we're talking about gender,
right?
We're not talking about biology. We're talking about identity.
Right. So then what we're talking about is you're like, I could prove here's evidence that I could rationalize with the transgender, because when I was 3, I had sisters and I looked at my sisters and said, oh, they're different. Right. Because of physical characteristics, because of biological sex. How does that in any way, shape, or form prove that a 3-year-old has a concept of the idea of of gender and could look at the girl and say, oh, actually, I know I'm them. Even though I look let me finish. Even though I look completely different than them, I know that really that's what my body's supposed to look like. I'm supposed to, because I have interest in things they have interest in. Therefore, I understand that I was born in the wrong body. That's what you're trying to claim.
You seem to think that there are no trans adults that exist in the world that sort of, quote, knew they were trans at a very young age, and you are wrong. They exist.
No, they didn't. They don't. There weren't ones that knew they were trans at 3. Bullshit.
You are so wrong about this, Rob.
So we're just gonna move on. I'll try to give you an
time. We get it. Spend some time looking at. Just
we learned a lot.
Just please, I'm imploring you. After this is done, just look up. Can we find examples of trans people that? Why would you not want to look it up?
Do you think that? How would we have proof that they're telling the truth?
What do you?
How would you have proof that they're telling the truth? For example, if I'm trans now and I have pride in being trans and I want to fight back against people that are bigoted trans and I want to say that kids that are 3-year-olds could be trans, how would I know when they say, yeah, trust me, I knew at 3 years old that I was a male. I knew, trust me. And you'd say, oh, well, that's it. That's proof. That's definitive proof. Yep,
you're gonna
sounds
find
good to me.
You're going to find people that are going to tell you that they had sort of a general sense
I don't
that
give a shit.
They didn't
know they were trans at 3.
So they're lying?
Yes. They're lying. They're misremembering. They've convinced themselves of something that's not true. Yes, they did not know they were trans at 3 years old. Now, to move on from this discussion, to get further to the point, would you acknowledge that being trans exceedingly rare?
Yeah. Well, exceedingly. I mean, it depends on what we're talking about. I mean, historically, it was like 0.5% of like the adult population.
Okay.
Those numbers are larger with younger, like Gen Z people and younger now. And we disagree on the reason for that. But yeah, generally between like 0.5 and 1.5% of the population. It's very rare. Yeah.
So when you see a parent that has 3 or 4 trans kids, you think that's all? That's just the dice rolled that way?
That would be a statistical anomaly. I would have questions about that family. Did they adopt? These kinds of things.
Mm-hmm. So if you would say, yeah, most likely it's not biological, then what could have caused those kids to be trans?
Well, I think it's more likely going to be the case that the kid just the parent was just decided to affirm whatever the kid said, and maybe there can be some desistance there. So maybe they're going through a phase, and then 3 years later, they say, you know what, I'd like to be called a boy, and then the parents in those cases, I assume, would be like, yeah, let's do that.
Well, that's a lot of work you're doing. That's a lot of assumptions you're doing here. Let's assume. Would you acknowledge that there are families that there are 3 or 4 kids that are all trans that don't desist?
I'm not. If you have something you want to share with me in the DMs, it's fine.
But I'm just asking you.
I'm familiar with these stories.
It seems that you're ignoring the obvious. It seems that, and everyone can see it. Everyone sees you ignore the obvious.
This family with like 3 trans kids, when we're talking about exceedingly rare, now we're talking about like lightning strike 3 times in the same spot levels of rare.
Yep.
So if you're making the case that this is like a prolific thing that's happening out there, where there are like tons of families and tons of communities all over the country that have like multiple trans kids, there is no way that is true.
That's not
maybe you can
making.
Find
and I understand. Did you ever watch it?
About
does
some
anyone
hippie
remember
family in Healdsburg in Northern California that has 3 trans kids? This is not not like a typical thing.
What was the name of that journalist that interviewed Jordan Peterson? She kept saying, so what you're saying is that's all you've done this whole debate. No, Hutch, that's not what I was saying. I was saying if we could point to
acknowledge that it's possible.
What do you think that you're avoiding? What do you think that everybody listening knows what you're avoiding? What do you think I'm going to say?
I am rejecting your premise that there's this widespread cultural push from parents all over the country to pressure their kids into being gay or trans. I think it's conservative, religious brain rot. I think you see what he's into a queer panic over the last several decades.
There you go.
It's tired. It's tropey. You've been doing the same shit for decades. Mm-hmm. You've been telling people for decades, queer people want to fucking molest kids. Mm-hmm. They want to marry their horses.
And there we are with the straw man.
There we are. All these hoops.
There we are.
No, this is what people have been doing for fucking decades.
There you go.
I don't buy it.
Yep, there you go.
I never have. I don't buy it.
Get it out.
I think you're all panicked and crazy.
Okay, get it out. So, how did we get here? Now, you'll see what Twitch, that's funny. Hutch, you're a good metaphor for Twitch, though. You're the exact type of lefty for the platform. So, what Hutch does here is this. He talks about something that's exceedingly rare, right? So, he says, to start with, don't you acknowledge that out there are parents that would abuse their children if they came out as gay? Physically, I'd assume you would say it would also be horrible to abuse them psychologically, socially, etc. Yeah, I acknowledge that exists. I said so immediately. I said so.
Okay.
With no head. Shut your mouth. I give you a chance to give your screed there. I said so immediately. No. Then I said, okay, would you acknowledge that there could also be people that are parents that are LGBT that force their kids into that and would be upset and abuse them physically, probably as well as socially? And he's like, well, he's like, no, I don't agree. That couldn't happen. That couldn't happen. So then we have to go. So here we go.
You have a single example of that happening?
So again,
do you have a single example of that happening?
Here we go. And now you see, after he got done I'm saying that people want to marry horses and shit. Now he'll resort back to so what you're saying, then he'll resort to his filibuster.
Do you have a single example of a parent abusing a kid for not being trans?
I'm going to keep going to my point. So we started with it. I said, okay, let's talk about how parents would be able to abuse their children in ways because they want them to be a certain sexuality or gender identity. First thing we talk about is, would you acknowledge that they're too young for a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old to be transgender? He has to fight tooth and nail. He changes his answer several times and eventually concludes well, I guess, maybe, blah, 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 because he sees the point that I'm getting to. Constantly changing his answers to push back because he knows if I say what actually is a form of child abuse, if a mom tells their 3-year-old, actually, you're a girl when they're a biological male and foists that on them, that would be a form of child abuse. So he knows that's where I'm going with it. So he has to say, actually, the 3-year-old can do this, and actually, blah, blah, blah. So I'm like, fine, let's change tactics. Would you acknowledge that there are families out there that have multiple trans kids, like 3-4 trans kids in the same family, and that's insanely statistically almost impossible to do that? And he's like, yeah, I acknowledge that. Now, he knows what my next point's going to be.
There's probably
so then that's evidence that there is at least psychological. Now, again, he's interrupting. So that's evidence that those family then were psychologically abusing their children and probably would be willing to physically abuse their children if they escape the scope of what those parents wanted. But he can't admit that. So he starts flipping out. He goes, but it's not that prevalent. It's not that prevalent. You're going to say they want to. Now he's back to his interrupting spiel. You see the tactic? Do you see? I'm going to say what I'm going to say. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. You can keep interrupting. It'll just take 4 hours to get it out. Or you let me say it and it'll come out as it comes out. Right? So what he does is, right, when he takes the exceedingly rare, because it's very rare for a parent to beat the shit out of their kid because they're gay. It's a very rare occurrence, but he wants to talk about it and make it seem like it's some big deal. So then when I turn the question on him, he wants to go, oh, you're somehow implying this is a super common thing, that it's super common that there's families with 4 transgender. You're claiming that it's super common, and that's just bullshit. And the next thing you'll say is that people want to marry horses, and I'm tired of this grift and blah, 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 blah. So when he wants to talk about a super rare situation as parents beating the shit out of their kids that come out gay, when I talk about there actually is forms of abuse that occur with parents that are forcing their kids into these sorts of identities, he's like, no, that doesn't count. It's bigoted to even suggest it because it's a rare situation, blah, blah, blah. He avoided it even when we were talking about. He knows what the obvious answer is. What's the most likely scenario? If a parent has 4 transgender kids, most likely scenario is that parent is somehow being impressionable to those students or to those kids to force them to be transgender, which is a form of child abuse. I could go into a litany of reasons why, but the easiest one is because transgender people have more mental health problems, more likely to kill themselves, etc., etc. That's what Hutch is doing. When he wants to talk about exceedingly rare situations and pigeonhole people as straight parents beating the shit out of their gay kids, he refuses to acknowledge that the inverse could happen. Nope, couldn't happen. And it goes to show you who was willing to answer the question with clarity and say, of course, in a country of 350 million people, absolutely, I have no doubt believing there were parents that would harm their kid because they came out as gay. Were you willing to do the same on the inverse? Nope, I don't believe that could ever happen. Can you explain to me why parents of gay children are so much better than parents of straight children that they would never harm their child if they decided to gay chance? What you just said, it's impossible for a parent that has a gay child that transitions back. It would be impossible for them to abuse.
I think it's a case by case. You said I don't think you're more likely to be a good parent or a bad parent if you have a gay child. But I do know that we have multiple studies to point to. So like this is one, for example, that was published in the Journal of American Medical Association Psychiatry. A new study led by researchers at Vanderbilt University Medical Center and Vanderbilt University found that 83% of lesbian, gay, bisexual, and queer individuals reported going through adverse childhood experience such as sexual and emotional abuse and worse mental health as adults when compared to their heterosexual peers. Now, that does not mean that young straight kids didn't experience these things, because they did at a rate of 64%. But we're talking about a 20% increase, a 20% more prevalence when we're talking about young queer kids. And the question that I wanted to get at with you is that you seem to think that this is very rare. In the case of a young queer child who is at risk of physical abuse or emotional abuse at home, do you think that educators should be forced to out that kid to an adult that the kid is saying they fear abuse from?
If the kid is saying that they fear abuse, then I guess law enforcement could get involved. That is not the most likely scenario.
Wait, but you didn't answer my question though. Should the teacher be forced to out that child as queer to that parent?
They should go to law enforcement and have law enforcement deal with the situation. That is not the likely scenario that's most likely. So what I'm saying is, no, they shouldn't say, when the kid says, I'm gay, but dad will beat the shit out of me. Sorry, Timmy. I have to walk to your dad. I have to walk to your dad's house right now and say, he's gay. Timmy's gay, goddammit. Beat the shit out of him. I'm mocking the idea because I answered the question and you said that the answer wasn't sufficient. My answer was,
now
listen, I understand.
Queer people fear for their physical safety.
I'm mocking the hypothetical.
Why would you mock that?
I'm mocking. Listen, I understand as someone who gets sexual gratification for wanting to teach arousals to 14-year-olds that you might see that as mocking. But what I was really doing was mocking you. I was mocking you because I gave the answer to that. Let's say that I'm a teacher and a student comes to me and for whatever reason, it could be, I'm afraid that when my dad sees that my report card's dad, he'll beat the shit out of me. I'm afraid when dad sees that I skip football practice, he'll beat the shit out of me. I'm afraid when dad hears that I made out with Johnny, he'll beat the shit out of me. In every one of those instances, my behavior would be the same. I would go to authority figures, first in the school, and then second to law enforcement to say, this kid seems to be in danger of physical abuse because he seems sincere in his belief that whatever one of these actions that we're discussing at the time, if that information becomes relevant to his parent, that he will be physically abused. That's not the no. So when I give that answer and you're like, but wait, that's not answering. That's what I'm mocking. Because what you're trying to do is to take an exceedingly rare situation. So we have these teachers that are on TikTok.
Exceedingly rare. Why are you saying that?
We have these teachers that are on TikTok that are like, yay, gay pride, yay, trans, yay, I love it. That are teaching their kids, it's great to be trans. Oh, it's so prideful, it's great. And then when the kid says, I think I'm trans, don't tell your dad. Whatever you do, don't tell your family. And that is, we have reports that's what's going on. And so then you're saying, oh, but Rob, if there's this one situation over here where a kid one time said, well, I'm trans, but if dad knows, he'll beat the shit out of me. Well, now we have to have it so schools don't tell the parents when their kids are coming out about their sexuality. No, I disagree with that. Even in the situation where abuse is threatened, it should then be incumbent upon the law enforcement officer to contact the family and say, this is what's going on. Your child has came out as trans. He told his teacher that by coming out as trans, he's afraid that you will physically assault him. We are here to make sure that this sort of situation, the parents absolutely have the right to be informed 100% of the time when the kid comes out in school.
Does a child have a right to safety?
Yes.
Don't lecture me about not giving a fuck about the well-being of kids if you're telling me that teachers should be forced to out students to parents if the student tells the teacher, I don't feel safe with them knowing. You're saying that teacher should be forced to tell the parent. So don't sit here and lecture me.
Do you need me to repeat? I thought it was very articulate.
You did say that.
No, what I said was
you would go to the police.
Right,
but the
and
parents
then
had a right to know.
That's right.
The parents
what
had
I
a right
said
to know.
What I said was they should go to the police. You're incapable. You're incapable of ever articulating what my actual position is. I'll lecture anyone I please. You're not only are a deviant.
Giving a fuck about the welfare of kids.
Not only a
when
deviant.
You're not even willing in this case to say that a kid has a right to privacy and safety. You think that kid should be necessarily put at risk. You're saying the teacher should be forced to out them.
No, again, not only are you a sexual deviant that wants to teach 9-year-olds about masturbation and teenagers how to sexually arouse people by licking their nipples, you are also incapable of debating someone and articulating what their actual position is. I was very clear on my position, and I will repeat it. Now what you're saying is, how dare I lecture you because I'm saying that teacher should have to tell the parent. I don't think you actually
give a fuck about these kids.
I care about them. You care about them in that you want to sexualize them and you want them to be transgender. That's what you want. I care about them. I care about them in this sense. I care about them in this sense. I'll repeat what my position was that anyone that listened could understand quite clearly what my position was. If the teacher for any reason feels that because of something that's came out in class about this student would lead to their physical harm at home, they should talk to their superiors at the school and then talk to law enforcement. Law enforcement should then be complied, or it should be incumbent on law enforcement to tell that family of the scenario of what happened and what was being accused. And so if that scenario was Jimmy's got a bad report card, then let me finish.
CPS,
let me finish. I'm literally just going to mute you. I'm literally just going to mute you. I swear to God. So what I said was that it would be upon law enforcement that would say, we got called in. There was an allegation of potential physical abuse. The reason for that was as follows. Because Timmy's afraid because he did bad in his report card, you're going to beat him. Or Timmy's afraid because he's actually transgender, you're going to beat him. But absolutely the parents have the right to hear that. Because the counter to this is, and what's far more likely, is grooming by teachers, which there are tens of thousands of incidents a year of teachers sexually abusing kids. And you're saying under no circumstance, if that's occurring, if the kid says, I'm afraid of dad finding out, should the parents ever find out? Right? That's what you're saying. If that kid, no, I'm not going to let you lecture me. I'm not going to you believe in the kid's safety, right? Shut up. I'm not going to leave you a lecture. You believe in the kid's safety, right? So if that teacher is actually grooming that student, the parents have no right to know. Because if Timmy says he'll beat me if he finds out, then you would say, well, then he has no right to know.
If any teacher is grooming a child, if any teacher is sexually abusing a child, of course, they should be reported. They should be fired. It's not just sexual abuse, grooming. They should be thrown in jail, okay? Nobody disputes this. Nobody. Maybe pedophiles dispute this. Nobody disputes this, okay? You seem to think that the process of getting a child to safety out of a dangerous family or an abusive family, you seem to think that it's as simple as making a phone call to CPS. I don't know how familiar you are with the system. It's actually really tricky, and a lot of kids will fall through the cracks. A lot of kids won't be totally transparent with CPS because they fear more physical abuse. I'm saying there are circumstances where a kid, their personal safety, their physical safety, their emotional, their psychological well-being are imperiled by their parents finding out that they are queer. And there are queer kids, Rob. There are kids that know that they're trans. There's kids that know that they're gay. I'm saying those kids deserve to be protected. I don't think a teacher should be obligated to inform a parent that to out that child if it puts the child at risk.
Who determines if it puts the child? I don't think that's controversial.
You call that grooming. You call that grooming. I find that obscene.
Do you have a kid?
Obscene.
Do you have a kid?
No.
Thank God. Because I don't want you, having teachers teaching them about masturbating.
Spare me, Rob. I'm fucking
I know what would arouse you. I know what would arouse you. I know what would arouse you, Hutch, to talk about nipple looking
about young queer kids, so I worry for your kids.
No, you really want those kids to be queer.
Are you abusive to them?
No, I'm not abusive to them. Unlike you, I've not exhibited anything here that suggests that I get excited or think that we should be talking about. Because I'm judging based on things I've said and based on things you've said. You're the one
accusing me of crazy shit like wanting to groom kids, you fuck.
You talked about you think it's a good idea.
Personal jabs. It's such a weird thing to try to accuse me of.
You want to teach 9-year-olds about masturbation. Yes or no?
Bro, you want to hit kids, Rob.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You want to hit kids. You want to abuse
Did I
kids.
say?
You want dead children, Rob.
Go ahead. Show me where I said that. Show me where I said I want to beat kids.
Why don't we do this thing where we both assume that the other person cares about kids, okay?
No. You're the one who was just ranting. I'm responding
you don't care about kids, okay? I would
appreciate you just did.
If you don't level bizarre accusations like me or to me, like for example, I want to groom and fuck children, Rob. That's a bizarre thing to accuse me of.
What I said was, based on what we've said here, have I said anything close to I want to abuse kids?
You said
yes or no? Have I said anything close
should
to that?
be forced to out a child to a parent, even if the child said that they don't feel safe. That's what you said.
That is not what I said. Okay, so I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear. So you're saying that teacher should not tell the police officer what happened. That's your argument.
It depends. If the child, a teacher is obligated to go to the police if the child reports abuse. But very oftentimes, the kids will say something like, I don't feel safe. They won't get into specific details. And at that point, a teacher's hands are tied. They can't just go to a police officer. There's a very strict criteria about when they're obligated to report these things.
Now who cares about kids' safety? Who cares about kids' safety? Yeah, my dad's going to beat me because I came out. Oh, I won't tell police. I won't do that. I won't make sure that you're safe. Yep, sounds like you're real concerned about kids' safety.
You have an unrealistic idea of how CPS works and how like law enforcement works.
I'm a mandated reporter. I'm a mandated reporter.
Listen.
I'm a mandated reporter.
Courts will go through the courts will usually jump through 10,000 hoops to keep kids in the home with parents.
What does that have anything to do? Is what you're suggesting?
In which the system has to intervene.
Okay, so what you're suggesting is because I'm a mandated reporter, I should go against my mandate and not tell police officers because if I do, well, CPS will drag their feet for a long time.
When are you obligated to tell law enforcement?
I'm obligated to tell law enforcement where I hear accusations of abuse or potential abuse to.
Okay, so what if a child says, generally speaking, I don't feel safe and they don't want to get into any more details?
I would be obligated to contact law enforcement and say, this child says he does not feel safe at home. And even if I wasn't, and even if I wasn't, let me finish.
What can law enforcement do if they get there?
And even if I was not obligated, I still would do that. And I would hope that you, as probably not a mandated reporter, would also still do that. I hope that if someone came to you and said, I don't feel safe at home, I'm afraid my dad will harm me, that you would contact some form of law enforcement. I would hope you. You said no. You said that the teacher shouldn't. That's what you said.
And what can law enforcement or CPS do if they show up and the kid buttons up and gets real quiet and doesn't want to go into detail about what's actually happening?
What can they do? If you be quiet for 30 seconds, I'll answer this question. I will answer the question, but first say it's irrelevant to the point we're talking about. The point we were talking about is whether or not the teacher should contact law enforcement. It seems to be that you're going to say they shouldn't contact law enforcement because there is a potential that the kid could then clam up, which means law enforcement wouldn't be able to do anything, which means that a teacher should never contact law enforcement.
I didn't say that.
Say, well, then what's the point of this point? What's the point of this? What does it matter what law enforcement could do? What does it matter?
Limitations. I said that there are limitations to the system. The system is not perfect. Of
course, yep.
The system cannot account for every single kid that's being abused.
Yep.
There will be kids that fall through the cracks. There will be a lack of evidence, and law enforcement and CPS and the county or state officials or whomever, their hands will be tied. Even if they think that child is being abused, if they can't establish it with evidence, then they can't just take the kids away from their parents.
Okay,
and there are many of those kinds of parents that are abusive. You don't seem to recognize the possibility of this dynamic being a thing.
I don't even understand it. So I'm just going to tell the audience what it seems to be what you're suggesting. Kid goes to teacher, says, hey, I'm coming out, but I'm afraid if dad finds out or my family finds out, they'll physically abuse me. Hutch says that teacher should not contact law enforcement because if they contact law enforcement, then what is the point, right? Because then let me finish. So what he said, and Hutch is saying, no, I'm not saying that. So let's go through what Hutch is saying. Kid comes out, says, I'm afraid to come out at home because I'm afraid my parents will abuse me. Hutch says teacher should do. We don't know. He's not making a statement. Maybe she should tell law enforcement, maybe not. We don't know. Hutch isn't saying anything. He's not saying. But then he just wants you to know, as a complete aside, well, if law enforcement did get involved, sometimes there's nothing they could do. But that has
Yes.
nothing to do with whether or not the
Yes.
teacher should tell law enforcement. He just wants you to know that as an aside. Now, somehow he's gone into great detail as how this is germane to the question of whether or not this teacher should tell law enforcement. He's saying, well, the fact that law enforcement sometimes could do nothing has nothing to do with whether or not the teacher should tell law enforcement. I'm not making a statement on that, but I just thought it was important for you and the audience to spend minutes and minutes talking about, did you know sometimes law enforcement's not perfect? Yep, I knew that. Did you know sometimes even when Child Protective Services gets involved, they don't make the right decision? Yep, I knew that too. Okay, so what? What does that prove? Yes or no? Should that teacher that hears this allegation that there's physical abuse at home, should she go to law enforcement? Yes or no?
Say that one more time.
Should the teacher that hears allegations of abuse or potential abuse go to law enforcement when she hears that? Yes or no?
Yes, of course.
Okay,
yes.
Then what was the whole diatribe about? But sometimes police don't do the right thing. That's literally what my position has been from the get-go.
Rob,
not that the teacher... I'm going to finish.
I thought
not that the teacher...
No, you've been talking for a little bit here, buddy.
I don't care. You're misrepresenting my position. You've done so the whole time. I never said that the teacher would be...
teacher should never go to the cops. I never said that. I never said that.
Because it's the obvious... It is the obvious implication. It is the obvious implication by why you're... I'm making a simple statement. The teacher hears there's allegation of abuse, they should go to the cop. You seem to be, first you say, see, Rob said the teacher should go to the parents and out them. I didn't say that. I never said that. Then, let me finish. I never said that. Then you seem to be arguing nebulously. You're like, well, Rob, it seemed to be you were saying there's a problem with what I'm suggesting, that the teacher should tell the parent. That's why you brought up this whole, sometimes the cops can't do anything. Sometimes Child Protective Services can't do anything. And I'm like, right, agreed, but the teacher should still tell the cops. That's still the chain that it should go. And you're like, well, I'm not making that statement.
Rob, the hang up here is that the difference between what you and me are advocating is you are advocating for a policy of teachers outing kids to their parents unconditionally, whether that be involving the cops or whether that not be involving the cops.
No, I'm not.
You're saying that if I understand you correctly, are you now saying that if a teacher finds out, or if a child confides in a teacher and says, I'm queer, I'm trans, I'm gay, whatever, that teacher should not be obligated to tell the parents?
No, they should not necessarily be. For the fourth time, it is amazing how you're incapable of listening. I'm going to talk real slow here. Please don't interrupt.
I feel like you changed.
Please don't interrupt.
Position.
It has been the exact same position. It has been the exact same position that I've articulated over and over. So please don't interrupt, because this is clearly.
We agree. Then we don't need to keep going with this.
No,
we agree. I don't think parents should be obligated to out kids. I'm sorry. I don't think teachers should be obligated to out kids to parents.
We don't agree. Now I'm going to talk.
I agree.
Here's what I said.
So if a trans kid tells the teacher I'm trans,
here's what I said.
That teacher can keep that private between the kid and the teacher. We agree, right?
The filibuster, the misrepresent. He keeps saying that I said that under every situation that the teacher should be forced to go to the parents to out the kid. That is never once what I said. Now, I've made this point for... No, we don't agree. You have misrepresented my point over and over again, going on tangents. So now I'm going to talk slow and get through it. I said in the scenario that you outlined, which was basically that a kid comes to a teacher and says, I'm afraid I will be beaten if I go home because I'm coming out as gay, or because I failed my report card, or because I skipped football practice. In each and every one of those scenarios, and I'll add this little bit just so I don't confuse you, that teacher should not run to the parent and say, oh, Jimmy skipped football practice, beat the shit out of him. No, she shouldn't say that. In every one of those scenarios, my stance from the very beginning is she should go to her superiors and then immediately go to law enforcement. She should tell law enforcement exactly what she heard from the child. He's afraid that he will be beaten because he has came out as gay. The law enforcement officers then should investigate and contact the parents. They should then, when they contact the parents, articulate the scenario as to why they are investigating and contacting, including the reasoning for it. In that scenario, now you've said repeatedly, as I have discussed this scenario over and over and over, so you're saying that the teacher should tell the parents. That's not what I said. In scenarios where there isn't allegations of credible abuse, then yes, the teacher should tell the parents if there is something like an outing of sexuality that's been announced in the class. Now, this is different. If the teacher thinks they overheard something at the playground, that's different. But if the student is doing things, because the scenarios we're talking about, what they're required to inform parents and these potential laws, are when the students are requesting the use of different pronouns, right? So they're asking the teacher for an official change in identification or official way to address them. Yes, in those scenarios, other than the rare exception where the student can make a credible accusation of abuse, which then should go through law enforcement, which should inform the family, the parents and the school, or the teachers and the school should inform them.
You keep saying that it's rare, and I told you that overwhelmingly young queer people report adverse incidents at home to a larger extent than young straight people. I mean, abuse is not specific to just young queer kids, but the data shows that they experience abuse at higher levels than young straight kids.
So
I'm saying to
how
you,
much is that? That doesn't give a figure.
According to this study, it was a difference of 20%. It was 20% more.
But wait,
you keep calling that super rare.
But listen,
that's not
that
super
doesn't,
rare.
No,
let me finish, Rob. I let you talk. Okay.
I'll write this down. You don't understand.
You tried. Please write it down, please. But just let me talk. You were if the proposition that you're giving me right now is that if a kid goes to a student under any circumstances, if a kid goes to a teacher under any circumstances and says that they're experiencing abuse at home, I believe that most states have laws on the books that require those teachers to go to police. I'm telling you that sometimes, in some circumstances, kids will sort of hint at things, or they may be exhibiting signs of abuse, but they won't come out and say, my father or my mother is abusing me. Kids all over the country sometimes confide in teachers about their identity. They want to feel seen in some way. They don't want to be closeted or whatnot. Do we agree that teachers, if they can't go to the police with some sort of credible allegation of abuse, if that teacher suspects that the child might be a victim of abuse, though they can't establish it with any kind of evidence, do you think that teacher should be forced to report to that parent the child's identity?
Okay, let's go through what you said. First, you said there's a 20% increase in claims of abuse from LGBT children versus non-LGBT children, correct?
Yeah, according to this study.
Okay, so that's one study, which I clearly haven't read, but that's fine. I don't mind you saying
you would doubt that?
Let me finish, right? You say that proves that you say that proves it's not rare, correct? That's what you said.
Child abuse in general is not rare.
The idea that we're specifically talking about is a parent beating the shit out of their kid because they come out of the closet. That's what we're specifically talking about.
That is one example of abuse.
That's what we're talking about.
Extreme physical violence is one form of abuse.
You've cited this study and you said, aha! You can't say it's rare because it's 20% more likely than straight kids. So there's several ways we could look at this. Okay, let's say that this is accurate for the sake. Let's say that there's a 0.001% chance of a straight kid being beat. So a 20% increase would be a 0.002% chance of a LGBT kid being. That still doesn't mean it's not rare just because it's 20% more likely than a straight kid. So that's why I asked, what are you talking about? That's what I talk. It doesn't mean something's common just because it's more likely in one group than another. For example, a disease could have a 1% chance of killing men, but a 2% chance of killing women. And we wouldn't say, it could kill 100 men a year and 200 women away, and we could say, oh, women are twice as likely to die from this disease, therefore it's very common. No, we'd still say, well, it's still rare, but they're more like, so that means nothing to me that it's 20% more likely. More to the point, though, it doesn't mean that they're being beaten because they're gay. Right? It could be a correlation, not causation. Perhaps kids that grow up in shitty families are more likely to act out in deviant ways, in ways that they think will piss off their family, in ways that they think makes them different, so they're more likely to be gay. Perhaps those kids that are gay, their parents aren't beating them because they're gay, but it initially started arguments because they were gay, and then the kids started acting out and did shit like, swearing at them or something like that, resulted in some sort of physical violence. Perhaps, I don't know. Like, you're just citing this study. I don't have the study in front of me. And you're just like, oh, you can't say that it's rare. I don't know. I don't see any evidence in front of me that says, oh man, it's really common that when a kid comes out as gay, their parents beat the shit out of them. I don't see that.
According to the Oregon Judicial Department, this is just in Oregon, roughly 34% of LGBT youth report suffering physical violence from their parents as a result of their sexual orientation or gender identity. So according to this government statistic from Oregon, that would mean roughly a third.
34%.
And
it was physical abuse.
When you say that these things are exceedingly rare, Rob, 1 in 3 is not rare.
34% experience physical abuse
as a result of their sexual orientation or gender or identity.
Does it say physical abuse?
This specifies physical violence.
That's what I'm asking. Okay.
Yes.
The study, is that the same study that you cited previously?
No, this is a .gov study that references something else here.
So then when I'm trying to make points, right, and you're like, no, and you're just going to throw it, you can see my confusion. I don't mind you citing statistics. I don't.
But I feel like you're veering away from the question.
I'm not veering away from the question.
What about my hypothetical? Can you please just engage with my hypothetical?
That's the first thing I was saying. I would have to see this study to see what it says, to see if it's true, the methodology from the study, how it went, the data from the time of when it was, how many people they interviewed. Was it just from like police reports, which would be more credible, or was it from things like just surveys and what have? I would have to see all of that stuff, but fine, right? Okay. Let's engage to the hypothetical, right? So the hypothetical is as follows. Teacher suspects abuse, but doesn't suspect it enough to go to the police. That's your argument?
Yeah, they don't have grounds to go to the police.
They should still go to the police.
What do you expect the police to do in that situation?
Maybe nothing, but that's your due diligence. If you suspect that there's abuse, then you should go ahead and go forth. And yes, if the laws, and I do believe even the laws aside, and again, make no mistake, I'm not talking about, oh, you saw Jimmy peck Tom on the cheek at the playground. That's different. You're not obligated as a teacher to run and say that. Just like you're not obligated to run and say if you saw him trip him playing kickball. I'm saying the scenarios you're talking about are these pronoun things where the kid says, I'm trans, I want you to call me by this pronoun.
It's not just pronouns. We're talking about young homosexual people as well.
If it's to the point where an official declaration is made to the teacher that is sort of requesting that the person's identity be addressed differently. Mm-hmm. Because of LGBT reasons. But the student said, I don't want my parents to know. I believe that if they come out in that situation to a parent or to a teacher, that the parents should be involved. In this specific scenario where you suspect abuse, you go to the police are like, there's nothing we could do. Then yes, if you should still be obligated to tell the parents, because the alternative is worse, right? Let's do another hypothetical.
No, I don't agree. Let's do
another hypothetical.
The alternative is worse. I don't agree with that.
Let's do another hypothetical, right? Let's say that you're a teacher. Okay, you got this? And you see that Johnny is getting picked up by his dad at the end of the school day, right? And Johnny didn't tell you that he's abused by his dad, but you suspect he is. And you go to the police, and the police are like, we looked into it, there's nothing we could do. Should you leave his dad pick Johnny up the next day after school?
In that case, the teacher's hands are totally tied.
Why?
Do you understand?
Why?
Because you can't, it's not just vibes. Like, there has to be specific things that you can point to when you go to the police. My understanding, when we're talking about like educators or child therapists or whatever, there has to be some, like, there's a set of criteria.
That's not true
so
at all.
You can't just be like, I don't know, he's acting kind of funny.
You don't know what you're talking about.
You're telling me that there's not a specific set, like, you need to be able to, like, notice bruises on their arms or sort of like vague language. You tell me, when are you obligated as a teacher? And also, doesn't it depend on the state that you live in as well?
Yes, but my understanding from I could be wrong about this, but I think this would be the case in every state. What you're talking about is the minimum for mandating reporting, right? Anyone who's a mandated reporter or not, it is not illegal for you to call the police or child protective services under any suspicion. There is not some minimum bar that needs to be met for you to file a report.
I'm talking about when you're obligated to.
That's a different question whatsoever. I'm saying that for example, I work with adults with developmental disabilities, right? If I suspect abuse, but I don't see marks, and I don't see, like, the person didn't say it, but for whatever reason, they're acting funny, and when I mentioned their dad's name, they perked up and they look stiff. If I suspect abuse, I'm fucking reporting it. Period. Sure. End of story. Okay. Now, a lot of times, you know what happens? You report it, and it turns out, oh, you know what? He was just nervous. He had a doctor appointment the next day, was afraid of needles, and it was just, and it turns out to be nothing. But you err on the side.
Or there is abuse going on, and the police just couldn't find out of it.
That could be true, but the point is, the argument you seem to be making, I don't understand. You're making this argument of like, well, if you're not mandated to report, you shouldn't report. I disagree.
Didn't say that.
Okay, then when you're talking about, but then it doesn't make sense when you're saying like, well, what are the minimums for mandating the report? It's irrelevant.
You're saying, aside from the abuse thing, you're saying that teachers should be obligated to out their students to the parents, even if the student requests privacy. The student could be requesting privacy for any number of reasons. One of those reasons could be they fear physical abuse. But if they don't give you any indication that that's going on, you can, of course, you can like contact CPS or you can go to the police, but they're not going to be able to do anything. Yes. So you as a teacher, you would be knowingly, potentially putting a kid at risk by outing them to the parents. And you're saying it's still better than the alternative, which is granting that kid privacy.
Yes.
I don't understand how that is better.
Okay, let's do another hypothetical real simple then. Let's say the kid's truant. He doesn't show up to class 2 out of days a week, right? And the kid says to you, he's very vague. He says, oh, I'm worried if my parents find out. And you call CPS. You're like, oh, I'm afraid if his parents find out, they might be abusive. And they're like, yeah, we can't do anything. Are you required to tell that kid's parents that he's not coming to school? Or does his privacy supersede that because you suspect if you tell the parents, they may abuse him?
When we're talking about behavior issues, that is a separate category from something like gender identity or sexual orientation.
Not in the ways that matter. Not that you suspect that person's going to be physically abused. Explain why that difference matters, Rob, in that case. It seems what you're suggesting is
in that case, similarly, if you suspect abuse or something to that effect and it meets certain criteria, then you could go to CPS, you could go to the police, but not reporting truancy, I don't think is in the same universe as a kid saying, I'm queer, but I don't want my family to know.
Well, that's just because you think that
if there's truancy going on, that's a behavior issue that needs to be addressed in the context of like a school.
But that's queerness because of your person.
Why does queerness need to be addressed in the same way as truancy?
Because a parent has the right to know the sexual orientation and behavior
even if it puts that kid at risk.
Does the parent have the right to hear about truancy, even if it puts the kid at risk?
That's a different conversation.
No, it's not,
Rob.
Because what you're doing is
you can't ignore truancy because there's a whole other set of consequences when it comes to that. It impacts their ability to learn.
Here's what's
Being
happening.
Queer is not going to impact my ability to excel academically.
So you can see what's happening. Here's what's happening. He believes that it is a net positive, or at least not a negative, to be trans or to be queer or to be LGBT. Perhaps that person's parents.
Where are you getting this? Why do you miscategorize everything I say?
Do you? Okay.
When are you talking about net positive?
Okay.
Where are you going with that?
Then I will ask you the question. Do you believe it is a net positive or at least not a negative to be LGBT?
It's neutral to me, Rob. People are who they are.
Would another way of saying that be...
It's not a good or a bad thing, Rob. It's just...
Would another way of saying that be that that's, quote, not a negative?
I don't think it's a negative thing to be young and queer, Rob.
Okay, so let's just repeat what just happened. Let's get a little meta in the debate. I said Hutch believes that it's either a net positive or at least not a negative to be LGBT. He stopped me. He stops me and goes, "Where did I say that? I never said that." Right, and then he said, "Where did I say that?" I said, "Okay, I'll ask you outright. Would you say that it's a net positive or at least not a negative?" And he's like, "Well, I would say it's neutral. I wouldn't say that." I was like, another way of saying that would be it's not a negative. Yes, of course. So we just went through 3 minutes of interruption and stupidity for Hutch to say yes, Rob accurately represented what my belief is.
Language. You consistently invent language.
It is not
inventing
I don't think that being language
queer makes somebody better or worse than anybody else. I don't think being straight makes someone better or worse than anybody else.
Let's see if you can do this. Let's see if you can do this.
There are some kids out there that fear for their physical safety. They want
And
privacy when it comes to their queerness.
Now we're back
they
to the
don't
filibuster.
trust their family.
And
does
you're
everyone
saying
see
how
that
dishonest?
teachers
Does everyone see how this? He
should
can't
be
even
obligated
argue.
to knowingly put that child at risk?
He can't even concede. He gets back on the moral high horse. Right? A simple yes/no answer will suffice. Would you agree with this statement? Hutch believes that being an LGBT kid is either a net positive or at least not a net negative. Do you agree with that statement?
It's neutral.
You can't say yes or no. You can't say yes or no.
How many times do I?
What
do you mean net positive? How? Net positive? How? Are we talking about income? Are we talking about mental health? Are we talking about popularity? Are we talking about opportunity? Are we talking about academics? Are we talking about sports? What are we talking about? The things that you're saying are so vague. I don't know what net positive means, Rob.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. If we can't get beyond this, that's fine. We won't end the debate. I'll say, do you agree with this statement, Hutch, that being an LGBT kid is either a net positive or at least not a negative? Do you agree with that statement?
Is my mic on? Can you hear me?
A simple yes/no will suffice.
Explain net positive, Rob. What does that mean?
I'll ask the question again. Would you agree with the statement that being LGBT is either a net positive or not a negative? Would you agree or disagree with that statement?
I don't know what you mean when you say net positive.
Do you know what I mean? Let me ask you that. Okay, I know. This is shaky ground. Do you know what I mean by not a negative?
No.
Okay. Well, then I guess the debate's over because you literally don't have the competency. You don't know what I mean by saying LGBT is not. Yeah, it's not something that's...
Why can't you explain it? What is the net positive or net negative related to someone's queerness? What do you mean?
Not a bad thing.
Yes, I don't think being queer is a bad thing.
Okay,
Rob.
I'll repeat the question. Would you agree with this statement, Hutch, that being LGBT is either a net positive or not a negative?
You know what? For the sake of this argument, yes, I agree.
Okay, so then we just had to go through all of that shit because I accurately represented what Hutch's statement was, and he was unwilling to just admit it. He was unwilling to just admit it. So we had to go through all that.
Do you think it's a net positive that you're straight, Rob? Do you think it's a net positive that you're straight?
Yes, I do think being straight is preferable for society.
Do you think it's a net negative to be queer?
For society, in some senses, yes.
How?
Because I believe the nuclear family with a mother and father procreating children is good, and it's a biblical standard that I believe that that's something that we should seek to do through my religion. Biblical
standard? You said you didn't. You said you weren't one of these Christian nationalists, but now you're saying it's a biblical standard. Well, you don't think two gay people can be parents? You don't think they can adopt?
I never said that, did I?
So what's the harm to society?
I have a preference. You might say I don't have a problem if someone wants to go out and bang a bunch of people, but I think that it's preferable to have a stable partner and stay with them. I don't think it should be illegal for them to go out and hook up.
Well, you can be a stable partner with someone of your own sex.
I'm telling you that I think that for me, the preferential family unit is a mother and a father in a marriage that has kids. I do not think that the government should limit it to that. I don't think that means you're a piece of shit. But yes, I would prefer that my child, for example, be straight than gay. If he's gay, I won't treat him like shit. I'll support him. But I would say that my preference would be for him to be straight. That I think that is, and both through my religion and through the benefit of society. I don't see why that's difficult to believe.
Having a preference. How does this have to do with your
stupidity of you didn't know what not negative meant?
That's such a broad thing. I don't know what you mean.
It's easy.
When you say these things. It's so broad.
So I'll get back to
you're gonna find gay people. Listen, you're gonna find gay people that are fucking pricks. You're gonna find gay people that are bad with money. You're gonna find gay people that suffer from depression. You're gonna find straight people that abuse their kids. You're gonna find straight people that are bad at driving, these are very broad terms. So when you say net negative or net positive, I don't think of these things in the way that you do. I don't automatically assume this or that bad or good thing because of someone's sexuality. I don't put people on a pedestal for being queer. I don't denigrate people for being straight. I don't. It's a
So
case
then
by case.
it would have been
I
easy
meet someone and I evaluate what kind of person they are based on how they treat me and how they treat other people.
It would have been easy for you to say, yes, I agree with you. It's not a net negative for a child to be LGBT. Would have been simple. Instead, you decided to go the other route like you have the whole time and pick and choose, or you pick and fight on every little detail to try to obfuscate what I was saying. So what I was trying to quite simply say is you look at it like this. The reason that you wouldn't tell the parents about LGBT is because you look at it as not a negative. It's not a bad thing, right? So I'm not obligated to tell the parents. But the reason you're able to, you're forced to tell them about truancy in the same situation is that you do view that as a negative, correct?
I don't view truancy and something like a queer identity as being even remotely related. So if a kid has bad grades, a parent is going to be involved in their kid's education. They're going to be involved in their academic like pursuits. And they should be informed about like how that child is doing academically. If they're not showing up to school, that is obviously something that needs to be discussed with parents. There's actually like legal ramifications to truancy. So that's not, to me, that is not the same category as if a kid said, you know, like, I feel like I want to tell you something. It's a secret. I don't want to tell anybody else, but I think I'm queer and I don't want my family to know and I don't want anybody else to know. I think it's perfectly reasonable for a teacher in the best interest of that child to keep that privacy.
Boy, that was a lot of words to say. Yeah. You see why it's so frustrating to talk to you? You can say, yeah, obviously truancy is a bad thing. So I think parents have the right to know if there's true. Yep, totally agree, Rob. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's not necessarily a bad thing for a kid to be LGBT, but if they're being truant, yeah, that's bad. That'll have actual consequences. That's what I'm saying. What I'm trying to do is steelman your position and then argue with you. But I can't. You won't even accept the steelman. You won't accept it. And then conversely, every time you say what I'm thinking, it's wrong. Every single fucking time. We literally had to talk about this point for 15 minutes. We could have talked about so many things, but you've done
earlier
this the whole discussion.
Rob,
the whole discussion, you do this.
Earlier in this conversation, Rob, I told you, I said, you think that teachers should be forced to out kids to their parents. And you're like, no, I didn't say that. And then
that is not what you said. That is not what you said.
For 30 minutes.
That's not what you, now you're
and then you arrived precisely at what I said in the first place, which is that you do believe that teachers should be obligated to inform parents of a kid's queerness, gender identity, sexual preferences, whatever. You said in the beginning, well, no, I don't think that you should be obligated. Now you're saying, yes, that parents have a right to know that. I'm saying if the kid is expressing a desire for privacy, if they don't want anybody else to know, I think it's perfectly fine for a teacher to keep that private.
Now what happened is you once more go back and again accuse me of exactly what you've done and misrepresent with the conversation. No, you did not ask me, do I think a teacher should be obligated to tell? You outlined a specific scenario. You said, what if the kid comes to the teacher and says, I'm queer, but I'm afraid that if I tell my parents, I'll be beaten. And you keep saying, you're saying that teacher's obligated to tell the family. I said over and over. Now it's 5 times. I said, no. They are obligated to report to law enforcement. That then the law enforcement should have communication with the family, not the teacher. Now, after we went through, now let me finish. So after we went through that, which is another example of, because 2 things going on simultaneously, you have to pick and fight on every little thing. So you have to misrepresent what I say. And then when I'm trying to accurately represent what you say, no, that's not right. And then it takes us 15 minutes for you to go, yeah, actually, that is right. So you've done it again here. Now you've again told people, well, actually, you've done the same thing, Rob, because you said something and then you agreed at the end. No, what I did was keep the same position the entire time. That's what makes this conversation antagonistic and frustrating. It's happened the entire time. You misrepresent me, then I accurately represent you, and you say, no, you didn't, and then forced to admit that you did.
Then it sounds like we agree, Rob, because my position is that a child does have a right to privacy. And if a child comes to a teacher and says, I think I'm trans, I think I'm queer, I think I'm gay, but I would prefer that my family not know, I don't think that the teacher is obligated or should be obligated to tell the parents. Now,
then we disagree.
I guess
because the scenario that you outlined, a specific scenario, we haven't talked about in a situation where abuse isn't suspected, right? You said in a situation that the entire correct me if I'm wrong. The entire conversation we've had on this point is under the auspices of there are clear signs that there could be potential abuse, or you suspect there could be abuse. That was what we were talking about, correct?
Rob, just go with my specific hypothetical, okay? If a kid says, I think I'm queer, I think I'm trans, I think I'm gay, but I would prefer not to tell anybody else, including my family. I'm saying in that case, it's okay for the teacher to keep that private. Do we agree about that?
No, we do not agree. And that is a different scenario that was outlined when there was allegations of abuse. Do you agree that that's a different scenario than what we had been talking about previously?
Buddy,
how is that hard?
We've been through so many scenarios at this point.
The scenarios previously.
I told you a moment ago, Rob, you said that teachers should be forced to out kids to their parents. And you said, no, I didn't say that. No, I didn't say that. And now you're saying that they should be forced to out kids to their parents.
No, what I said was the conversation was that you gave a specific scenario of abuse, and you kept saying that, you said the teacher should be forced to tell this parent even though they suspect abuse. Now I've gone through it 6 times, and I said, no, they should go to law enforcement. Then you say at the end, you're like, so therefore we agree. But then you change the hypothetical. You're like, so we agree. So
no,
if the whole time,
Rob,
please.
The whole time,
please.
No, the whole time I was saying that sometimes there's the possibility of abuse, but there's no actual outward indication of it beyond a kid just saying, I want privacy. They could be asking for privacy because there is abuse, but they're not giving you any indication that abuse is going on.
But listen,
you're still saying
you're trying
that so in that case, hold on, wait real quick. Let me just, please. In that case, there is a risk that abuse is going on, and that by outing that child, you could be subjecting them to abuse. You don't know for sure. You don't really have enough to go to CPS or the police, but you have 2 choices. You can keep that kid's privacy for the sake of like, well, maybe they're being abused. I don't know. I can't prove it, but I'm going to respect this kid's privacy. You're saying that the teacher should not respect that privacy. You're saying that the teacher should always go to the parents.
This is unbelievable. It is unbelievable. Like, you're so bad faith, it's ridiculous, right?
I feel like I just stated your position.
No, you didn't state my position. This is really simple, right? You're like, okay, you start with the scenario that would be worse for me. There is credible threats of abuse, right?
Let's just abandon that because it's just, we got lost in the sauce
there. You say we agree, blah, blah, blah. Right, so we'll move on from that. Now you're saying, okay, but what if those threats of abuse aren't there? What if he just says for my privacy? And what I'm trying to say is, well, that's a vastly different scenario. And I told you, no, I don't agree. I don't think that kid's right to privacy on something should, if it's a situation where, again, I want to be careful here. I'm not saying that you think you overheard something on the playground. This kid comes to you and says, this is my new sexual orientation and I want to be referred to as such, or this is my new gender orientation I want to be referred to. Yes, the parents have the right to know. That supersedes the kid's right to privacy. But it seems like you do a clever twist here. When I bring up that that's a different situation, that now we're not talking about potential abuse, you say, but you don't know. Perhaps the reason he's saying that he wants to keep it private is for abuse. So I'm just going to try to cut all the red tape and make this real clear. Let's say you know the parents and 100% in your heart, you know they would never physically abuse their child, right? Ever. You know them. They're your neighbors. They're great. Period. Okay. Can you engage with me at this hypothetical?
Sure.
So you know, and the kid's not saying I'm going to be abused, and you've never seen marks on the kid, and okay, you got it? No chance. Please, let me finish. 0% chance of abuse. In that world, the kid says, hey, I want to be called a girl now. I want to use female pronouns, but could you please not tell dad I want my privacy? Would you tell dad?
I think the process of coming out is a personal thing that individuals get to do on their own terms, on their own time. There could be a million reasons why they would be hesitant to share that information with the people that are closest to them. There's a wide spectrum of things that could be occurring, from abuse to simple insecurity. But the fact of the matter is, I don't think anybody should be making that decision for somebody else. So no, I don't think that a teacher should be forced to tell a parent, hey, your child told me in confidence that they think they're queer. I think it's up to that child, that individual, to make that decision, to come out in that way on their own terms. And I think it is cruel to mandate that a kid in that spot is not entitled to some sense of privacy.
Now, just a word of advice. Try this. You could agree or disagree with me, but try it next time. When someone asks you a question and you're eventually going to say yes or no, say that at the beginning instead of droning on for like 2 minutes. Just say no because, and that's fine.
Rob,
right?
Rob,
That's usually.
I have asked you questions
I said
throughout
yes
this
or no almost the
conversation.
entire time when I was going to say yes or no. Now,
That is
to
not true.
To further go on to this point, right? Well, that's where our fundamental disagreement. So the idea of abuse is irrelevant to this conversation. No, I do not feel that a parent's right to know about their child and who's living in their home that is not developed enough to make decisions on their own and have authority on their own and are still the protectorate and under the guardian of their parents. I believe those parents have the right to know that, and the kid's right to privacy doesn't supersede. I would believe this in almost every situation. We already talked about the truancy situation. I would believe it in something like this. What if the kid told the teacher that they'd been experimenting with drugs? They have the right
I'm glad
to do
you brought
so.
this up.
Okay.
I'm glad you brought this up. Okay. In the case of if a child goes to a teacher and says something in confidence, that there could be any number of things that they're telling him. But if it's something that is destructive to that child's development, so drug use, truancy, they're abusing other people, there are hundreds and thousands of different like destructive behaviors. Then I think it is important to involve the parents because there's a safety issue with that kid. I don't think that being queer represents a threat in the same way that doing drugs or engaging in truancy represents. Do you understand the difference that I'm making?
I do understand that. And what I'm telling you is your belief is irrelevant. The belief that matters is the parent. It's up to them to decide if they think this rises to the level of those other things. What you personally believe is irrelevant. And if we could further and talk about what this conversation should actually be about, we have example of teacher after teacher that is actually encouraging people to transition, encouraging people to be LGBT, celebrating it. There's numerous examples we could see of this. So when you take
where do you draw the line though? So like if there's a child psychologist at schools, like so to my knowledge, like is it every school or most schools? I don't even know anymore, but I feel like every school has something that is like the equivalent of like a child psychologist, and kids can go and talk to that counselor. And there is a presumption of privacy. But are you saying that like child psychologists should be mandated to give like detailed reports to parents about everything that was shared in that session that they had?
Everything's carrying a lot of weight there because, like, if they said, I like Transformers, no, I don't think they're obligated to say that or give an official transcript. But anything that a reasonable person could say would be an important factor in the kid's life. Yes, they should be because the parents are the guardians, with the one exception of if there was somehow, like, claims of abuse. So like if your kid goes to the guidance counselor and says, I'm being assaulted at home, then no, I don't think that transcript or those messages should be released to the parents. It should go to the police, as we said before, who would then contact the parents and do the communication through there. But
I just remember, did you have like a child psychologist at your school?
No.
You're like a counselor. I think they called them counselors. Did you have a counselors at your school?
Guidance counselor.
Right. And I remember that it was available to me. I could go to a counselor and we could have a conversation and there was privacy. There was no expectation that that person was going to just go to my parents and tell them this or that thing.
But that I
just don't know where you draw the line.
So where do you, if you tell them, yeah, I hit someone in a hit and run, they obligated to tell your parents?
Say that one more time.
You go to your counselor and you say, hey, last night I was drunk and I slammed into someone, hit and run.
That would be like a criminal act that resulted in somebody's injury. That is so different from somebody saying, "I think I like boys."
We're trying to draw a line here because it seemed what you suggested is
queerness is not criminal.
You went to that guidance counselor, could say anything, almost like a church. Like you go to the priest, you could say criminal shit to the priest, and the priest keeps it silent, right? So you're saying there. Okay, I'm just asking. So you're saying there's limitations, such as if you told them a crime, then they would be obligated to tell law enforcement, your parents, right? What if you told them
not just crimes? There would be other things too. Like if you reported abuse, then I think that counselor would be reported to go to CPS.
What if you told your counselor you're regularly having unprotected sex?
I don't know. I think that would probably be something that you would go to the parents with. I really don't know on that one.
Why?
That one is
Why
like,
is that one iffy? What about that makes it iffy?
because I don't know what states mandate different things.
Well,
But I don't.
we're not talking about. We're talking about your hypothetical, what you would like to have happen. It's a cop out to say, well, some states say yes, some states say no. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm not familiar with like why they craft the criteria that they do. My understanding, generally speaking, is that there are certain times where you're legally reported to report certain things, and queerness, at least in my state, is not one of those things. If you're out here saying like, oh, I'm prostituting or I'm engaged in like really dangerous behavior, I think probably having a bunch of unprotected sex, I would assume, would be something that they would go to the parents with, but I honestly don't know on that one.
Okay, but you're saying what you think they would do, and I'm asking you what you think they should do.
I would assume probably in that case you would go to the parents.
Why?
If it was like hyper, like, because there's very real risk when you're talking about teens having unprotected sex. Now we're having a conversation about unwanted pregnancy. Now we're having a conversation about STDs. So there are these other factors to consider. Someone simply saying, I think I like boys, maybe I'm not really sure. I think I like boys, but I don't want to tell anybody about this. That to me doesn't represent an immediate danger to the kid. You seem to think it does. I don't understand that. That's your perspective. Maybe your state has those sorts of like regulations in place. To me, it's not evidence that a kid is in danger if they're expressing, maybe I like boys. It's not the same thing.
Well, I will admit that going to a counselor is slightly different than going to a teacher in this sense. The laws that we're talking about are laws that say that parents need to be informed when there's an official request made from a student to an authority figure that they be addressed in a different way, right? It's different than, like I said before, you overhear him saying, I'm gay in the playground. I don't think you're obligated to say anything. Perhaps when you're talking to a counselor about something, just saying I'm gay, that's different. Now, if he told the counselor, I'm gay and I want to be addressed this way while I'm in class, then yes, at that point, the parent should be made involved. But the other point to this is, like, if you say that there are possible physical harms with unprotected sex, so that's the reason the teacher should, or the parents should be informed. Well, you could make the same case with particularly trans, coming out as trans. Like, you've already conceded that trans people are more likely to self-harm, have depression, anxiety. So if the parents would want to be informed of this, wouldn't you want to be informed if your kid was trans so that you could get them appropriate medical care?
I think there are parents out there, Rob, that would demonize their kids, that would abuse their kids, that would like psychologically torture their kids, that would physically abuse their kids.
Okay, let's say that's true.
If they found out, well, come on, can you not do the thing where you say, let's say that's true?
Okay.
Why are you ignoring, like, this is a thing? This is not
it is true. It is absolutely true. And I would concede that it's probably more likely than a straight kid that there are a portion of parents, which I think would be very rare, that would physically abuse their kid. But let's say, for example, that was the case. Now, let's say you're the parent of a kid who goes to his teacher and says, I'm trans, but I don't want you to tell my dad. I want you to use these pronouns, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, right? Mm-hmm. And you're not one of those. I would want to know. Let me finish the hypothetical. You're not a shitty parent. And if you heard this from your son, you would say, oh my goodness, let's go to a counselor. Let's see if we need to get you on certain medications. Let's see if there's other symptoms that we often see that are associated, like depression, anxiety, suicidality. Mm-hmm. Perhaps we get you on some medications. That's what you as a good parent would want to do, right?
Yeah. If I found out, say I found a note or something like that. If I found out that my hypothetical child was queer, and they felt uncomfortable telling me this information, I think the first thing that I would ask myself is, man, what am I doing that my kid didn't feel safe enough to tell me this stuff?
Yeah, that's absolutely fair. Totally agree.
I don't think I would be angry.
Nonetheless,
I would be upset with a teacher who wanted to respect my kid's privacy.
Nonetheless, let's say this hypothetical, let's take it out. And so you were never told, and your kid continues to go to that school, and then they commit suicide 3 years later because they never received the treatment that they deserved. And you find out that the school knew all this time that he was depressed and that he was trans and refused to tell you. How would you feel?
I would feel like I failed as a parent.
But you wouldn't blame the school. You would say, you did the right thing not telling me.
I would torture myself, ask myself, why didn't they feel comfortable coming to me with this?
But you would say it's not the school's fault.
No.
You would say it's the school's fault.
No, I would not.
Okay, well,
No.
you could. I mean, I don't want to say it's fucking insane. It's absolutely insane.
At
You
what
could have
point
got
do
your
the
kid the
parents have?
treatment that he
At what
deserved.
point do the parents? At what point do the parents have a responsibility? Like, don't you think parents have a responsibility to foster a relationship with their children, where their kids feel like they can come to them with this stuff?
So I just want to be clear. You're blaming every parent that's ever had a kid that kept a secret from them that ended up damaging them because it's the parents'
No,
fault
not
because they should have
necessarily.
fostered a
I'm
relationship.
not necessarily. No, I want to be clear. I'm not necessarily saying that. Maybe the kid is just super shy. Maybe I did everything right as a kid.
Sure.
And that kid, and so you can have some instances where maybe you did everything right, but the kid still feels reserved. Maybe there's all kinds of reasons, social reasons from their peers that reinforce certain attitudes. And so they're afraid of what I'm going to think. Okay. I'm just saying I would ask myself that question. I would ask myself, what did I like? How did I not make it clear to them that they can just be who they are and confide in this kind of stuff to me?
Yeah,
That would be
that's
a question
fine. You
that
could
I
ask
ask
that
myself.
question, but I would tell you, if you're any kind of parent, you would be absolutely livid that the school withheld information from you that could have got your child the help that they deserved that would have prevented them from taking their own life. Any parent worth their salt would be livid, would be furious. And the fact that maybe it's because you're not a parent that you don't realize that, but the fact that you can't see that you would be outraged. And you would say, my God, you knew for years? You didn't talk to me? You didn't tell me this? You knew this was going on? You would be outraged.
What would you do, Rob? What would you do, Rob, if your 15-year-old came to you one day and said, I think I'm queer?
I would say, let's talk about it. Why do you feel that way?
Because I'm attracted to boys.
That's fine. You're attracted to boys. Are you sure? Is it just a phase? Is it something you're going through? Or when did you start to realize this? When you say attracted, what do you mean? Do you mean attracted that like you think that they're people that look good in a suit? Or
I've
is
known
it something
for
more
years.
Okay, you've
I've known for years.
Okay.
I've known for years that I was attracted to boys.
Yeah. Okay. You know I'll love you no matter what. And if it ends up that you decide that you're going to be the type of person that wants to get in a relationship with men, that's okay. I think that we need to okay. So what's that have anything to do with the conversation we just had?
I think that would be a great way of handling that conversation. I think there are a lot of parents out there, Rob, that are not equipped to do that.
I think there are a lot of teachers that aren't equipped to decide what's best for the children as well. And I think ultimately we should default to the parents being the ones that has the final say. And the problem I have with you is I just can't believe that you're telling the truth, that you would be okay if the school withheld that information from you and it led to your child not getting treatment, which he ended up killing himself. I can't imagine that you would be okay with that.
I think in that spot, it wouldn't be the school's fault that the kid committed suicide if they kept a secret like, I think I'm queer. I think that there would be all kinds of other reasons. If a kid got to the point where they were suicidal because of their queerness, I'm going to assume that kid's community fosters a culture of homophobia. I'm going to assume
that's
that
bold
community
assumption. How do you know
why
that?
Why else would somebody feel suicidal and be terrified to come out of the closet?
Well, they would feel suicidal because being trans seems to indicate that people are more suicidal. You are making an assumption. You're assuming. Let me finish. You're assuming. I know what you're going to say right now. Do you think the reason that their suicidality is because the negative pressures that they get on other people could have something to do with it? Is it your claim that the only reason there's increased suicidality with trans people is because of negative reactions from other people? Is that your claim?
If I'm a trans person,
yes or no, and then you could elaborate.
It's not difficult for me to conceptualize circumstances where if I was trans and I opened up social media, for example, and 30% of what I saw on my feed was virulently queerphobic stuff, conflating transness with pedophilia or conflating queerness with pedophilia, accusing queer people of wanting to fucking groom kids. If I saw this over and over and over and over again, and if I lived in a community that was not tolerant of this sort of thing, I could very easily imagine being suicidal.
Okay, that was a clever way to not respond to my question in any way whatsoever. I said, are you saying that the only reason that there's an increase in suicidality with trans people is because of external pressures from negative attitudes to people? And you said basically, I could see. Yes. So that's it. Okay. Yes. I think you're full of shit. I think you're full of shit. The medical literature does not back that up. I think that's absolutely absurd.
Nobody who feels accepted and loved unconditionally, nobody who feels that way, nobody who feels afraid of being who they are, are necessarily going to want to kill themselves.
That's bullshit.
If somebody wants to kill themselves,
bullshit.
if somebody wants to kill themselves because they're attracted to this or that type of person, it's because they don't feel safe expressing that.
That is
being closeted. Being closeted means you're living a life of shame and secrecy.
That's absolute bullshit. You're talking out your ass, and it's so easy to prove it. So your argument would be no one would ever. I just want to be clear what you're saying. Take trans out of it. What you're saying is no one would ever kill themselves if they were loved and supported.
No, that's not what I said.
Okay, then
somebody could want to kill themselves, for example, because they're going through financial pressure.
Okay.
Or somebody could want to kill themselves, for example, because they got broken up with.
Sure.
Or somebody could want to kill themselves because they got in an accident. Now they're disabled.
They have an illness that leads to depression.
But I'm saying in the case of someone who is queer, someone who killed themselves because they are queer, that is because they exist in an environment that rejects their queerness.
That's not
true. What I'm saying.
That is not true. It could be true.
Why else would somebody kill themselves because of their queerness?
Okay, I'll give you an example. Because gender dysphoria itself, even if supported by everyone around you, even if you didn't have access to social media, even if everyone at your church, your family, your soccer club, your chess club, even if all the musicians you listen to said, you're special, you're great, it's okay to be like this, you could still have anxiety, you could still have depression. These clinical diagnosis, even without depression can exist without people negatively fucking with you. Happens all the time. And so that depression could lead to you committing suicide.
That's why I specified people that commit suicide because of their queerness, Rob. That's why I specified that.
That first off, that specification won't help. Second, that wasn't the question I asked, which is why I asked you to give a yes/no answer. The question I asked was, can you contemplate any reason other than outside pressures of people picking on them that a person with transgender would kill themselves?
Because of their queerness, no. I cannot imagine any other. So them having a disposition towards anxiety or malaise, depression, or some other kind of mental illness, that is a separate category. I'm saying the people that kill themselves because they feel a deep sense of shame about their sexuality or their gender identity are doing so because they exist in an environment that makes them feel unsafe for whatever reason.
It's bullshit.
We do know, Rob, and I would ask if you disagree with this, what study after study after study after study has showed is that you can substantially reduce the risk of suicide in trans people if you affirm their identity. And it starts with the family, and then it branches out to peers, and then it branches out to communities. Do you dispute the fact that trans people kill themselves at much lower rates when they are successfully transitioned to the extent that their environment accepts them?
No, I don't accept that. I would need to heavily look into the research. Research I've read to the counter seems to suggest that there's some sort of selection bias, right? And then actually a lot of people that go through the trans, actually for other reasons, even ones that are considered in more accepting environment. Because this is the problem. What you would have to say is, no, I'm not wrong. I'm wrong. You're making bold claims. Like the claim you're making now is that almost universally the reason trans people kill themselves is because people online or their families make fun of them. That's bullshit. If that was true, then we would expect to see suicidality rates of trans people, for example, in communities like you would expect to see far less suicide in trans people with people that had less access to the internet, then, correct? If we were able to do a study of that.
Well, I would assume so, but that's a whole other, like social media causing depression. That's a whole other.
I don't believe it. Thing. Like you see all sorts of things with selection bias. None of the the idea of affirming care is bullshit. Anyways, I could say that what does affirming care mean? And again, we could go through with this. I only got a couple more minutes because I have another interview at 7. But we see right that the idea of affirming care. There's all sorts of research that's coming out about this, and people that are blowing the whistle on this is a load of shit. You don't say just because someone says this is who I am. What does affirming care mean? That means you can't question them, right? So if I'm 13 and I go to the doctor and I say
that doesn't mean that.
Define affirming care. Define affirming care.
It doesn't mean that you don't
define affirming care.
Affirming care is if somebody comes to you, like you're a child psychologist and you have 12-year-old, let's say, let's say I am a boy, but I feel like a girl in a boy's body, and that makes me sad. You wouldn't just simply not question. Of course, you would ask them questions like, oh, tell me more about that. Can you give me an example of how you feel? How often does this happen? How long have you felt this way? It's a very careful process of parsing through somebody's incongruence, of somebody's dysphoria. In some cases, it could be a case of confusion, but in other cases, they are correctly identifying in that moment that they feel trans. And so if you affirm that person's identity, every study that I have ever seen, meta studies, every single study has shown that when you affirm someone, and it doesn't even have to be trans, you could affirm someone's gayness and say, I accept that. I totally accept that. You can be whoever you want.
That's different. Those
people are far less likely to kill themselves.
That's different. The idea of saying someone is gay is different than saying you are a man born in a woman's body. You are actually a woman. That's a sort of affirmation that's different. I just don't believe this. Like it's bullshit that you're trying to make definitive claims like, the only reason that trans people kill themselves is because of these outside pressures. And what this does is an attempt to shame people, right? Oh, you have to agree. And this is what we're getting to. There's a question of tolerance. And I've told you this, and I'm going to have to end on this, sadly, right? Because I do have another interview. I'd be happy to keep talking to you. What's going to happen is your radical nature, coming down to everything from teach 14-year-olds to lick nipples, teach 9-year-olds masturbation, we have to don't tell parents about this stuff. What's going to happen is enough people that are on the center like me, we're going to lose, and people are going to go to the other side. That's what's going to happen. And it's actually like the idea that you're saying here, I just wonder, by the way, do you do a lot of ranting and raving about people that talk about anti-whiteness and anti-men shit that lead to increased suicidalities of white men? I just wonder, can I find your readings and videos on that? I'm just curious. Because it seems to be suggested.
If you gave me specific examples of things, I'm sure we can agree that there's a lot of cringe shit out there, Rob.
But I'm saying, you've spoken out about it. You're aware that suicidality rates for white men is one of the fastest growing in the country, right? You knew that, right?
I wasn't aware of that.
Oh, you didn't know?
I wasn't.
That's weird.
No.
Why wasn't the media talking about it? They certainly talk a lot about suicidality and trans rights, right? Isn't that weird? They're not talking about the increased rates with white men? I wonder why. This information does not scare me. I get curious. Oh, that's interesting. I want to learn more about that. What do you
think that like somehow takes away from what I'm saying? If there's more white people killing themselves in this country, of course I would want to find out why that's happening.
But the problem is, why don't you know? And I'm not saying you're obligated to know everything. What I'm saying is this is all a pattern, right? That all of these institutions
Why don't you know Spanish, Rob? I can speak Spanish. Why can't you speak Spanish?
I just explained that I'm not saying that you're obligated to learn everything. I'm saying the fact that this isn't something that you're aware of is because there's not societal pressures on it to talk about it in the same way that there are about issues like trans issues, LGBT issues. And the reason for that is because these institutions are dominated by groups that engage in this cultural Marxism. And they say certain groups are oppressors and certain groups are oppressed. And we must always vindicate, celebrate, etc., the oppressed groups. And the LGBT, particularly trans people, is one of the most oppressed groups that they stick up for. And so now we're being browbeaten. We don't have time to get into it. I blame you primarily for the stalling and delaying, but whatever, maybe you blame me. We don't have time to get into it, but what you're saying here leads to this. Well, it's because bullies online why trans people kill themselves. So when Leah Thomas wants to swim against Riley, you're horrible. You're leading to suicide by saying that's bullshit, that this dude should be, that's terrible. And when you're upset because you remember the big story with the trans person that went into the sauna or whatever, the locker room, and a woman came out screaming that he was naked and shaking his penis in front of her kid, and all these people protested. They showed up to the salon and was like, how dare you treat trans women? Then the dude was arrested like 2 weeks later because that's actually what he was doing. He was sexually harassing a child, right? But we were all browbeaten.
Yeah, I think it's bad to sexually harass kids.
Right, but we were browbeaten. Yeah. That's bigoted to talk about this. That's bigoted. How dare you raise these issues? But that's what the mainstream narrative was.
Well, you're talking to me. You're not talking to me. You're talking to me right now. Ask me how I feel about that.
Well, wait a minute. But you've spent all sorts of times talking about people that abuse gay people, etc., and you know that's not me. But you talked about the way society functions, right?
I don't think I accused you of anything other than what you told me.
Am I accusing you of being the person saying this about the salon?
You accused me of wanting to rape kids, Rob.
No, I didn't.
You called me a fucking groomer, and you said I want to rape kids and sexualize kids.
I don't recall you ever saying that you wanted to rape kids. I did recall saying that you wanted to sexualize kids.
You said I want to sexualize kids, Rob.
Yes. I believe that teaching kids about masturbation is sexualization of kids, particularly 9-year-olds. Yes, I stand by. Does that, and I was quite clear in articulating earlier in the discussion that sexualizing children is different than physically sexually assaulting children. But yes,
Okay.
I do believe that about you, that if you, and you could say, okay, I've rethought my position, you're right, that's a little fucking extreme, that's fine. Do I think, I will admit to being a little tongue-in-cheek talking about you getting
It's all
aroused
good.
with kids.
It's all
But
good.
I only did that because
It's all
you
good.
tried to make me look like I'm some sort of sexual prude or something, which I am,
Nah,
by the way,
look,
but it's
hey, we're
irrelevant
both
to the debate.
adults.
But I'm
You
just,
can't, it's
that's
hard to
fine.
hurt my feelings. It's gonna be. It's fine.
No,
We can do
if
that.
you had a kid, I'm not calling CYS or any shit like that. Like, I think you're fine, right? I understand we get heated, but I will just finish on this point. That is the agenda that's going on, and that we're being browbeat by saying like, well, you can't be critical, you can't make jokes. That's bullshit, man. It's absolute bullshit. As a society, what I would like to see with trans people, I think that it's a social contagion. If we stop celebrating it, if we stop putting it on a pedestal, if we were sensible about saying like there are biological realities between men and women, there are spaces that we have society said are for women only, and if you're a biological man, you should not be allowed to enter those spaces, including athletics, including locker rooms and things like that. If we did that, I could also simultaneously, as I always have said, I could be your friend if you're trans. I don't think you should be treated like shit. I think people could make jokes about you, but people could make jokes of my fat ass and my balding ass. That's fine, right? But I'm so tired of this. Like, it's the special people and you can't criticize them. And anytime you say anything, it's because you're bigoted against them. And, oh, you're causing them to commit suicide. Sorry. This moral panic doesn't work with me. I'm not going to ignore biological reality because I'm being convinced that me talking about biological reality and saying that actually...
Well, I don't think anybody should ignore any kind of reality.
But that's what they do.
Well, I'd love to pick up this conversation.
Can men menstruate?
We can talk more about it. I don't agree, but yeah, we can talk more about it another time. I did enjoy this conversation. I appreciate that it can get heated sometimes, but don't worry, you're not going to hurt my feelings. And
Okay.
I'd love to talk again.
All right, sounds good. So much for interview about Tim Pool. It got in this shit, but that's fine. All right, I got another interview. I do got.
I want to. Okay, all right. We do need to talk about that, so I'll reach out to you.
All right, we'll see. Bye.
All right.
Now, just so everyone knows, I'm in a lot of shit. My wife's gonna be pissed because I was supposed to do that from like 2 to 5, and then do this interview at 7. So let's see if this dude's ready. I mean, what a load of shit. I don't know what to say. You know, I mean, there are certain things like, I don't know, it's stylistically, I'm not going to say I don't do shitty stuff intentionally and unintentionally when it comes to this debate, but when it comes to debates, but it's like, it's so frustrating, like that little shit that happens to all these things, you know, like, I didn't say that, I didn't say that. Yeah, you did. That's what you said. And then we argue for 20 minutes. He's like, yeah. Yeah. You know, I don't know what else to say. The idea of teaching, what can you say? The dude wants to teach 9-year-olds about masturbation. It's fucking nuts. I don't know what else to say. I don't know what to say. It's fucking insane. Let's see if this dude's ready to go. I can hear my kid downstairs. By the way, fuck everyone from Hutch's community that's still here that's saying that, like, I would harm my child or this, that, and the other. Fuck you all. I'm not the one who made it personal. He was talking about licking nipples. I stayed completely out of the personal of it until he said, "What's the matter, Rob? You afraid to lick a nipple, blah, blah, blah." So it seems that the obvious implication is, oh, you sound like you're excited to talk about licking nipples to 14-year-olds. The Spudsy says, I just wanted to come here and say I've never seen someone lose a debate as bad as you. You're intellectually undeveloped and cognitively impaired. See you, scumbag. Wow. Great point. Rob's the victim now. I'm not the victim. Where did I say I was the victim? Yeah, it's a great question, People's Elbow. If it was just about being abused and afraid to come out, why aren't there 60-year-old trans, 70-year-old trans? Why aren't their numbers coming out as much? Yeah, cognition, thank you. I'm clearly not saying everyone from Hutch's chat's shitty. I'm not saying that. I would never say that. There's shitty people in my chat too, but we ignore Aftershock. Oh, where's this dude at? Oh, now I got this person soon. "15 studies sent to me that the reason that trans people commit suicide is because people make fun of them." I got you, CL. Now, I will go through that at some point, and you will be full of shit. You will be absolutely full of shit. Just like the people that told me hormone blockers were good and all that and check out all these studies. Then you go through the studies one by one and find out they're bullshit. And then when you actually go to groups that went through the studies, like the doctors' organizations in Sweden and the doctors' organizations in the UK, you know what they say? None of these studies are credible. Most of them are surveys. We don't see evidence that there are significant benefits in reducing suicidality and things like that by providing hormone blockers. Therefore, we're not going to test these drugs on children by doing them. That's what's said. And then people just say, nah, but the studies say it. The studies say it. But I'll look through them. I just want people to understand what people are saying, like what Hutch was saying. I'm going to give this guy like 5 minutes, and then what they're saying is this: a disorder that literally requires you changing your body so much that you're forced to change your hormones, then proceed cutting off your genitals, oftentimes then having skin reattached to make a sort of pseudo vagina that has tons of problems that come with it: pain, inability to enjoy sex, a stench, or opposite, if you're a female transitioning to male, right? There is no reason that on its own, that having that sort of significant medical condition would cause you to be more suicidal. None. You versus the average person that doesn't have any, there's no difference in your suicidality rates. The reason it appears as so is because everyone's going, aha! That's it. That's the only reason for the increased suicide. Not the severe depression, having to take drugs to alter your body, having to have surgery to alter your body. None of that has any effect. That doesn't have an effect. The depression that comes out, it doesn't have an effect. Nope, it's just because, you read libs of TikTok on Twitter. Well, there you go. Now you're going to die. Sorry, we should ban libs of TikTok. That's the key. Let's ban people. That's what's going on. It's I'm getting quite frustrated with this guy not being here. 7 p.m. work for you later. Maybe he doesn't mean Eastern time. Yeah, that's a great question. I did not bring that up after show. Hey, CL, why didn't we see huge rates of mass child suicide in the past when trans people were afraid to come out? That's odd. So, CL, again, remember, the claim that Hutch is making, and it seems that CL is backing up, the reason for increased suicidality, in fact, Hutch said the only reason for increased suicidality is because of the treatment they get of other people. Hutch sends me CL sends me some studies. Let's go through the first one, just exactly as I said. You ready? So what we're looking for is what's going to be proved here. What we're about to see is the sole reason for the increase in suicidality is because people make fun of trans people. Ready? What do you think the chances are that that's what the first study says? Let's find out, shall we? As we're waiting to see if this other guy comes. Ready? Results. Of 928 participants, 73% reported a lifetime diagnosis of depression, 63% reported previous self-harm, and 43% had attempted suicide. Higher odds of reporting a lifetime history of suicide attempts were found in people who were A, unemployed. Wait. Why would there be higher rates of unemployed? Why is it talking about unemployed? I thought the only reason was because they got picked on. Why would being unemployed have anything to do with that? Second, had a diagnosis of depression. You see, actually, that's the highest, 3.43. Desired gender-affirming surgery. Had experienced physical assault or experienced institutional discrimination related to their trans status. Wow, that gives a litany of reasons that they might have increased suicidality. None of them really say because they got picked on. The one you come closest to, I guess, is institutional discrimination. But it doesn't say anything about people on X picking on them. CL, you there? That's the first study you sent me. And it actually says the exact opposite of what the claim was. The claim was the only reason that people, that's what Hutch said, the only reason people commit suicide is because they get mocked over. Go over all this. Oh, okay. So CL's like, okay. Sure, Rob, the first study I sent proves your point. But check the rest. Thank you, Spectra. Well, what were you trying to prove to me? Yes, I would say that if you're mocked for any reason and you have an illness, that your chances of self-harm probably rise. And that's my argument. Disagree? But there are significant other factors like clinical depression and anxiety. Do I want to get the truth or beat my chest? Where am I wrong? When you say, here's a bunch of studies, right? You want me to send you a bunch of studies? You want me to just list like 15 studies that show the problem with transgender treatment? I could do that too. I've gone through these things. Now, don't call in, because if the person that's supposed to interview me isn't coming, then I'm going to leave. Just looking through study number 2, what it basically is doing is it's saying, we basically took a bunch of things like microaggressions, self-stigma, adverse childhood experiences, whether you belonged in school, family support, and what we found are that people that had bad experience in those had increased risk of suicidality. Not surprised. However, that doesn't prove that these are the only reasons for increase in suicidality, particularly when the first study that we looked at gave a litany of things that this study chose to not look at. Just so you know, here's how you prove your point. There's 50 fucking, here's a bunch of studies. The third one I click on, I didn't mean to show the email. I meant to show this. The third one I click on, here, this will prove CL's point. CL hasn't said what their point is, but this will prove it. The 2017 School Climate Survey. Let's see how many pages we got here. 196 pages. I'll get right on that, CL. I'll get right on that. Here's a 196 page. Here, CL, I'll prove my point. I'll just link like it's a fucking joke. Here, read through all this literature, then you'll agree with me. Okay, maybe this is the dude. I don't know. We're going to give him a couple more minutes, then I'm out. Oh, fucking hell. All right, we're going to start in 20 minutes. My wife's going to kill me. right. Well, what are we going to talk about while we wait? Yeah, now, just so you know, that was supposed to be an interview about Tim Pool's show. About me being on Tim Pool's show. That's what it was supposed to be. And it turned into... I'm disappointing you, be honest. See, I just want to be clear. I want to be clear here. If I send you videos, literature, etc., you're going to do an honest attempt to read all of it. Is that clear, CO? That's what it would take to be honest. So if I send you 5,000 pages of information, say, see, this proves my point, you're going to read through it all, correct? That's what you're going to do because you're interested in the truth. And once you read that, I'll have another 20 hours of video. You're going to be honest, CO. We're looking for the truth, correct? Am I right? Well, that's the thing. I don't think Hutch is uniquely like the most radical person. But even he, when he's like, sure, I think in 9th grade you should be deciding how to arouse people. CL is arguing a point that I've never made. Of course, I would say that people that are mocked and picked on are more likely to kill themselves. Same's true of fat people. Same's true of old people. Same's true of bald people. Same's true of ugly people. Same's true of probably, people that are short. Yeah, I would agree that's probably the case. Yeah, and it's like, aha! What is the point you're trying to... Let's say I concede your argument, CL. Yeah, people that get picked on, including trans people, are more likely to kill themselves. Now, what do we do with this information? Go ahead. What's the next step? What do we do with this? Okay, we're there. Now, what are we doing? Okay, but it was very important for CL. It was bullshit, just trans shit. Basically, Hutch admitted he wants to teach 9-year-olds how to masturbate, or about masturbation. That's how it went. Okay, you agree with me. Then I don't understand. Like, why wouldn't you lead with that? Yeah, Rob, the literature backs you up. You're right. It's more complicated. It's not just... So what? Like, what do we do with that then? So then what? Okay. Should it be illegal to make fun of trans people online? When a guy with a 5 o'clock shadow decides he wants to go into the restroom with my niece who's 2 years old, I should say, I can't say anything because it might hurt his feelings and he would kill himself? Do we have special treatment for trans people because of their increased suicidality rates that we shouldn't have with other groups that traditionally we mock? Should we have similar conversation? No, I'm not pivoting. We've agreed on a basic truth that almost everyone would agree on. Yes, if someone is picked on, they're probably more likely to harm themselves than someone who's never been picked on. Okay, got it. We're in agreement there. Anyone disagree with that in the chat? What do we do with that information surrounding trans people? What do we do? What's that mean? What policies do we institute? What as a society should we do then? Does that mean we have to, if they say pronouns, we have to agree with them. We have to agree with your pronouns. No, I don't agree we should be as accepting as possible. What does that mean? What does that mean? It's loaded bullshit term. What does that mean to be as accepting as possible? If I said, sure, we should accept people, and then they'll say, so you have to use my pronouns. That's being accepting. And you have to leave me in your locker room. That's being accepting. And you have to let me play sports against the girls. That's being accepting. And we have to remove J.K. Rowling. She's a TERF. That would be accepting. And we can't leave bigoted people on campus. That would be accepting. Do I think conservatives are generally supportive of trans people? No. Being supportive and accepting things are already you've changed. Do you see? Do you see the clever game? Do you see? And this is exactly what I'm talking about. So CL's like, we should be as accepting as possible. So I kind of point out the absurdity of that. And then they say, do you think conservatives support? Well, that's not accepting, is it? Do you think Democrats support conservatives? Are they as supportive as possible? Why not? That's outrageous. But I could point to conservatives that kill themselves. How dare Democrats not be supportive of conservatives? That's outrageous. Shouldn't they be? And it's all a shell game. I don't even trust the fucking scientific literature anyways. Go read Michael Schellenberger's report on WPATH from the other day that he put out. Same old bullshit. Same old bullshit. You trust the science. Science says men can menstruate. Science says you can get COVID at the Trump rally, but not the Black Lives Matter rally. Trust the science. Oh, the science says there's no way it could have came from a Wuhan lab. Trust the science. Bullshit. Not pivoting. What would a non-pivot be? See, I think CL pivoted. CL's pivoting. That's what's going on. CL's pivoting. I pointed out how it was different being supportive versus accepting. And now CL's pivoted. It's a shame. Everybody, look at CL pivoting. It's such a shame. What a pivot. Man, CL just pivoting over and over again. That's a pivot. Yeah, it's a pivot. No. That's a shame, man. Oh, now Swirly's pivoting. Mr. White's pivoting. There's a lot of pivoting here. Pivot. Yep, there's pivoting. No, when I say, like, imagine this game. You ready? All right. Hey guys, don't you think if you pick on people, they're more likely to be depressed and harm themselves? I'm going to be like, yeah, I guess that could be the case. Okay. Well, then, don't you think that conservatives aren't necessarily totally supportive of trans people? Yeah, I guess you're right. Okay, so we need conservatives to support trans people, right? I don't know what that means, but yeah. So then they can't be in the locker rooms and stuff. Well, wait a minute. I think this is getting out of hand because supportive could mean then we have to accept what they say is biological reality. That's a pivot. That's pivoting. That's pivoting. We're talking about why conservatives should be supportive of trans people. Yes, but I'm telling you, when you say that, I think it means the following things. That's a pivot. You can't pivot. That's just a pivot. Come on now. You're pivoting. You see the game? Yeah, see, there's all sorts of questions that go into these sorts of studies, right? So, for example, you'll hear increased homicide rates against LGBT people, against trans people. We hear that all the time. Increased homicide rates. But what they don't tell you are people that are trans in general engage in riskier sexual behavior. So I'm not saying this about it, on average, there are more trans prostitutes per capita. So that would mean prostitution's a field of work where you're more likely to experience violence. There's more anonymous sex partners. Anonymous sex partners is a place where you're more likely to experience violence. But that's not the way the study's presented to us. The study is, there's trans homicides. There's people out there brutally murdering trans people. And then when you get into the details, it's 2 a year or something. Now, I will say with Hutch, I will say this. I do think it's different. If I'm a school teacher, teaching 6th grade, and I'm watching the kids play kickball, and I hear a guy say, I think I'm gay, I'm attracted to that guy. I'm not going to run and tell the fucking parents. But the laws that he's talking about are laws that say, when students are I demand you call me she, I've transitioned, I want to go by a different name and different pronouns. Yeah, absolutely, the parents have the right to hear. Yeah, I've watched Salty Cracker, I like him. That's right. Majority of violence against trans people are people in the LGBT community. Come on, guy. Oh. All right, guy, if you can hear me. Let's hop in the Discord room, see if you're there. Now, this is going to be way different. This is someone that, for a class, is interviewing me. So I'm going to try not to. Do you still have to, click a flag or something to talk on my Discord? I can't remember. Thank you, Peter Flies, for the follow. I'll be nice. All right, I think we're getting good. Guess I should put my headset on, huh? I'm I'm going to be in so much shit when I get downstairs. I know it. Yeah, Zen, there's all sorts of... It's emotional blackmail is what it is. I knew a guy like that once. I knew this dude who came to college and he was dating a girl in high... Like, he's a senior, she's a junior, but I think they were the same year age. So he comes off to college and I meet him. And this girl stays back in high school because she's now a senior. And he had enough of the long-distance relationship and was like, we're breaking up. And he was very emotional telling me this story. She threatened to basically harm herself permanently if he broke up with her. And so he was like, oh, no, we'll stay together. And he was miserable for like 3 months. And then eventually she broke up with him. I'm sorry, no. I'm not. That's not what I'm looking for. And again, the funny thing is, most of the people in my chat are probably far more conservative than me. And people like Hutch are going to fuck around. They're going to see. They're going to see that the reaction is going to be a real hard reaction to this shit. I'm like, yeah, you're trans. We could still be friends. I'm not going to buy into your bullshit, but sure, sit down. Let's watch the game. The reaction is going to be, get your creepy fucking shit out of here. That's going to be what's coming. I'm trying to avoid that. I am. But I don't feel bad because when you have people like, I don't see the problem with teaching kids how to arouse people in school. I don't see the problem with talking to 9-year-olds about masturbation. That's what's going to happen. They just keep pushing and pushing. And they act like it's not happening. Don't believe your eyes. Well, actually, the studies all show that this is necessary. It helps kids. What about this type? And I will say one thing Hutch did well. I let him control the direction. Now, I did that purposely, at least at the beginning, because it was supposed to be him interviewing me. And as far as I'm concerned, when you're a guest being interviewed, the person directs the topic. I don't talk about whatever you want. But like we had kept engaging in his hypothetical. Right? Well, what if this? What if the parent was going to abuse? What if this? What if that? What if this? And it's like, yeah, but what about the normal situation? Come on. A little irksome. Right. That's exactly right, Roland. So it'd be like, well, this is exceedingly rare. So when I'd say something, and like, it always just aggravates me too when people are unwilling to make simple concessions. Nah, I wouldn't ban birth control, though I heavily recommend against it. You should have the right to put poison in your body, I guess, if you want. Okay. All right. I think we're about ready to go. Is it? All right, let's try this. Hello. Can you hear me? Might be my problem. Let me check. 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 Okay, I think I'm doing all right. Check.
Yeah, okay.
Is this the wrong person? Okay. What's up, Semper? Check. Okay, let's. Heard something. You there? Anyways, we'll wait here. It's just incredibly and I will admit, one of my things I need to work on is I get so fascinated with the meta debate, with how people debate, that oftentimes I think it's not interesting to other people, right? So like the little shit where it's just like, I'll be like, he'll ask me a question. Do you think that there are parents out there that would physically harm their kid if they came out as gay? What's my answer? Yes. Okay, counter question. Do you think there are parents out there that want their kids to be gay and would harm them if they weren't? Well, blah, 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 blah. And it's like 5 minutes later, it's like, you can't just say, yeah. Well, yeah, it's probably rare. Right, exactly. Same with...
Hey, can you hear me, man?
Yeah. Are you the person that was going to interview me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
That is me.
Sometimes you'll think you're talking to some... It's like when you get the Uber... And then you see those videos like some woman will get in an Uber and then 5 minutes down the road, it's like, oh, I'm not your Uber driver. And it's like,
Yeah.
So, yeah, well, thanks for coming on.
I appreciate
you don't mind
it.
if you don't want me, if you don't want me to stream it, that's cool too. But I assumed you
Oh, no, I don't mind either way.
Okay. So, yeah, it's your show. Go ahead. Whatever you want to do, go ahead and run it.
All right. So I basically, I'll just explain the assignment to you and then I'll get on with the interview for it. So basically, we had to choose a group, a specific group in time, and discuss a problem or a something that has come out of that group in recent times. Okay. And I chose online politics because I've kept up with it for the last few years, and I think it's interesting. So that's why I messaged you. I also messaged a few other people, but you were the one that actually took me on for the interview, so I appreciate that.
No problem at all. Do you mind, real quick, can I ask you what to call you? Is Swalty okay?
That's fine. You can call me John. Either way.
Okay. Yep. Just makes it easier knowing. And then, do you mind me asking, like, were you specifically looking to talk to someone on the right, or were you just looking to talk to anyone you've seen on the online politics space?
So originally, what my plan was, I was going to try and get someone on the right and then someone on the left, and then write my paper based off of the interaction between the two and basically the answers to the same questions that came from both. I wanted to see if there were some similarities, some differences, just kind of how it worked out. Mm-hmm. But no one on the left was actually willing to do it. Of
course.
So I appreciate
these lefties. They're all big timers. It's like, what can you do for me? Not me. I love talking to people. I don't care if you got a channel or could do anything. I enjoy it. So.
Yeah, that's true. But either way, I appreciate it. And I guess I'll just get started by, so could you please tell the people who are listening, other than your stream, a little bit about yourself, your name, your background, etc.
Sure. Yeah, my name's robnoerr. I live in rural Pennsylvania. I've lived in the same 20-mile radius my entire life. I got a undergraduate degree at Clarion University and then a graduate degree in speech communication at Tiffin University in Ohio. My original intention was to get into sports journalism. I ended up getting involved in debate when I went for my undergrad and became one of the better policy debaters in the country. I was the first person from my university, me and my partner, I guess, to qualify for the national debate tournament, which was a pretty big honor for a little state school like us. So we're still proud of that. By the way, in case you're wondering, my debate partner is the complete inverse of me. Tall, skinny guy who's a Buddhist lefty, but we're still very good friends. Basically, I consider myself a populist first and foremost. I believe that corruption in our institutions is the biggest issue facing our country today. It doesn't matter if a rightist and a leftist disagree on, say, socialized medicine or things like that. If there are people running these institutions that are controlling elections and don't care about what we think. But beyond that, beyond being a populist and fighting corruption, I consider myself a libertarian adjacent conservative.
Okay. All right. Well, then you kind of answered it similarly to my second question. But my second question was, how did you originally get into the online politics / debate sphere?
So when I was in debate, I used to go to this website called Above Top Secret that was like a conspiracy theory website. And we did it kind of as a joke, me and some of the folks on the debate team. Gradually, though, I stuck with that, just sort of had an anonymous presence there and would put, I just basically didn't talk about conspiracies, talked about politics. And I enjoyed the back and forth, particularly once I was done with my 4.5 years of debate. It was nice to be able to argue with people. I love arguing. And I was very opinionated politically, so it was nice to go in that space and argue politics. And I sort of, from there in 2006, probably 2017, I was like, why don't I just start a YouTube channel and I could make small videos, which I did. And the idea behind my YouTube channel was, I saw that in my community with all these blue collar workers, no one spoke up for them. They're good at all the stuff I'm terrible at, but I respect. So I'm terrible at hunting or working on a car or carpentry. I'm horrible at all the like cool man stuff that makes you a cool blue collar worker, but I'm a good talker. And I thought, maybe I could talk about issues that I don't hear other people talking about with them. And so I started to do non-live videos, just regular small videos. And then there was actually a person that I tried to do a live stream. I couldn't figure out the tech. It's a guy I now know by the name Drone Tech Politics. He was my first live stream viewer, and he walked me through how to do a live stream. And so for years, I would stream to 2 or 3 people, him being primarily one of them. He's a bigger channel than me. And that was it. I started to then get involved in debates, particularly panel debates, and I loved it. I love debating. And so, that's where I kind of got the bug. And most of my shows now are just me talking, but my favorite shows are absolutely debating people I disagree with, preferably 1-on-1 or 1-on-6, 1-on-7. I don't care. I'll debate any amount of people. But yeah, most of my shows are just me talking to my audience about usually issues of corruption or politics that are occurring in the local day.
Well, I will say that's how I was first introduced to you. I saw you on a panel. I can't remember the specific video. I remember I just watched it because I used to watch Destiny a lot. Mm-hmm. And I saw you on one of the panels that I think it was the Rittenhouse one. That
Progressive Brad, yeah.
yeah.
That was the one time that Destiny and me were on the same side. That was like
that was it. That was it. And that you don't find that very often. There's not many people that like him now. He's definitely a divisive figure, if you could say.
Well, here's some positive things I'll say about Destiny, if you'd like. I think Destiny's smart and he's articulate and he's not as extreme as many people on the left, though he has a bias that's almost completely antithetical to me. My bias, if I was honest, is that I am an anti-institutionalist, and Destiny's bias would be the exact opposite, that he's a pro-institutionalist. But that's clearly not the realm, or not the separation of all political matters. So there's a lot of like crazy progressive people that will say things like defund all the police. Well, Destiny as an institutionalist is going to be like, that's absurd. And me as someone who's like practically living in the real world also says that's absurd. I think Destiny's been incredibly generous in his in allowing me to come on his channel and talk to him. As we sort of mentioned before we started the interview, a lot of this space, there's sort of a, well, what can you do for me attitude? And so if you're I get more offers now like that I was on Tim Pool's show or that I debate Destiny. I get more people that will talk to me then. When I was small time and I was only streaming to 3-4 people, it was hard to even get on a panel. So if you're just starting out or if you're just trying to interview someone like you are, it's oftentimes very difficult to get a bigger person to respond to you. I can say with Destiny, regardless of my incredible dislike of most of his political opinions, he's always been willing to talk to me, to debate me, and he doesn't really get a benefit from it. Now, he recently has, because I think he used me as prep for some of the bigger people he were debating. But, what's he gain? Well, if he loses the debate, quote unquote, to me, that looks really bad because I'm a relative unknown. And even if he crushes me in a debate, it's not like he's siphoning off my viewers. He's got tens of thousands of people watching. I have 50. So for that, I applaud Destiny because I think he is one of the people in the space that is willing to give people a chance that maybe aren't just, I'll talk to you because you have a huge channel. But yeah, it's something, hopefully I never lose that. I think it's important. I want to see more people in the space, particularly people that share my political beliefs, but even those that don't. I would like to see them getting in this space, because to me, the more voices that are out there, it's the great equalizer. I don't want to see people gatekeep the flow of information. I want to see more average people participating. I want to see truck drivers and welders and carpenters and teachers and bartenders. I want to see their opinions on things. And so for me, the little thing I could do to help that is if someone reaches out to me, say, yeah, absolutely, I'll bring you. I don't have a huge show, but I'm willing to talk to anyone.
Well, I applaud that. I'm glad you will keep up that. I will say, throughout my time just dealing in politics, I've never streamed anything, of course, but I will say, even though my views probably lean farther left than they do right, there are way more people on the right that are willing to have a discussion or argue about something they disagree with than the left. I feel the left kind of just likes to sit in their own bubble and just kind of marinate in it, and they would rather not ever have to deal with an opposing viewpoint if they didn't have to.
Well, yeah, it's certainly true, and it even goes beyond that. Like, again, not to focus on Destiny, but I would guess if you talk to him, on average, when he gets like really heinous, hostile messages and stuff done to him, it's probably most of the time coming from the left. I see that with left-wing streamers. It's like they could come on and debate with me. Like, I just debated this guy Hutch, and we're going back and forth pretty hard, but when we leave, I'm like, hey, no hard feelings, talk to you later. To his credit, that's how he ended it as well, so I'm not criticizing him, but maybe Hutch would debate some lefty that he would agree with way more, but have one disagreement, and it might go a very different way, like threatening to get people fired or to get people banned, doxing and stuff like that. So that's certainly true. The other thing is, like, I try to always remind myself, I'm not entitled to talk to anyone. Some people that are in the online space that talk about politics, maybe they don't like debating. Maybe they do like staying in their bubble. I don't think that's a good thing to stay in your bubble and never hear opinions outside of your scope. But if you're streaming and you're doing it because it's your job, or it's because, for me, it's my hobby, it's not my job, there's nothing wrong with saying, hey, I just want to talk to like-minded individuals. I don't want to talk to people that disagree. Now, it's not my preference. I'm the exact opposite. For me, I'd rather every day talk to people that disagree with me. That's when I have the most fun, which is my primary reason for doing this. So, but I get it. But it's frustrating. It's frustrating to see, from my point of view, as someone who leans conservative, I see that almost every major institution in this country is at least paying lip service to the causes of the left and the Democratic Party. And so what I see is one of the advantages I have in life is, ever since I've started to talk about politics in debate in college, every single opinion I have is challenged. And in debate by people that are brilliant, like people that had perfect SAT scores, that are smarter than me. So every opinion I have was sharpened by the fact that I constantly have to defend it. And yet I see people that went through elementary school, through high school, through college, who watch entertainers, who, all their professors, all their teachers, all the politicians, everyone in their life is pushing the same viewpoint. And then what happens is, when they're forced to go outside of that viewpoint and talk to someone who's, actually been in varying viewpoints, oftentimes they come off as incredibly foolish, because they're not experienced. Everyone agrees with you all the time, so you never were hardened in order to say, wow, I got to nail down and be able to articulate why I believe the things I believe. So, yeah, I mean, there's definitely a danger, and I agree with you that it's worse on the left of people staying in their bubble, but I don't think it makes you a bad person. Like, I don't want anyone that would hear this say, oh, Rob's calling me out because I wouldn't debate him. I'm not saying that at all. No one has to debate me. No one has to debate people on the right. But, yeah, I think in general on these spaces, the right's used to being kicked around and censored, and so they're willing to talk to people.
I agree with that. I feel like most of that, at least from a left and right perspective, on the left you have people that, especially my age and the generation after mine, they have very strong viewpoints for different political issues, but will usually know nothing about the issue they actually have such a strong opinion about, and they're unwilling to hear anything to the contrary of it. And for the right, I see mainly, when I get that kind of vibe from the right, it seems more like if you tell them something they don't want to hear, it's more, that's just fake news, I don't believe it. So anything you say at that point is just going to be useless to them, because they're just going to believe it as fake.
Yeah, I mean, there's truth to that, right? Now, I think that also applies to the left, but I don't disagree. I think things are going to get worse on the right as well, because what's going to happen is, when every major space Let's just take a hypothetical. You don't have to agree with me, but let's say I made the argument that I think corporate America leans to the left, that it's paying lip service to the cause of the left, right? And I don't even really think they believe in the cause of the left. It's just they know if they slap an LGBT flag on their product they're selling, it's more likely to sell. They'll get better publicity. Yeah. Or if they say Black Lives Matter, they'll get better publicity. It's not that they care about that. It's just, hey, that's the lip service. Well, can you blame them, right? Because look at it one way. It's like if you have to get involved politically as a business, you sell shoes, say hypothetically, and they're like, pick a side, right? Well, on one side, you could anger the Republicans in the right. And what are they going to do? They'll be like, curse you. And on the other side, you anger the left, and you got Media Matters and all these places that are literally trying to bury your company. They're going to go through everyone that's like a CEO or an administrator at your company. They're going to go through their high school yearbooks. They're going to try to bury these people and make sure they don't have a career for the rest of your life. Can you blame that shoe company for going, well, I guess we'll side with the left? Because the consequences are nothing. And what's going to happen is, for better or worse, the right's fighting back. They're going to start playing the same game. They're going to start saying, we got our bubble. You can't stay on the sidelines anymore. That's what the left says. The left says silence is violence. That, Budweiser has to get in the fray. They have to be involved in politics. And the right's going to start playing that game. They're going to say, yep, it's no longer enough to say, hey, we're apolitical. We're going to say you have to defend our side. And if you don't, and you're a product that's primarily used on the right, we're going to boycott you. We're not going to talk to you. And you're going to see this when it comes to sort of media. Like, I think you're an absolute fool if you're a Republican and you ever agree to an interview with anyone in the mainstream media, unless you're someone like me that would just eviscerate them. But if you're just a run-of-the-mill politician, I wouldn't do it because they're going to try to gotcha. They're going to try to get clips and make you look bad. And so what happens when we no longer talk to each other, when we no longer exchange ideas and disagreements and have debates, well, then we all retreat to our little bubbles. And it's going to lead to more and more division in this country. And it's going to lead to more and more people, Scott Adams talks about like watching two movies. We're going to have two different realities. It's already terrible, but it's going to get worse because you're just going to say, I don't even want to hear what the other side says anymore. I'm fighting against that. And I think the right, many great people on the right have seen this for years, starting in university. Jonathan Haidt does a lot. He runs this place called Heterodux Academy. He's a lefty, by the way. But he's done a lot of work on how universities are becoming more and more radical left. Like 90% of the teachers are now not just left, but like far left. And what that does, and now we're censoring conservative ideas on campus. And so I blame the left first. I actually blame the institutions first and foremost, but I blame the left more. But I'm still trying to stop the right from pushing back in an equal manner. But that's I'm going to lose that. And that's what's going to happen. And we're going to see that there's just going to be less and less dialogue. And you'll start to see people saying, hey, I'm conservative. I ain't sending my kid to these institutions. I ain't sending them to the university. I'm not sending them to the military. I'm not sending them into work in the public sphere because all of it's garbage, DEI, saying that they're evil based on their beliefs, blah, blah, blah. We'll do our own thing. And who knows? Who knows where we go from there? You would like to think that cooler heads would prevail and that reasonable people on the left would stand up and say, whoa, 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 whoa. But just the other day, they fired Ronna McDaniel, who I hate, by the way. But they fired her. Why? Can't have any Republican voices on MSNBC that won't say, I hate Trump. Can't do it. Has to say, I hate Trump. And so it doesn't take a genius to find out that that's going to lead us to a really bad place. And, at least I'll have a clean conscience that I tried my best to reach out to diverse viewpoints, to talk to as many people as possible. And I blame many of my contemporaries on the left that chose to stay in this bubble and allow this sort of, aggression that was coming from the left to have their own safe space and to exclude as evil anyone they disagreed with. I think this is going to see the predictable results.
Well, I do agree with the point you made a few seconds ago about how you think Republican, especially politicians, should avoid basically mainstream media and interviews of that sort. But I will say, even though I don't like to give the man much credit, I will say to Trump's credit, he found a way around that. He kind of played into it, and I think it worked in his favor. He kind of made memes out of his little moments that they thought were going to ruin him, and all it did was bolster his audience that he already had.
Well, no, that's absolutely true. Like, Trump approaches the media differently. Like, there are people that do it well, but also Trump falters, right? What's her name from Maggie Haberman from the New York Times, constantly interviewing her, and then she leaks Conversations from the interview that's then used by the mainstream media to make him look terrible. Look, the truth is the media propped up Trump before they denigrated him because it was part of Hillary Clinton's plan that she wanted to run against Donald Trump because they thought it would be a slam dunk. And so it's funny to hear like Morning Joe and his wife Mika that are on their show today saying like, wow, thank goodness we got rid of Ronna McDaniel. She supported Donald Trump. Morning Joe and Mika used to talk to Trump when he was running in the primary in 2016, like every other day. They had him on all the time. All of these networks did. He was good for business. He brought viewership. And great, he'll be the primary guy. Then our person's a shoo-in. Then Hillary will devastate them. But they were wrong. And so ever since then, they've been trying to make up for that. And they've been treating him, I don't mind an antagonistic media, but it has to be somewhat fair. And if you're going to go over the top with the antagonism, fine. Just do it with the other side as well. But they don't, right? And so now, so it is true, Trump had some success with the media because he's basically just got a cavalier attitude and it's like, I'm just going to make fun of you. But he still had some slip-ups there. But yeah, I mean, that's the approach that I would recommend to, if I'm advising a Republican, I would say never, ever, ever any mainstream outlet that has any connections to the Washington Post, New York Times, CNN, NBC, ABC, CBS, never talk to any of them. Don't agree to do any debates that they're hosting. None of it. Just complete, you want to go to X. Talk to Elon, talk to Tucker, talk to Joe Rogan, but don't you talk to those people. Because it's not that you're afraid to talk to them because they'll push back on you. That's fine. Any politician should welcome that. It's because they'll do so in an unfair way. Because they're not journalists interested in reporting the truth. They're interested in being propagandists to protect their side.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those mainstream interviews, and it always, even at the beginning, before anything really happens, it just kind of gives the for a lack of a better term, vibe of a setup. Like you can tell they're trying to get you to say something so that they can clip that later and use it as basically a gotcha moment.
Yeah, and you can see, like, even in my little space here online, there are people, a friend of mine is this guy by the name of Andrew Wilson, who runs a channel called The Crucible, and Andrew is a Christian nationalist. He's far more right-wing than me, right? He'll bring on people whose views he despises, like left-wingers, and he'll moderate debates, or he'll just interview them. And I've seen people get upset because they'll be like, Andrew, you interviewed that ridiculous communist lefty. Why didn't you tear them apart? And he said, because it's an interview. It wasn't a debate. It's not my job. The whole point of that was get your beliefs out there so people could hear. It's not my job to be antagonistic. If I'm a debate moderator, it's not my job to debate, right? You wear that hat seriously. Even no-name people like us, we wear that hat seriously. If I was a journalist, then I would be a journalist, and I would try to be as fair as possible and try to get to the truth. And if that meant criticizing people on my side and pointing out when I thought they were being dishonest, that's what I would be doing. But unfortunately, that's not what we have. And the irony, of course, is if you listen to the mainstream media, they tell you constantly how important they are. We're the fourth estate. We're the bulwark. We hold truth to power. We're the reason that, the population is able to be informed and challenge authority figures like politicians. And the irony is they're right. That is the importance of the media, is that important. We just don't have one. They're propagandists. They're the exact opposite of what they claim. And therefore, it's been left to social media. And I would never claim that I'm making any sort of cultural dent in any way significant. But it is people like me that are now people are turning to, and there are way more people that have more audience than me, because you no longer can trust, even on the right. Like, if you just anecdotally talk to your Republican friends, if you have any, ask how many of them like Fox News. They don't. Like, you hear this every Democrat I debate's like, that's Fox News talking points. I'm like, dude, I have not seen Fox News for 3 years. The only thing I would ever watch once in a while is Tucker Carlson's monologue. That's it. Can't stand Hannity. Don't like Brett Baer. Didn't like I don't like him. I don't like Neil Cavuto, right? But that's the narrative. Oh, the right wing. No, certainly there are Republicans that still watch it. But in general, those of us that have seen how corrupt these institutions are realize that it's a big shell game. The Fox News and CNN and the New York Times, they're all working on the big game. And that game is, we want to entrench the hegemony of the people that have had power in this country for the past 50 years. And we don't want any potential outsiders. We don't want a Donald Trump. We don't want a Vivek. We don't want a Tulsi Gabbard. We don't want a Jill Stein. It doesn't matter if they're right or left. They don't care about that. They're more than happy to have Jeb Bush versus Hillary Clinton every year, or interchange those sort of corporatist politics on both sides. That's great for them. And so when I talk about the corruption, that's what I'm talking about. They want to entrench the elites that have been running this country for the past 40, 50 years and those politicians that support them. And they want to make sure, they don't care if you're on the right, if you're on the left, they don't care. They want to make sure that people that they don't have control over and that they haven't been represented actually get a seat at the table. And that's why I support Trump, even though Vivek was my top candidate, followed by DeSantis. The reason I'll support Trump is because all three of them, to me, represent the potential to be an outsider that's not in that same big club of the old school Paul Ryan versus Chuck Schumer, basically that agree on all of the big issues, such as foreign wars, or bailing out bankers, or leaving the border unsecure, or not doing anything about fentanyl deaths, or the outsourcing of blue-collar work in this country. Like, they don't give a shit. They all agree on those things. And so that, to me, is where my affinity for a candidate like Trump would come for. And by the way, it's why I would have voted for Bernie Sanders over Jeb Bush in 2016. Even though I despise socialism, I felt that Bernie Sanders at the time, I think he's completely sold out since then, but at the time I felt that he actually cared about the people and was seen as a potential threat and outsider. And that was a good enough reason for me to vote for him.
Okay. Well, I guess let me move over to my fourth question,
Sure.
Kind of third and fourth at the same time. But what was your political orientation before you started your online experience, basically? And then if it has, how has it changed since then?
Ever since I've been involved in politics, the first person that I looked up to as a politician was Ron Paul, who I would say was close to being a libertarian. And that's still pretty close to where I am. And he's certainly a populist as well. So I've sort of been consistent from when I started following him to now. If there has been any change in me, it would be that I'm probably slightly less libertarian and slightly more conservative. In other words, if you would have talked to me in 2018, I would have probably been like, legalize all drugs. You have the right to put poison in your body. The government shouldn't have the right, as long as you're not harming someone else. Now I'm starting to see the naivety in that, because that theoretically could be a workable solution if we got rid of government en masse, which won't happen. So because we have government that exists, you have to operate within the confines of that. And for me, it's like, if I have to choose between my child going to school with people injecting needles on the walk to the way to school, then I'm going to say no. I'm going to say the government has the right to clear that out. So basically the same, though. It's been a very small lean. I'm still not completely conservative. In fact, being libertarian adjacent, many social issues conservatives would disagree with me on, such as gay marriage or things like that. Doesn't stop the people I talk to from accusing me of being bigoted to gay people, but whatever. What can you do?
Yeah, it's hard to avoid that nowadays.
Yeah.
So what do you think, in your opinion, has drawn more and more people to this online political sphere, basically?
I think primarily the reason I don't think what I do is necessarily growing by leaps and bounds, sort of the online debate political sphere. There's certainly, to me, it almost feels like it was bigger 2 years ago, but that might just be a perceptual thing. Actually, I think it was bigger when Trump was in office because there was more to talk about. This is a complicated answer, right? But I'll try to say these spaces are dominated from the top down by left wingers, right? So the corporations that run YouTube or Twitch are people who, Microsoft or Alphabet that runs Google, from top to bottom, their organizations, they donate to Democrats, they donate to left-wing causes, they have left-wing ideals, et cetera, et cetera. And so the algorithm, the enforcement of terms of service, et cetera, that matriculates down. In addition, these are platforms that tend to go younger, which means that the audience, you're going to have more younger people, which means they're probably going to lean left on average more than not. So what this has led to, and then when you mix that in with what I consider censorship of right-wing voices, you had a lot of right-wing voices that I thought broke into this space with the meme magic of Trump. So people like Milo Yiannopoulos or Gavin McInnes, and I think that there was a lot of censorship efforts to kind of put them down. And then you saw a lot of people from the left sort of move into that space. And I think that, I'm not saying that necessarily each and every case the algorithm intentionally favored that. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm just saying with all these advantages, you started to see that build up and up. And also, there was a big audience to hear people complain about Trump every day. Whatever you think about Trump, he's good for eyeballs. He's good for content, right? He's going to say something that pisses people off. He's going to do something that makes people mad. And people are going to tune in, especially lefties. They're going to tune in. And so that's where I saw the real growth in this debate space. Now, a separate answer to that is, I think you're seeing places like X and social media places that talk politics more grow, not in the same way that people like me that are streamers are growing. But I think the reason you're seeing that is because people are thirsty to not be having gatekeepers that control sort of what their opinions are and what their political discussion are. So why tune in to hear Jake Tapper on CNN, who's going to cover the same stories that everyone all day has been covering on CNN, when you could go on X and give your own opinion and listen to other people that are giving their own opinions. And so I think I think the legacy media is diminishing in its value and its share of the market because it's just more exciting to be involved yourself. There's a more diverse cast of characters. Chances are you could find someone that you identify more when you're talking about thousands of accounts than if you're only talking about 20 personalities on the mainstream media. And so that's why I see that growing. But as far as what specifically I do, I think that there was the Trump factor. And I think people, there's a lot of crossover to gaming streamers. And I think that there's something to that. I think that people like competition. People like drama. And politics was an area rife with it. The irony is, as you see sort of a move away from Trump and more into, Biden's administration, I could be biased, but what I see from a lot of the, quote, left-wing political streamers is they're becoming more drama streamers. So they're talking about Andrew Tate every day. Or they're talking about, did you hear what XQC or Hassan did? Or so-and-so's wife left him and blah, blah, blah. And has nothing really to do with politics. It's just drama. And I think it's because it's not as juicy. The audience is sort of burnt out. If you're a left-wing audience, you don't want to hear about the bad things Biden's doing. You want to hear about Trump. You want to hear what Trump's doing that's terrible. And if not that, and you're the creator, you're like, well, you know what gets clicks? You know what gets eyeballs? If I start talking trash on someone's marriage. Sort of a Jerry Springer effect. So, I tried, I'm not going to say I've never delved into sort of the drama, but I legitimately try to keep out of it. And sometimes to the detriment of my show, because, I'll ask you, how many times can you talk about, say, COVID and the mishandling of COVID? Or what I see is unfair double standards in lawsuits against Trump and crimes being charged against Trump. After you do a 5-hour show and then the next day a 5-hour show and the next day a 5-hour show, you do that for a month straight, the news cycle is sort of repeating. It gets a little repetitive. Yeah. So I understand the appeal of trying to branch out and do drama because it's easier. And despite what there'll be people in my audience that say, no one wants to see that drama, but they do. They're lying to you. They do want to see the drama. And the proof's in the pudding. Look at the streamers that do it well. They're getting tens of thousands of views, probably more than if they have a boring political debate on let's have a serious discussion about this border bill and what's the ins and outs of it. So because of that, I think that I've sort of pigeonholed myself into, I'm never going to see exponential growth in this platform because not many people want to hear a guy come on and talk for 5 hours on a particular subject. And I'm not really talking about stuff that's easy to digest like drama. I'm not disparaging those people, by the way. Whatever you like, you like. That's perfectly cool. When I'm watching YouTube or something for entertainment, I ain't watching political videos. I'm watching chess videos or 1990s wrestling videos. So I'm not denigrating people for their choices, but that's how I see it.
Well, you kind of answered this a second ago, but do you think the dominance of left-wing content creators now came from... Because let me just start by this. So when I was getting to probably 15, 16 years old, I remember vividly watching people like Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro, Gavin McGinnis, all those people. And you would see these videos pop up on YouTube all the time. I don't know if the algorithm was different back then. I'm sure it was. But it was all these videos of... This person owns SJW. That you remember those videos?
Yep, absolutely. Sargon of Akkad, why feminism sucks. Yep.
Yeah. Do you think the dominance of left-wing streamers now and content creators came from basically the die-off of those content creators? Because I know all the stuff that happened with Steven Crowder, that was a big thing for a while. And now you don't ever hear about most of them. Maybe Ben Shapiro he's still pretty big. But most of them are kind of dead and gone now.
Yeah, most of them still have some sort of presence, but you're right, it's nowhere near what they had. And I think there's multiple reasons for it. One, I think that the left sort of realized the potential to have their own version of those sorts of characters. And because the base of these platforms is younger, that was built in more potential eyeballs. And so as more people started going there, once you have a big channel, if you're Hassan, people are going to be talking about you. even those people you just talked about, many of them end up talking about the other people that are similar to them that have a bigger market share of like sort of the ideas that are being out there. And so it's sort of a self-fulfilling prophecy where it continues to spin. Though I have heard that Hassan's viewership is dropping considerably. Hassan has other advantages. He's an attractive man. That was something that helped. And truth be told, those things matter. How you present yourself, particularly when you're talking about a younger audience, is something that affects. So yeah, I think that's part of it. That there was sort of the built-in base and left-wingers that were as talented or similarly talented, doing similar things was part of it. I do think manipulation of the algorithm, I'll be controversial. I'll say not just by what you see from the places that own YouTube, but I also think that the government had a hand in this as well. Why am I drawing a blank right now? The gentleman that I listen to all the time, I apologize, I'm drawing a blank. I'll think of his name here soon. But he did this awesome interview in Tucker Carlson like a month ago where he talked specifically about how all of these technologies that we see, VPN technologies, internet technologies, like DARPA, the CIA, all had a hand in all of this. And from the early 90s, the CIA and intel agencies realized that a free and open internet was really helpful to them, because when they wanted to affect elections in countries that we didn't like, it was way easier to sort of have a free internet to inspire people sort of organically to rise up within their own country than it was before the internet, where the flow of information was much more tightly controlled by these countries to have to send operatives in and get on the ground and do this stuff. And basically what happened is around 2016, Mike Benz, that's his name. Thank you, the person in chat said that. Basically what happened in 2016, not to drone on about it, was they started to realize with Brexit and with Trump, like, oh shit, this is coming home to roost. Now there are dissidents within our own country that don't like the way things are going, and they're using these platforms incredibly successfully. And it wasn't just like Facebook, it's those characters you're talking about. All of a sudden, all these eyeballs are going to these charming right-wing people that are funny, but they're making political points. And Trump sort of represents that. Like, even if you hate him and you think he's the worst, people thought he was entertaining. And so you had this confluence of sort of people feeling like they were disenfranchised and entertaining people that were like, yeah, we got you. And they're memeing their way through it. And all of a sudden, it started to get huge. And so basically what happened is there was a big push from these agencies to say, we got to stop this. We can't have people back home being dissidents and challenging our authority. So we need to start working with these companies to sort of control the flow of information and disinformation. And I think you can see that through things like the Twitter files and many other examples, which we're obviously not going to get into real deep here. Yeah. So I do think that certainly there was a lot of sort of just organic reasons why the right sort of got old and the lefties were coming in and the lefty audience is bigger. And so that's why they're sort of fading out. But I do think that a part of it was that it was intentional, that through manipulation of algorithms, through censorship, that you're able to basically diminish the audience that those bigger groups are getting. And, the other thing I guess you could factor in is there's people that are doing what those people were still on the right that are up and coming. So maybe I'll never replace Milo Yiannopoulos as far as share of viewership, but maybe 200 people like me will, right? So, and so that sort of thing happens. So you got a lot of small voices on the right. There's not a lot of big ones. A lot of small voices that have sort of sprung up that I think also, but those are the factors I would say has sort of led to. And again, make no mistake, those people, it's particularly Ben Shapiro, but Gavin McInnes still has a show. He's been censored for controversial things he says on most platforms. Milo, I don't know what he does now. Sargon's on Twitch, which I'm sure he fights constantly to avoid being banned or shadow banned there, I would say. But there still is a presence for those people. Someone that you could say that there's no presence that I know of is, did you ever hear of a guy named Stefan Molyneux? He was big.
Yeah, I did.
Heard of him for the past 2-3 years?
I haven't heard anything about that man in a long time.
And I think that was sort of, I could be wrong, but I think that was sort of race IQ stuff that got him in trouble. So, yeah, it happened. It's crazy to think about, though. Like, even I haven't thought about this stuff in quite some time. Like, you think about where you were. I'm 39, so I think about, like, videos I would have been watching in 2016. And it's like, oh, yeah, I forgot about that guy. What happened to that guy? It's weird how that happens, like, over a span of just 8 years.
That is true. I guess in your own, from what you've seen and since you've been in this kind of sphere, have you seen more or fewer people that really usually wouldn't be involved in politics becoming more politically active as this genre, I guess, has become more popular?
Yeah, I don't know. So for me, it's like a chicken or egg. Like, I don't know. I do think there are more people that are getting more politically active, and a lot of on these spaces, on the type of things I do. And a lot of it has to do with bringing in audience through other things they like. So again, it sounds weird. Like, people that don't really follow this might think it's weird, but a lot of political streamers stream video games on places like Twitch. Yeah. And so maybe you're interested in, chess, you're interested in something, and you tune in and they're talking about politics. The streamer we talked about previously, Destiny, like, he got his start as a StarCraft streamer, I believe, and just happened to rant about politics while he was playing the game. So there's this entire new audience of people that are hearing political stuff that they'd never heard before. And some of them may be turned off by it and go to a different person, but some of them might say, wow, I have an interest in this I didn't know. The other thing is, though, I think that the distrust in the media that I talked about, which is driving people more to social media, but more importantly, that the actual politics that have occurred since 2016, I think, is driving people more involved in politics aside from the politics like I'm doing, that, like the online debate sphere politics. For me, like, the two moments I could say in my area of the world, in rural Pennsylvania, that drove people to politics in ways I'd never seen before was Donald Trump. And that's because so many people around here had given up on all things culturally and politically. People that live in rural Pennsylvania that I know feel like there is no one in the country that cares about them at all. They are just considered a hindrance. Every celebrity, every mainstream news outlet, they're constantly referred to as flyover country, 10-toothed rubes. They're the problem with this country. They're the hangers-on. They want things to go back to the old way. They're all racist. They're terrible people. And it's just not true. But they feel like, well, where can you go? Academia certainly hates them. Entertainment industry hates them. Even their politicians they vote for, they say, yeah, rural farmers, we're going to speak up for you. Then you go to D.C. and you never hear from them again. Donald Trump was this billionaire that comes out, and regardless of what you think about him, you could say he was a liar, you could say he failed, whatever you want to say, he spoke to those people. He said, you people are special. You're good people. To hell with these people that denigrate you. And I saw people in my own family and people all around my life that were never voted in their life that was like, I'm going to vote for that guy. That's how low the bar was, because they felt that no one in any position of power even acknowledged their existence. When one guy who had nothing to do with them, like, what does Donald Trump, this billionaire, Manhattanite, what does he have to do with the dude living in my small town that, is a welder? Nothing. And yet he just said, I hear you. I see that you're being left behind. And that was enough to get people that were previously not involved in politics. The other thing, probably, believe it or not, that did it even more than that was COVID. Because, like, I'd been doing politics streaming for a while, and, I would go out with friends in the local area, and they'd kind of politely be like, all right, Rob ranting about politics again. Anyways, what about those Pittsburgh Steelers? Like, that's how it went. Okay, and I'm pretty affable. I understand when people don't want to hear my spiel. No problem. Can move on, talk about something else. No problem, right? So that's the way it went. All of a sudden, these people that were like, politics doesn't affect me, they weren't allowed to go see their mom in a nursing home, and she died there. Their kids are delayed 3 years because they were locked down from school. They lost their home and their small business. Our governor, Tom Wolf, said that they were cowards if they wanted to go back to work. That's what he said. Cowards. They were cowards. And that he was going to strip their county's CARES Act money that was for them to get through COVID if they suggested that they were going to violate the lockdown orders. 2 weeks after Tom Wolf said that, he went out and marched with Black Lives Matter, violating his own order. And it infuriated people. Absolutely furious. They turn on the television and they see all these celebrities doing cool shit. They could go do whatever they want, but they're locked down. They're non-essential. And that infuriated people. Absolutely infuriated. And all of a sudden, all these people that I knew that were like, politics, who gives a shit? Now they gave a shit. Because they realized what politics meant was, you can't take your daughter to her wedding. You can't have a funeral for your mother. And once they realized that, they were like, well, I'm going to get involved. The problem, of course, is Republicans have dropped the ball. They haven't done anything to really speak up for these people since. And even Donald Trump, who's running, who was my third choice, but still someone I support, has he acknowledged any of the wrongdoing during his administration for how these people were negatively affected? So the iron was hot, And now it's sort of cooling off a little. But that to me was the two big things. And I saw an uptick in viewership, even from people that are my neighbors, that would then all of a sudden tune into my show. Or maybe they saw people that I was debating with and they like them, like people at the Crucible, or, you know, other right-wing streamers that they saw. And so now I know people in my community that are like, yeah, I watch your show, which is weird because I only have like 100 people watching. But that just goes to, that would have never happened pre-COVID or pre-Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, I will say, even I've only been alive long enough to remember probably 3 elections. The last 2, Donald Trump being the most significant, and then the Barack Obama election. And I will say, just thinking back to that, I can remember people being active during that. But it was usually the older generation that was really active during the Barack Obama administration. But with Trump specifically, I think you're right. I think he just spoke to certain people that otherwise wouldn't have cared less about politics, but he just kind of spoke to them. Because when that first election happened and Donald Trump was elected, you went outside and you saw flags everywhere, people having Trump 2024 on their trucks, their flying flags in the back of their pickup trucks. It was everywhere. At least for me, because I'm in southern Mississippi.
Okay.
So mostly everyone around here is conservative, and if they're not, then you don't know they're not. You just kind of assume they are.
Right, and I will say this with Obama. There was some of this with Obama. Obama definitely brought new people into politics because he was young and he was charismatic, and he was black. And I'm not saying that as a negative, right? I think it would be a terrible idea to vote for someone because of their skin color. However, you would have to be completely ignorant of reality to think that it's not incredibly special if you're a black person that lived through the civil rights movement or something like that to finally see a black person elected president. And I knew black people, and I hated Obama. Like, I knew he was going to be terrible. My criticism of Obama was opposite what most of the people I knew's criticism of Obama. My criticism of Obama was he's just going to be George Bush, who I hated. He's going to continue George Bush's policies. Most of the right-wingers I knew that didn't like Obama were like, he's going to be this communist, socialist, blah, blah. No. And I think that I ended up being correct in that. You know, they thought that, he's going to destroy all the banks and blah, blah, blah. Quite the opposite. He gave a famous speech to the banks where he said, I'm the only thing standing between you and the pitchforks. So I didn't like Obama. However, friends I had that were black that voted for Obama, it was very emotional for them. And I got that. And I will say, my friends, now listen, I live in a predominantly white area, so I'm talking about 2 people, but both of them voted for Obama not because of his skin color, but were proud as black men that there was a black man that was president. So that in itself had an enthusiasm that brought maybe a population of people that traditionally didn't really care about politics. And now it was like, but there's something more here. There's more to the story. And I don't begrudge that at all. Again, I don't like Obama. I think he was terrible for this country, but I understand that enthusiasm. So it's kind of interesting. If you go back and you go to, like, you know, granted, Reagan was an actor, right? But we kind of think of Reagan as sort of this older statesman. And you had Reagan, and then Bush Sr., and then Clinton, and then Bush Jr. When you look at them, like, Clinton was kind of a hip, young, cool guy. But they're all what we would consider, like, basically politicians. Reagan maybe aside. Yeah. Obama seemed to be uniquely different. And then Trump's way different, right, than those cast of characters before. So, yeah, just by those people being the forefront of the national discussion of politics, just based on their differences, you're going to see different people that start to get involved. And so, yeah, it's hard to explain to people, because if I talk to someone who lives in inner city Detroit, they might be like, oh my gosh, I've never seen anything like when Obama was running for president in 2008. Like, the enthusiasm for people that never cared about, that's probably true. I didn't experience that. Like, here, no one gave a shit. It was like, whatever, John McCain sucks, Obama sucks, I don't give a shit. That was the feeling here. But I did see it with Trump. And I think because there's more focus on urban areas and high population areas, I think there are a lot of people that don't live in rural areas like this that don't understand what happened. Like, they don't get it. And, you know, and it's like I see it constantly. They're like, why are people still so in love with Trump? What did he do? Like he doesn't seem like he did much to benefit your area, blah, 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 you know? And it's like, but you kind of had to see it. You kind of had to be here on the ground to see what was going on, because that's how bereft of representation these people feel. And so now many of them are involved in politics.
Well, you would think from him being a billionaire and today's distrust of basically anyone with money or power whatsoever, you would think those people wouldn't associate themselves with him. But I think, honestly, I think most of it was just they wanted to see someone who wasn't a career politician put up on a pedestal. I think they saw somebody who came in with their own money, who they thought maybe they could trust, because he wasn't funded by some black group in that.
I agree. That's a big part of it, but I do think the bigger part of it is, I think that like I'll tell you little moments that people talk to me about. Did you ever hear the story about like when they were building Trump Tower and Trump goes down and he like eating cheeseburgers with the construction workers? Or there was this viral video, and it's weirdly really powerful, right? Where he gets off Air Force One, I think it is, and some aircraft, and it's pouring down rain. And the one Marine standing beside him, his hat blows off in the wind. And Trump, without thinking, jogs over and grabs the hat and puts it. It's that type of shit. Like, people really felt like, here's it. And I want to be clear what I say here. I'm not saying they felt Trump loves me. He loves people like that. It's not that.
Yeah.
It was Trump doesn't hate me. That's what the motivation was. And that's a difference. Because it shows you how bleak it has become. And I'm telling you, it's really, really bleak. Now, my in-group preference, my tribe that I speak for, has nothing to do with religion or race or economic factors. And it has to do more with a lifestyle and a geography. Rural. People in rural communities. That's who. I don't judge if you're in Black Lives Matter and you say, I want to focus on black issues. I don't judge you. I do the same thing. I focus on rural people. Or if you want to focus on white issues, fine. You want to focus on man or woman issues, fine. LGBT, Christian, all that's cool with me. I think you're a liar if you say you're not tribal. We all are, and that's fine. I have no problem with groups advocating for what they think are the issues that affect their group the most. For me, though, when I talk about this, everyone assumes, oh, rural, you mean Christians, you mean white. No, I don't. That's not my preference. I have people, some of my favorite people live around here. They came from India. They own the gas station around here. I bullshit to them all the time. Great American. They know more about American history than me. Fantastic people. Great. I'm talking about all of those people. I don't care if you're gay. I'm still talking about you if you live in this rural area. No one likes us. No one gives a shit. They hate us. Flyover country. And it is everywhere you go. Everywhere. Every position of power. Constant talking down to. The pitying. The anger. The hatred. And it's to have someone who had power, and you're right, he was independently wealthy, who's just said, I don't hate you. That's it. Not, I love you. Like, he said those things, but that wasn't it. That wasn't what was necessary. It was having a person that said, I don't hate you. And that will forever be ingrained in their brain. It doesn't matter if I could sit them down and be like, but let me explain to you why Ron DeSantis would be better for you than Donald. They don't care. Because their emotional attachment is to that guy that they saw finally. Someone stood up for us and he won. And by the way, that's what the anger of January 6th was really about. Because when they finally got their voice heard, or thought that they got their voice heard, what did they see? 4 years of every institution in this country trying to sabotage Trump. Illegally spying on him, illegal leaks, the media all out to get him, academia, Hollywood, everything. They engaged in literally a coup against Donald Trump to try to stymie his agenda. And then think what you want about election night. They saw what they thought were mass changes to the voting system, questionable things happening voting night. And so they're pissed. They feel like they lost the one guy that should have been helping them out for 4 years, but he was attacked from all angles. And then they cheated him in 2020. That's why they were so mad. Because they're like, now we go back to the garbage people that the rest of the politicians think we are, that no one gives a shit about. Only it's worse now, because now they're not just garbage, they're terrorists. And so that's where the anger was. It wasn't a matter of like, oh, these people were super informed and they could articulate to you exactly how this voting machine changed this ballot. That's not what it was. And they're right. They were absolutely right. I argued against people that said this specific voting machine did this. I said, I don't see proof of that. So I've argued against that. But those people were fundamentally right in that they are going back to being hated. They're going back to no one caring about them. And the guy that they stood up for and that they thought finally represented him was cheated out of his term. Not because of ballot machines. It could have been, it could not have been, but because of the malfeasance of every institution that was out to get them.
I can understand that. I mean, yeah. Okay, so what do you think, if specifically, if more broadly, what do you think is led to the growing kind of opposition between the two groups? Like, I can't figure out a way to word it specifically, but it's almost like the left and the right both dehumanize the other side. Like, if you're on one side, the other side is just completely evil. There's no sense in listening to them because they are evil, and they are just trying to ruin the world in their own way. What do you think has led to that specifically?
So first off, it's important to say there have always been fractions of both sides that have done that. Like, of course, but you're right, it's way worse now. So what led to that? I would say it's a twofold answer. One is the institutions intentionally wanting to cause division. Right? To me, what they want is sort of the end of a nation state. They want sort of a globalist utopia, a return to feudalism, where the people that run Microsoft and run Nike and that are the politicians, that are the military people, they're the movers and shakers. And the rest of us are all reliant on them. And they'll give us bread and they'll give us circuses, but once we're reliant on them, then we can't challenge them. We can't criticize them. And to me, the biggest impediment to that is people in the first world, particularly the United States, that are sort of middle class. So it's all about driving and siphoning out the middle class, making the middle class, a few of them incredibly rich, and the rest of them just lower class and reliant on the government. And that's why they want to erode national identity. One of the best ways they achieve that is to intentionally cause division. So for me, I look at an organization like Occupy Wall Street. I don't know if you're old enough to remember Occupy Wall Street, but it was primarily lefties that were upset about rightfully upset about the 2008 financial collapse. And so they were outside of Wall Street because they correctly identified that these banks were basically screwing over average people, but they were primarily lefties, right? Then you look at a movement like the Tea Party, seemingly completely at odds. Younger left-wing radical people versus older curmudgeonly, fiscal conservative people. What do they have? Well, they both understand that the financial system's screwing them over and that the politicians don't care about them. But they have to be enemies, because if the politicians in charge allow disparate groups to come together and go, wow, I'm a guy in inner city Detroit that happens to be black, and my community's got worse and worse, and no one gives a shit about us, and they only talk about us during election year, and then no one does anything. And then the person in my neck of the woods is a white guy in rural Pennsylvania, goes, wow, that sounds a lot like here. Sounds the same thing, except I'm voting for the other party. I'm voting Republican, and they say things are going to get better, and then jobs ship out, and I'm getting worse and worse and worse. That's not good for the people in charge, for people to come together. So they intentionally foster this division. How did they do that? Well, because they realized that the political cover they had, or more importantly, the cultural cover they had, was to pay lip service to the causes of the left. Because the left has become more and more radicalized. Because basically the left believes our opponents are evil, and the right believes our opponents are stupid. And this is backed up by literature. So again, going back to Jonathan Haidt at Heterodox Academy, I'm going to butcher this. You could read his books and his writings yourself, but basically, this is what happened. He would give these surveys out to all of these college students, and he would say, identify if you consider yourself conservative or liberal or right or left, whatever. You get the picture. And so they would identify, and then they would answer this survey. And the survey was like a bunch of open-ended questions. It would say things like, you're walking down the street and you see a homeless man. What would you do? And options would be like, give him money for food, help him fill out a resume, get him a hotel room, or walk over him, tell him he's garbage, get a job, blah, 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 right? And so these people would fill out these surveys. Then he would hand the surveys back to them and say, now I want you to fill out the survey as if you're the opposite political persuasion. So if you say you're a right-winger, now fill it out as if the left, how you think the left would fill it out. And what he found was, it was remarkable that the right-wing people were pretty good at guessing what the left-wing people would say. But the left-wing people overwhelmingly just kept being like, the right is evil. So they'd be like, kick the homeless man in the stomach, right? And that's, it bears out. You could see that. That's what's happening. The left feels they are morally righteous and that their opponents are evil. And once you believe that, the ends always justify the means. So you could go back and see this happening with the footage we were talking about of right-wingers. Remember when you used to see Sargon of Akkad would have like these videos about feminists on campus, and they're literally like blockading and not leaving right-wing speakers speak and shoving them and punching them and all this stuff? Like, what's happening there is they don't care. They're not held to the same standard that you are. You're evil. You disagree with them, so you're evil. So we could punch you in the face. We could prevent you from speaking. Now, for them, they would say free speech is important. Violence against us is never acceptable. But that's because they believe you're fundamentally evil. And it plays out over and over and over again in this situation. One of my favorite videos to show is my audience. There was this comedian who's a streamer, I think, I forget his name, and he went to when the employees of Netflix were protesting the Netflix building because Dave Chappelle's special was airing and they thought it was transphobic. And so this guy showed up and he's being like a comedian. He's holding like a broomstick with a sign that says, I don't remember, like Dave Chappelle's funny or something. And he's just chanting. Yeah. And they sort of surround him and they're pushing him a little and they take his broomstick and they rip the sign off. And now it looks like he's just holding a weapon. And they start screaming, he's got a weapon! He's got a weapon! And he looks at them and you can tell, he's like, wait a minute, like they're trying to get me thrown in jail. What the hell? And he says, why are you doing this? And the one woman looks straight in his face and goes, because you're awful. And that's the truth. That's how they feel. They legitimately feel that you are morally inferior. You are Hitler. You are the racist. You are the Nazi. And so therefore anything is justified. There was this big conversation back in like 2015, 2016. There's this white nationalist named Richard Spencer. And everyone called him a Nazi. I don't know that he's a Nazi, but whatever. He's a white nationalist. Okay. And there's a viral video. He gets punched on a street corner. And then there was this big, is it okay to punch a Nazi? And the left was like, yeah, absolutely. And I said, no, you're only allowed to use violence in self-defense, even if it's someone you find incredibly heinous. And I could tell you morally why that's the case, but let's just skip that and just go to why practically that's the case. Because once you say, yes, it's okay to punch a Nazi, the very next thing they're going to say is, okay, and you're a Nazi. And that's exactly what's happened. So Trump is Hitler. Trump's going to lock up all the brown people, or kick all the brown people out of the country, lock up all the gay people, right? He's going to launch World War III. What wouldn't you do to stop him? And, you know, I told you about that site Above Top Secret I was on. There was a very articulate Democrat that was on there I used to argue with all the time. I'll never forget this moment. He's being very cryptic because of terms of service, but he's basically alluding to the fact that it's time to start taking guns and taking out Trump supporters. And so I go step by step through him and I say, why? He says, because Trump's a white nationalist. He's a Nazi. And I said, and you're saying anyone who would vote for him is a white nationalist? Yes. If you voted for him in the past, but you won't now, you're forgiven. Otherwise, if you're going to still vote for him, he's a Nazi. He's a white nationalist. And what should we do to Nazis? We need to make sure they get no power whatsoever. And I said, okay, well, what if they're going to get power? What if it looks like Trump's going to win the election? He said, then anything and everything's justified. I said, what's that mean? Would you physically eliminate them? Would you terminate their life? He said, yes, every last one of them. Now, there's a guy calling who's a bright person who I've had lengthy discussions about healthcare and about historic military battles and stuff like that, who seemed like a rational person, literally on this website saying, I would kill tens of millions of Trump supporters if it meant Trump not winning. And that's how they believe. And you can see this with everything. With COVID, they had the Herman Cain Awards, where they thought it was funny on Reddit to make fun of people that died of COVID because clearly they're vax deniers. Hell, that was before the vax even came out. A YouGov poll showed that 28% of Democrats said that people that weren't vaccinated should have their children removed from the home. I can't think of a more heinous evil action. Around 50% said they should be interned, either in a medical facility or a jail facility, or not allowed to leave their home. How did we get here? And meanwhile, the people that represent the right, like me, or more importantly, the people with power, like our politicians, are like, well, we can't do a tit for tat. That would be ridiculous. We still have to abide by norms and societal rules. They're just dumb. They don't mean harm. And what happens is, as that goes on, you're going to start to see the more moderate voices on the right, like me, are going to be replaced by more radical voices on the right that are going to say, as a matter of self-preservation, we must fight fire with fire. If they're going to try to cause me to lose my job because of my political beliefs, then I'm going to get them to lose their job. If they're going to use physical violence and punch me for my political beliefs, then I'm going to use physical violence against them. They want to take my kids away from me, then I'm going to take their kids away from them. And so that's what I blame for the escalation. That doesn't mean that there aren't people on the right that have ever been radical. It doesn't mean that there aren't more people increasing that are radical in nature on the right. But just take this one thing. I said, if you followed me in 2019, every week I was doing a debate panel talking about the George Floyd riots. Every week I was begging these lefties, absolutely begging them, condemn this. No, this violence isn't acceptable. Well, it's mostly peaceful and it's racist that you're saying this and blah, blah, blah. And I would end every one of those shows saying the same thing. I said, eventually there will be a right-wing riot and you will lose your shit. You will say this is the biggest event and we must do everything possible to fight back against it. And then January 6th happened. All of a sudden, the same people that were resigning from the New York Times when Tom Cotton suggested that we deploy the National Guard to stop riots occurring across the country, now they were saying, yay, Joe Biden, deploy the National Guard, send them out there. Lock up these people. Have the FBI go to school board meetings. They cheered for it all. And so it's not just the everyday no-name people like me or you, right? Or even people that have never talked online. The Democrat that's, the post worker that's your neighbor versus the Republican that's a farmer. It's not just them that are becoming more and more divisive and more radical. The real problem is the people in positions of power in places like academia and the mainstream media, our political institutions, they intentionally fostered this division. They intentionally radicalize people, and then they gaslight people in saying, actually, our opponents are exactly what we do. And so now if you go to some of the left-wing people I debate a lot, just listen to them. They're like, oh my God, James Comer said that if Trump wins, they're gonna recommend criminal charges against Biden. We can't accept that. That would be horrible for this country. And yet, that's exactly what they're doing to Trump. Or they said when Elon bought Twitter, oh my God, what if he censors left-wing views? What if he kicks off a left-wing politician? And that's exactly what they did to Trump and did to right-wingers. And so they are acutely aware, right, the monster we created, it's going to start to push back. But that's also what the people in power want. They will push, have you ever been at a party where you see someone like keep poking someone? They'll poke them and poke them and poke them. Finally, the guy gets pissed and whacks someone, and they're like, see, we knew you were a violent monster. That's what's going on. They told you all summer, violence, it's mostly peaceful, it's no big deal, it's okay, we don't see anything here. Their cause is great. How dare you denigrate them, blah, blah, blah. And I kept saying, predictably, the other side's going to say, okay, we'll play that game too. And when they do, then the leadership steps in to go, see, we told you. It's really the right that's violent. Told you that was the case. So I know that's long-winded, but...
Well, I think a lot of that, especially the violent protests that have happened in the last few years, I think a lot of that is what ended up leading to what happened with Rittenhouse. And as much as I don't want to give credit let me restart that. I will give credit to Destiny on that. I don't want to keep bringing him up, but he was one of the only left-wing people I saw that were actually defending that man, and rightfully so, because he did nothing wrong, while everyone else wanted to condemn him. And they were okay with cities burning, they were okay with cars being destroyed, everything, but the second somebody tried to do something about it, they wanted to martyr him.
So 2 things to say about this. First, I think that I do have an obligation as a streamer to be careful with my words to some extent. I don't think that means that, like, I can't be like, polling shows that, this guy's 7 points up. And it's like, Rob, you should have really dug into that before you say. But there are certain things you say, like when you are calling for violence, I find that to be despicable, all forms of political violence. And I think that anyone who has even the smallest voice, even if you have a Facebook page that only 5 people read, you got to be careful with that. Because people could take that seriously, and they could go out and ruin their lives or someone else's. That's why I just default to the political violence is never acceptable. So I do think you're right about Destiny was willing to call it Rittenhouse. However, if you go back and watch the debate I had with him in 2019, he sang a different tune then. He said, and I could quote almost verbatim here, he said, and I'm quoting, rioting and violence is just the other side of the coin to voting. That's what he said while the George Floyd riots were occurring. And he said, I would rather they not destroy public property or private property. I'd rather they focus on public property. But if they feel this is an effective tool. So basically, he just gave the rationale for why it was okay for them to keep rioting and why January 6th, which hadn't happened yet, was actually more acceptable than the Floyd riots because they didn't target private businesses. They targeted a public venue that they thought they had a problem with, right? So for Destiny, then later came out and say, well, I defend Rittenhouse. Now, that's not necessarily a contradiction, but it was the predictable result of the policies that he was advocating. He was not condemning violence. He said it was a legitimate form of protest. Okay, then people go out and act in violence. Okay, what's the next step? And this is one of the rare political opinions I had that actually cost me real-world friends that were on the left. Because as a libertarian, I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of like a police state. I'm always questioning when we should have more, military powers or police powers directed at the people of this country. And so when these George Floyd riots were occurring, I did a stream that was like a half hour long, I think. And I said, I think that it's time to deploy the National Guard. And I don't want to do that, but I think it's time. And the reason is this. The best option would be these left-wing cities and mayors and governors to actually use their police force to stop this rioting. But again, as Destiny admitted in my debate with him, he admitted that, yes, he absolutely believed for political reasons and to blame Donald Trump, these left-wing mayors, governors, etc., were allowing the riots to occur. Because then they could say, look how bad Trump's America. And that's the truth. That's what was going on. They saw the riots as making the country look less stable, which would mean that Donald Trump would have less of a chance to win. Because as the president, he would get the blame for it. Destiny admits as much. And I said, okay, because these governors and people won't enforce this, there's only 3 possible options then. Option 1 is nothing. Just leave violent mobs do whatever they want until they peter themselves out. That's not acceptable because it won't happen because people will eventually give up. Option 2 is to deploy the National Guard. I don't like that option, but I think it's the best of the 3 options because I don't know what else to do. I would advocate for constant supervision of them to make sure they don't outstay their welcome, etc., etc. Option 3 is pogroms. Option 3, we'll see how old you are if you read. Option 3 is roof Koreans. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I do.
That's option. That's right, the Rodney King riots. That's option 3. The law-abiding Americans say, enough is enough, we're getting guns, we're killing these mother effers. That's option 3. And I want to avoid that at all costs. I don't want to see law-abiding Americans have to take the law into their own hands and actually use lethal force against people that are attacking their community who also are Americans. I don't want to see that. And for that comment, I had a friend reach out to me and say that other mutual friends we had reached them behind the scene and said, it's time to cut our friendship with Rob. He's a radical now. He's declaring the militarization of he's declaring the military to be deployed on the streets of the United States. By the way, not one of those friends ever seemed to speak up when Biden did. They didn't speak up when the New York mayor deployed the National Guard in the subways. All of a sudden, their concern for civil liberties went out the window. It was, yes, this is necessary to keep us safe. Isn't that weird how that works? So anyways, when this happened and we saw that it was predictable. Of course that's what's going to happen. Kyle Rittenhouse was inevitable. It might not have been him, but inevitably someone was going to say, enough's enough. And it just so happened Rittenhouse did it in a way that surprisingly was verifiably legitimate. Right? He tried to aggress the situation. There was a gunshot behind him. He turns around. The dude's right on top of him, grabbing for his gun. He fires in defense. Tries to leave to get to the police. A mob forms. They start chasing him. He points the gun. The guy puts down his weapon. He re-raises the weapon. Rittenhouse shoots. Clear-cut self-defense. And yet, even that, the left was like, no, he's a white supremacist. They're still doing it. He's trying to give speeches on campus just yesterday. They're saying he's a white supremacist. He can't be there. Why? He shot 2 white people. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to them. And so, yes, Destiny was absolutely correct on that topic. And you could see, though, from the people that were on the left on that, and there's other issues where I think some of the people that are, again, more institutionalists on the left or more centrist on the left, they're kind of like when you could have an agreement or a disagreement on Israel-Palestine. My take is, unfortunately, we shouldn't be involved. I have opinions on who's more fault, but that's the main opinion. But a non-defensible position is, yay, good for Hamas on October 7th. That's not defensible, right? Like and let me be clear. Unless you're saying, no, it's all doctored footage. They didn't really do that. Okay, fine. But there were people who on October 7th were on X celebrating who completely bought the story and narrative and footage that was being, yes, Hamas killed a bunch of innocent concert goers. Great. How do you defend that position? And it's so prevalent on the left. And so you see the people that aren't as radical like, wait, what? Huh? And now they're like, oh, what are you, a Zionist? You're a Zionist? You're sticking up for Israel? So, I mean, yeah, the shit's crazy. It's getting worse and worse. And it is not an accident. It is intentional from the people that are in charge. But I do give Destiny credit eventually for coming to the right side in Rittenhouse. What I would say to him is maybe you should be more careful when you're justifying riots in the future, or else it'll make it more inevitable that another Kyle Rittenhouse appears that you'll have to defend. Yeah.
Well, do you think that especially with the Israel-Palestine thing, because there were a lot of people that celebrated October 7th, which really surprised me because I don't see how you could ever justify an act of terrorism at all. But do you think that just goes to the idea of the ends justify the means, that if the opponent is just evil, then any action you do is necessary to a greater cause?
Yeah, that's exactly it. They think that they view Israel as an apartheid genocidal state, and so Hamas is and Palestine, more importantly, is being oppressed. And so therefore, yeah, it's unfortunate. Some of them are just monsters and would straight up celebrate any violence, even against civilians. But most of them, I think their argument, if you talk to them, would say, well, listen, it's regrettable but inevitable. They have to fight back. Or like there's a person in my chat right now saying like, it's all garbage, it's all lies. I believe that it was blown out of proportion, that Israel made stuff up, but I think you're naive to think that there wasn't an actual attack where actual civilians were harmed by Hamas. I think that something happened. And if you say, yeah, I'm okay with that, that's good, I think you really need to evaluate your position. Now, if your position is, well, what did you expect them to do? They're fighting this huge genocidal war machine, and so therefore, yeah, we have to crack a few eggs, but it's for the greater good in the long run. Okay, it's like you can, but that's basically what happens. The problem is, once you start to get down to that, right, it's really hard to get out of that spiral. For example, I can make the same argument about Israel. Personally, my beliefs are Israel's going too far, and that there are better ways to do this. I think that they should be specifically targeting leadership of Hamas, which we know much of it's in Qatar, but it seems like instead they're more interested in attacking the landmass of Gaza, which seems to me to suggest that punitive measures are the point, right? That they're making a point that's like, no, we're going to kill way more of you. And I could say as an outside observer, maybe I don't like that. I think that that's something that, now I think we shouldn't be involved, but as a person, I could say, I don't like that. The problem is I could also play the other game and say, yeah, but what if it was my daughter that was kidnapped or killed? Does that change the calculus for me? You're damn right it does. If it was my family, I don't care what you as an outsider think, right? But then, if Israel launches a bomb and kills some Palestinian says, well, I don't care now. I'm going to come after you and your family. I don't care if that's not right, because to me, you took out my family. And so it's difficult when you're in the heat of, and you know, we're talking about a conflict that has religious connotations that's been going on for centuries. And so it's like, what is the solution? I don't know. I'm not that smart. How about we take care of the people back home? What I do know is this: when the United States gets involved, it seems to exacerbate the situation. Maybe if we weren't funding Israel so much, they wouldn't have the weapons to have such a heinous attack on Gaza. Maybe if they weren't doing that and we weren't funding, they would have been more likely to have some sort of peaceful resolution prior. I don't know. I'm not smart enough. I don't care. I do care in the sense I don't want innocent people to die anywhere. But as far as what my government should be doing, it should be working on the people back home, instead of enriching themselves by pretending to care about civilians around the world that they don't give two hoots for. But yeah, absolutely, a lot of what you see of the more radical people, you know, again, you could bring it back home. Yeah, you could say, I don't care if Israel killed or Palestine assaulted women and killed people. I don't care. It was for the greater good. There's part of that. But you can see how it works back home. I don't care if you died of COVID. I don't care. I don't care if your kid's taken away from you. You disagree with me politically. You know, and it's like, you try to talk to these people rational. I try to, and it's a fool's errand. I have people in my chat all the time that are like, why do you even talk to these people? You know, and you try to, you know, get through and try, you know. So for example, you know, I would say with COVID, it's like, okay, would you agree that before we take a measure that has predictable, horrible, negative consequences, that we should be pretty confident that it's a necessary decision to make? Yeah, of course they'll say. I say, okay, well, didn't you know locking down the world economy was going to harm a lot of people? yeah, but we had to do it. And it's like, okay, well, what evidence were you looking at that said that it was necessary, that harm that you were causing would be less than if we didn't do it, and there weren't other options? Can you show me the scientific study you were looking at? Like, where were you getting this? And no one can, because there weren't studies that showed it. They'll just be like, well, you wanted grandma to die. And it's like, but wait, what? And then you could see, you know, think of how that works. Are you ever going to want to admit that you were wrong about that? And another issue I just had a 3-hour debate on that's similar to this, why people become so radical and the ends justify the means. Look at the trans debate. And I don't want to get into it too much, but imagine this. Let's just say hypothetically, I don't care what your opinion is on it. I'm just saying, go with me through this hypothetical scenario. Let's say that you're a parent that means well, and you allow your 8-year-old to say they're trans and to get hormone therapy and then eventually have reassignment surgery, right? And you think you're doing the right thing as a parent. And then 10 years from then, all of a sudden, all the research concludes the opposite way, that you mutilated your child. Are you ever going to be able to admit that? Of course not. You'll fight tooth and nail. You were right. This new science is garbage. How dare they? It's personal now, right? And so that's what so much of this is. It's when you feel that you're the main character and you're personally moral, and those that disagree with you are immoral, the ends will always justify the means. It doesn't matter. The specific facts aren't going to matter. And I do this all the time. When I talk about, I can't tell you how many, my specialty is I talk about corruption of these institutions that go after Trump and the double standard in our legal system. It doesn't matter how articulate I am. Nothing gets through to people. Nothing. And so the best I'll get is probably 50% of the people I debate, I'll show, look, there's a double standard on obstruction of justice. You say Trump obstructed justice, right? Yep, he told his team to hide files. Okay, well, we know Hillary's team deleted subpoenaed evidence. That's as clear cut of a case of obstruction of justice as you ever get. Evidence subpoenaed, they deleted it. They knew it was subpoenaed, they deleted it. Now, that doesn't mean that Hillary Clinton knew or ordered it, but someone in our team committed that crime. Clear-cut case of obstruction of justice. And yet they gave everyone immunity and decided not to charge them. With Trump's team, they decided to charge everyone and hope that they'll flip on Trump. And so I'll point this out to people. Most people just say, doesn't matter. The FBI said it was okay. It doesn't matter. But there are those few that'll go, okay, I guess they'd arrest Hillary. And my point is, okay, but then why didn't the FBI? Because my argument is the central issue is these institutions that are forever. Trump will be gone. Hillary will be gone. Biden will be gone. But the FBI will remain. And if the FBI is putting their finger on the scale of our elections, which Chuck Schumer told us they would, they'd find 6 ways from Sunday at getting back at Trump, that's a far bigger threat to our country and to the voice of the people in our Republican democracy than anything Hillary Clinton or Donald Trump could ever do, including mishandling classified documents. And but it doesn't register when you say that. They're just like, well, you're kissing Trump's butt. I'm not. I don't care. Trump could go to jail tomorrow. It's irrelevant to me. But that's how they have to pigeonhole me. And it's because to them, they legitimately feel that they're morally correct and I'm immorally correct. And I'm likable, right? So they'll say, you're all right. You're likable. And I'm not a threat. I'm not running for president. I don't have a stream the size of Steven Crowder's. But if I did, they'd come at me with knives out. They absolutely would. They will respond to my threat. The greater they think my threat is to what their beliefs are, that will increase what they're willing to do because the ends will always justify the means. So in some ways, it's nice to be a small streamer because I don't get the crazier shit. I'm not getting swatted. I'm not getting doxxed, like, right? Which Tim Pool is. He gets swatted, 14 times now? You know, so it's, but they firmly believe it's 100% completely justified to use force, to do whatever, that the ends will justify the means. And I think you're absolutely right. Unfortunately, some people on the left, or maybe fortunately, depending on how you look at it, are waking up to the fact that some of the radical people that they've, shared positions with, they'll turn on them in a dime. And that's ultimately how this ends, right? As soon as they get rid of people like me through one way or another, let's say they have censorship and kick me up, then they'll just go into that. I'll give you an example. Again, not to bring them up again, Destiny's banned on Twitch. Yeah. Why? Well, he's anti-trans. Really? I've debated him on trans issues. Well, there were a few trans streamers that didn't like what he had to say. And their victimhood puts them in charge. And they got the ear of the people in charge. There you go. Now, I think that's why he got his first ban. His second one, I think, had more to do with Rittenhouse. But you see my point. So inevitably, if you're out there and you think, it's not going to affect me. I'm a lefty. I'm a Democrat. Oh, it will. Someday your yearbook will be gone through with a fine-tooth comb. And that one dirty joke you told when you were 15 years old is going to keep you from that nice corporate gig that you wanted. And then you'll look back at people like me and go, geez, maybe that guy had a point, that things were getting out of hand and we needed to step back. It's okay to be wrong. It's okay to insult people. It's okay to be crude at times. It's okay to listen to people you disagree with. But no, that's not the argument that's winning. And by the way, I'll keep fighting no matter what. And I don't mean physically fight. I mean keep fighting for these positions. But I do predict I'll lose, and people like me will lose. And that's okay. I'll be able to look at myself in the mirror at night. I'll be able to say the most important thing to me is my family, my son, my wife, and I tried my best, and that's that. Life goes on. Thankfully, I live in rural America, and I have access to resources like clean water and, farms and game and things like that. So, yeah.
Well, to build off that, how do you think we as a society can better understand the opposition's viewpoints and try and get people to have more civilized conversations?
Go out of your way to try to listen to people and talk to people that you disagree with. But try to find the ones that, in your estimation, even if you disagree with them more, that are more likely to actually have a conversation with you. So, for example, if I find someone, let's say I'm on a scale of -10 to +10. -10 being as left as possible, +10 as right as possible. Let's say I'm a 3 and I'm talking to a 4 who's completely irrational and just screaming and F you and F this. That will be less fruitful than talking to a -5 that's like willing to explain their position and hear me out. So it's not about are their positions reasonable. It is stylistically, are they reasonable to talk to? And so that's easier on the left than the right, I think, because we just talked about how so many on the left feel the ends justify the means. That's why I like talking to some of the bigger streamers that we've mentioned, because I feel like I could actually have a conversation that's not going to be knives out, trying to ruin my career, and even if we vehemently disagree and would yell at each other or things like that, we could end the conversation and it doesn't negatively affect our lives. We understand we're just passionately advocating for our positions. So you got to try to do that and not just talk to people, but listen. So, I try to go out of my way to read articles from CNN. I try to go out of my way to listen to people like Jake Tapper or Mehdi Hassan. I really do, because I think it's important to sort of get the perspective. That's why the debates I like happening. See, it's real easy to do these sort of like, do you ever see Steven Crowder does the sort of change my mind thing? We'll go to a college campus. That's easy.
Yeah.
It's easy to just some rando to kind of bully around if you've studied a lot of these topics or you're a good debater. I intentionally want to seek out people that I think are the best in advocating their positions, because for me, how will I get better? Or more importantly, how will I ever learn the truth? If I'm just talking to people that are basically just nonsensical, I'm not going to get an adequate representation of what the best argument for their position is. So, I mean, that's my best recommendation. It's cheesy. It's nothing like, oh man, Rob's he's got the answer. He knows what to do. And then I guess I'd say the other thing is, if you're on, shows my bias, but I'll admit my bias. If you're on the left, try your best to rein in the radical people on your side. I still tried to rein in the radicals on the right. But as I've already articulated, I blame the left for sort of being the mouthpiece of these institutions that have allowed this to get out of control, that have allowed cancel culture, that have allowed sort of the ends justify the means. And so you always have better results, someone that agrees with you more talking sense into you than someone that doesn't. It's one of the reasons that I think I'm effective when I debate people that are like white nationalists, because I agree with a lot of what the harms are that they talk about. They'll talk about white people are denigrated, white people are demonized, white people are treated like garbage. Most lefties that hear that go, you're full of it. But no, they're right. You're right. That's true. But your answer, well, therefore we want a white-only country. No, you're wrong. I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Right? But I'm more likely to convince someone in that community than some lefty that's just like, no, this is all garbage. Similarly, I could talk to some lefty like, dude, this cancel culture stuff's nuts. They're not going to listen to me most of the time. So, yeah, reining in the radicals on your own side, I think so.
Okay. Well, that was my last formal interview question, but I do have one more question, and I'd be amiss if I didn't ask it since I've got you here.
Okay.
Do you have any advice for people that wanted to get into this space, more of the streaming or the debate sphere in general?
So the first thing I say, and this sounds like, well, why is this important? You have to be honest with yourself about why you want to do it. Right? Because the answer of how to be successful changes based on what your definition of success is. So, for example, if you're like, I want to get into the debate sphere because I want to get a bunch of subs and make it my job, and I want to make a living. That's different to how you do that well. I have almost no advice for you there. Why? Because I'm terrible at that. I don't do that. I can tell you why I stream and what my advice is for people like that. I stream as a hobby. I stream first and foremost because it is fun. That's why I do it. When it becomes not fun, I will be done. That's it. Now, I have a secondary goal that I think is important, which is that I want to present myself well and my arguments well and try my best to move people to my cultural and political positions. And I believe everything I say, I do. And I do want to bring people to those positions. But first and foremost, I'm here because it's fun, because it's a hobby. For me, the advice I give to people that might share that sort of mindset is, the number one thing I can tell you is be yourself. Do not try to pretend to be someone else. Do not try to tailor your arguments to who your audience is at that time. It will eventually fail. If you play a character, you may succeed for a period of time, but inevitably it will become very hard on you and the veil will lift. And then your audience will run away like you won't believe. if you just say what you truly believe, if you're just yourself, maybe you're a foul-mouthed 19-year-old that likes to curse and swear, fine, be that. Don't pretend to be some suit and tie wearing, be that person. Talk like that. Give your honest thoughts. Don't pretend to be something you're not. And inevitably, it might be one person, it might be 5 people, it might be 500 people. But the audience you end up with at the end of that will be far superior than if you're pretending to be something you're not. Because, like, for me, the reason I love my audience so much is I argue with them more than I agree with them some nights. And they're okay with it. When I was starting out, like, a lot of what I was doing was sort of defending Trump. Then all of a sudden I do a video criticizing Trump. And I have 30 people on my channel like, sell out. What the hell did you do? Sorry, that's how I believe. They left. All of a sudden, the small growth I had in my channel slipped back. I went from having 2-3 people watching me to about 16 people. Then I fell back down to like 5. Because 10 people that were watching me that thought I was pro-Trump always, no matter what, they got out. But now I don't have to worry about it. I don't have to worry. Like, a lot of people watching my channel right now, if I start talking about gay marriage, are going to be like, here we go. Robbing the gay marriage stick. He's okay with gay marriage. It's just the truth. Like, it's who I am. It's all I could do. And I think that that's what makes me interesting to watch. I am who I am. Who you see here. Now, if I go talk to my grandparent-in-laws, I'll curse far less. I'll probably talk slower and be more.
Yeah.
But it's still me. It's the same me. And when I go to an event and I'm talking to senators, I'm me. When I'm talking to people I don't know in my chat, I'm me. It's the same thing. And it makes it enjoyable. I don't have to worry about slipping up. You know, when I accidentally, like I did with you, I accidentally showed our direct messages. Like, look at our direct message. Is there anything on there that you're like, oh gosh, no? Because I'm a boomer and I screw that stuff. But my private messages I have with people are like the private messages I had with you. They're cordial. Even people I argue with vehemently, our private messages are always the same. I assume that every conversation I have in private will eventually be made public. And that's maybe a separate piece of advice. If you get into streaming, anytime you're in front of a microphone or a camera talking to anyone, assume it will be made public. So I'm going on this stream with this person, but I hate them. And then you get on there, like, hey, how you doing? That's going to come out. It is. Yeah. It might be a year from now, but it will come out. So, that's my advice. Be yourself, be passionate, talk about the things you want. Don't try to stylistically be something you're not. And then there's a bunch of other things that I could offer. There are bare minimum of technical things you do. My advice would be that a good camera is more important than a good microphone. You have to be heard, obviously. But I've seen that when I use a poor camera, it really does drive people away if there's a lot of pixelation and stuff like that. So, but you don't have to spend tons of money. I live paycheck to paycheck. My microphone and camera setup here, probably looking at maybe $150. My computer, my friend helped me build. It was probably about $1,200, including the monitor. So there are those technical aspects, but you could talk to people about that have way better advice than me. I'm not good at any. So it sounds cheesy, but be yourself. That's it. Be genuine. And if being genuine means that not many people want to watch you, that's fine. Now, if you're here to make money, if you're here to grow a brand, things become different. I still think you should try to be authentic. But now you're talking about all sorts of technical advice that I'm just not qualified to offer, such as, here's some things I would say, like building relationships is incredibly important. There are people that are bigger than you, and if you build relationships with them, they can help propel you. Another thing would be make sure you're really good at doing concise messaging that people can understand. I come on and do rambling 6-hour live streams. People, it's hard to get into that. Most people that end up even doing the live streams to a big audience, they started off doing 5-minute videos and things like thumbnails and things like knowing what tags to manipulate the algorithms. That shit is incredibly important. And then another thing, I hate to say this because it's counterintuitive to the be authentic, pick a side and stay on it. If you do that, you're going to have a way bigger audience. It's hard to grow your audience one day being like, Trump's the man, and the next day being like, Trump's really screwing up. That's tough. Most people that are casual viewers, they'll just want to hear candy. They just want stuff that, it's a dopamine rush right now. Tell me what I want to hear. Yeah. And so if you're telling them hard truths that they might not agree with, that's going to harm you. Now, I will warn you, if you do that, you also run the risk of things like what happened to, do you know who Ethan Klein is?
Yeah, I do. H3H3. Yeah.
Yeah, like one of the things he's experiencing is, turns out a lot of people in his audience really don't agree with him politically. A lot of them really hate Israel. And he's I can't believe this. Well, man, When you're playing a character, that's what happens, right? Like you're now reliant on your audience, you know. So and then one last piece of advice I'd give is for anyone, never big time anyone, like ever. And I break this rule. I do. And because I mean, not just the other streamers, though it is more important talking about other streamers, but also people in your chat, because you never know what people can do for you. You never know. Right. And so if you think like, oh, I'm just going to wait until I could, you know, I'll stream my own stuff and then I'll get on with one of the Hassan will bring me on and then I'll get a big audience, or I'll go on Tim Pool's show and I don't have to talk to the little guys. No, that's a terrible attitude to have. It's terrible morally because it's just none of us are as impressive as we think we are. But it's also terrible strategically because maybe I'm talking to you right now. Maybe you become the next Steven Crowder. Then all of a sudden I'll be calling you up like, hey man, can you have me on your show today? I don't know. That could absolutely happen. And if you're smug and if you treat people like garbage, I think even people that I go at hard, like I was talking to this guy Hutch earlier, I went at Hutch very hard. I think he would say, I'd absolutely like to talk to you again. And he knows that if he messaged me and was like, hey man, I really need a right winger for this panel, would you do it? I would probably do it. You know, now there are certain people that I've cut ties with that I wouldn't do just because basically either grotesque moral arguments are more likely because I got mass botted and spammed and my employers got called and stuff like that. I don't want to deal with that. Yeah. My livelihood's my livelihood. But yeah, that's basically my argument. But just do it. Don't think that like it's like you have to be special. Stream to yourself. My brother streams. He has like 1-2 people that watch him every night. That's it. Has a blast. Some of those people donate to him like $50 a month, $100 a month. So if it's about money, you never know. Yeah. So, you know, it blows my mind. Something like on Twitch specifically. I remember me and my wife looking into this. Did you know that if I'm of the top 1% of streamers on Twitch as far as an audience? Sounds impressive, right? Until you realize that the average person streams to like less than one person. Like the average Twitch streamer streaming to like...
I've heard that stat before.
Yeah. And it's like, you're like, really? So based on everyone else, I would be considered a huge streamer. So what's going on? Are 99% of the people miserable? No. Most people stream because it's fun. Because they're doing a hobby that they like. And they're talking to people, and maybe a person drops in and watch them play their favorite video game, and they have a blast. Cool, they donated $5. Wasn't really the purpose of this, but it's a lot of fun. If you could have that attitude, you'll already be successful. It won't be, oh, I'm only successful if I have 50 people watching me. It'll be, hey, I'm having fun. I'm doing what I like. And when you really take a step back, and it's kind of, it fills me with awe. I'm sitting here talking right now to, I don't know, it's the X numbers word. We'll say 100 people. Why? How? It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. I'm just rambling on about stuff I like, and I have 100 people listening. It's mind-blowing. You could be playing a game of chess right now, and someone in Sri Lanka is watching you. Only one person, but isn't that amazing? Like, to me, that to me is what streaming's about to me. And I understand that it becomes different as things change, you know. I have a friend that was a casual streamer, and then he did well enough that he quit his job. And now it became a career. And then the algorithm demonetized him. And now it's not, hey, I'm happy to go do these videos every night. It's a slog. He don't want to do it. It sucks. But he has to because he has to scrape by to feed his family. So, you know, do what you got to do. But if you're going to do this as a career, you got to talk to someone smarter than me and make sure you're doing things the right way, because just because you might have a big video and you got $200 of revenue one month, that could dry up at any time for any reason. And so really make sure that you're setting yourself up. But that's not what I do. I don't stream as a job. I stream as a hobby. So my advice is much more generic and fun. So. Okay.
Well, that's all I really had for you, man. You've answered all my questions greatly. I appreciate your time. I know it took a lot longer than I expected, so I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
But I do appreciate you taking the time to talk with me.
No problem. If you ever want to talk again, let me know. And shoot me a message to let me know if you did all right on your grade. I hope at least that. It ends up working out for you in your class. So
I think it will. I think this will probably be the best interview in the class for sure.
All right. Well, send him my way. Tell him to check out my channel.
All right.
Thanks,
I will.
Man.
Thank you, man.
Yep. Bye. All right. Yeah, it was fun. I'm glad that we stuck around. Good interview. Enjoyed it. He did seem nice. He seemed very cool. And again, he said that he probably has more left-wing leaning. So to be willing to hear someone out like that maybe he doesn't agree with politically, I think is very cool. Yeah, I don't know what I make. I would guess I'd probably make around $300 a month. But yeah, that was someone who was interviewing me for his class. So he's very nice. I was very happy to do it. And I do mean that. I was talking to my friend Carlos earlier today. I really sincerely mean that. One of the things I'm always pushing back against is I never want to be someone that's like, well, I'll only stream for people that, with people that benefit me through views or through something. I never want to be that. I'd lie if I say I'm not excited when I get to go on a platform where more people watch me. So like Temple or Destiny, I do enjoy that, having more eyeballs on me. But I never want to feel like I'm too big time to talk to someone, even if it's just for a class. So I thoroughly enjoyed that. I thought it was a very fun. Now, my wife's on here and I know she's going to kill me because literally I was supposed to start streaming at 3, be done at 5, and then do an interview at 6. And it's 9:15. So she's not going to be happy with me. But I am glad that I stuck around, even if we got our time zones mixed up and what have. I made $317 streaming in February. There you go. So I think I pay $20 or $30 for Restream, money for a VPN, obviously internet, but I use that for other things. So, I basically break even and then make some spending money, which I'm trying to put back in. Like I bought this printer, trying to put back in. My wife did go on vacation, so yeah. EOD made $175. Yeah. I had friends, like Drone Tech was cleaning up back in like 2017 on YouTube, and then they like demonetized him, and then the algorithm screwed him over. I had plenty of friends like that, and it sucks. Yeah, that could be true too, Akbar. That could be true. So, final thoughts. The interview was great. The debate with Hutch could have gone better in the sense that, it was supposed to be an interview about Tim Pool, and we spent 4 hours talking about trans issues, whatever. So, but, it was his interview, so I left him take the conversation to the direction he wanted. But thank you, Zen, for the computer fund, $4.99. I really appreciate it. Really do. Thank you so much. Restream 21 with tax, VPN 22 with tax. Yeah, so if I'm making 200, that's 40. With the Hutch debate, I don't know what to think. I try to see the best in people, but my gosh, like the two issues for me that are just like almost deal breakers are people that cheer for like 9-month abortions. I just don't see how it's defensible. And people that are doing the sexualization of children. And I don't think that Hutch is like some monster that's trying to... obviously, how would I know? But just my gut feeling. I don't think he's some monster that's trying to harm children. But sexualization of children doesn't just mean for your personal gratification. It means that you're making them sexual beings far earlier than they should be. And then that ultimately has detrimental effects to them, and other people exploit that. And I don't see how, if you're Hutch, you could argue that teaching masturbation to 9-year-olds is a good thing. And it's sort of, even though it's frustrating because the way he's talking and he's constantly going in circles and refuses to concede even the simplest thing, it's hard. For every step forward you take 3 steps back, Oh, I didn't say that. Yes, you did. Like he kept saying over and over, it was like 7 times. You said that under that kid's being threatened that a parent should still go to or the teacher should still go to the parent. No, I didn't. I said they should go to the cops. It's so hard to slog through that. It's like 30. And I admit, I don't help things because I'm long-winded as well. So it makes it's a bad combination of sort of just digging a hole. Now, I don't want people to screw with Hutch. I don't want people again, I hope he's a person that you could eventually talk sense into. Is like, dude, we could disagree on the Trump fucking cases. We could disagree on all but come on, man. Masturbation for 9-year-olds? Well, that's the point, Roland. That's the point I was saying. I said the cop should tell them. But it wouldn't be up to the teacher. No, it wasn't his point, right? He was making an overarching point that the parents didn't have a right to know. But he was making a point specifically about obligation of teachers. And I think that that's completely different. I think once physical violence or abuse, and again, I say this as someone who has to report allegations of violence and abuse, to me it is drilled into my head. Any suspicion I have, I go to law enforcement. If law enforcement makes a mistake or they communicate to the family in ways that are inappropriate, that's on them. But I have to go to law enforcement. That's completely different. Completely different than what should the law be? Should a teacher be forced to tell a parent? To me, it's completely different. Yeah, I asked him to steel man my argument. He couldn't do it. And then when I would steel man his argument, he would say that's not true. And then it would take 15 minutes for him to admit, oh, okay, I guess you're right. Uploads 13.3, okay. Yes, for him in all cases. And that's what was even frustrating at the end, right? Where I'm like, okay, you keep saying in the case of abuse, which is fine, because what he's trying to do is set a boundary, which is reasonable. He's saying, okay, let's take the hypothetical situation that would be most difficult for Rob's position. So if my position is, yes, the parents have a right to know, the hypothetical position that would be the hardest to defend that position in is, but what if the parent's going to beat the kid because of it, right? And so that's where he starts. Perfectly reasonable, no problem. I give my answer. Teacher should go to law enforcement then. That's what should happen. That's my answer, right? And then we're stuck in that forever, but I want to take it to the opposite end so we could get to where we both think, which is, what if there is no threat of violence? None. You, in your heart of hearts, know there's no way this family would ever engage in violence. In fact, maybe they'd even support the decision because you know them. What about then? Yes, he still says, after like pulling teeth. But that's the debate. Why didn't he just say that? Why did it take an hour? Just say, no, I think under no circumstance whatsoever, if the kid says, I don't want my parents to hear this, under no circumstance should the school ever tell the parents. Simple. But it's just so frustrating to me. And I understand then I come off as like an asshole because I like raise my voice and I'm like, he's just rambling on and on and on, like 2-3 minutes at a time. Then I start to talk and he just immediately interrupts. You know, and it's little things. I'm like, oh, okay. So like steel manning your position, you would say that I don't view LGBT, or he views LGBT for a kid as being either a positive or not a negative. In other words, it's something good to be proud of, or at least it's not something that's bad. But when I say, okay, what if the kid's not showing up to school? What if he's truant? Would we say for truancy, you wouldn't tell the parents because you're afraid he gets beat? And I said, what you're saying is no, because that's a net negative. So you would tell the parents. But which my response is, but that's not your role as a teacher to decide that. You don't get to, based on your personal beliefs, say, I determine what sort of behaviors are negative or neutral or positive, and therefore I'll decide whether or not to tell the family. No. It's up to the parents. It might upset you greatly that a parent would be very upset if their kid was gay and would view that as a negative. That's not your decision. Sorry. You're not raising that kid. Those parents are. And they're the ones that have the right to know. That's the point I was trying to make, but I couldn't get to it because instead he's like, that's not what I said. That's not steel manning my position. That's not steel manning. I mean, it just... What are you supposed to do with that? And I feel like I could at least, like when I talked to Destiny the last couple times, I came on as a guest of his show to prep him for debates with like Alex Jones and Glenn Greenwald, okay? It's his show, just like I felt it was Hutch's show. He could control the direction. My behavior is very different if it's an agreed upon debate with like a moderator. That's very different. But this was Hutch interviewing me. That's the fucking direction he wanted to take it. Okay, same with Destiny. Okay, Destiny is aggravating because he keeps interrupting me. But you're at least able to like move forward with Destiny. It's not, no, I didn't say that. Well, let's go back. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, I said that. Nah, but you said this. No, I didn't. Let's go back. Blah, blah, blah. Ah, okay. Like that sort of shit is so frustrating to me. And like, again, I'm not saying that to denigrate Hutch. Right? He might say I do similar. And I think a lot of people find my style annoying when I'm like, no, fuck you. We're not moving on until you admit that my interpretation of what happened was correct. That's what happened. Did you know you were describing the Florida case that created the parental rights bill, except for the kid being a girl you described it to? No, I didn't know that. And again, all of that, none of that's taking the assumption of when I say there are teachers out there that are fucking horrible. There are teachers that literally assault children. Yes, I know there are parents that assault children as well, but what we're talking about is those parents are grotesque and everything as well. But the state is not the steward of the child. The state is not the guardian of the child, and the employee of the state at the school is not the guardian of the child. That's the parent. And so we should not be giving that teacher control over that child, in part because there are teachers that are monsters that would try to assault those kids. But there's an even greater group of teachers that have a vested interest in pushing an ideology that celebrates, that treats LGBT as a positive, not as a neutral, but as a positive. And when those teachers are allowed to act with secrecy and not divulge what's going on to the parents, things get very bad. So that's the point I was trying to make. Anyways, I'm out of here. Oh, fuck. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Eastern, I'm going to be on a panel, Jim Bob's panel. Probably more friendly grounds. I don't know. Maybe there'll be some lefties on there. Shit, I'll probably be the lefty on that panel. They'll probably be like, ban all gay people, throw them all in prison forever. And I'll be like, no. Yeah, and I know how it is. His supporters are going to like him, and my supporters are going to like me. I get that. I understand that level of shit, but it's like, you know, some of his supporters that were in here were just like, you're getting bodied, blah, blah, blah. It's like, in what way? Like, he's not even making arguments. He's just fucking misstating what I said, and I just don't know. You know, it's like, okay. I felt that it could have been a far better debate, even for him. I thought that he could have made his points far better. I could have, in 30 seconds, I could make his case better than him. Rob, a person's right to privacy, even a child, is something that's very important. And whether he thinks he'll be abused or not, which there is a chance he'll be abused, he absolutely has the right to keep his sexual orientation and sexual preferences away from his parents if he feels that's the right. And if we don't, we take away their ability to have that right to privacy and force teachers to do those sorts of things, all of a sudden it could lead to a terrible environment where kids are afraid to say anything, and they put things more under their hat, which leads to all sorts of things like possible depression, drug use, all sorts of things, because they'll be afraid to ever announce anything to anyone they could trust, whether it be teacher or parent. See that? Holy shit. I just made Hutch's argument 50 times better than him in under a minute. I disagree with that argument, but that's it. Instead, his argument was, no, I never said that. You said this. You want people to marry horses? That's very rare. It doesn't happen. Okay. You know, and what happens is it brings the quality of debate down for both of us. So I'm not going to sound as good because I'm trying to muddle through his bullshit obfuscations. He's not going to sound as good because instead of making points that maybe his audience would think like, yeah, these are good points. Yeah, he started saying about the people that say that you're saying that gays want to have sex with kids, and the next thing you know, we have gay marriage and we'll have people marrying horses, when literally we start the discussion out with me saying, I disagree with the Christian nationalists, that I think that gay marriage should be allowed, I have gay friends, blah, 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 blah. Where the hell is he getting this marry horses thing? I literally said I support gay marriage. But it's just, you know. And then I'll admit that I took a little far when he was like, oh, so you like, it sounds like you really don't like suck. Have you ever sucked a nipple, bro? Blah, blah, blah. Fuck you. You want to bring that shit to me? Okay. All right. Sounds like you really want to talk to kids about sucking nipples, right? I think that's fair game. Am I wrong? Normally I don't make things... Is that not fair game at that point? Now, do I truly believe, as I admitted to Hutch and his audience, I don't think that he's... I don't think that... Yeah, he brought it in. He made it up until that point. I wasn't saying, you're a monster, you do this. But once he brought that shit up, I was like, okay. That's how it's going to be. Yeah, Courtney, that's true. And I told Courtney, I knew that I was walking into that. He asked me specifically if I would like to do an interview on the Jim Pool. In fact, let's make sure I'm not wrong about this. Are you interested in having a conversation at some point? Dope. What zone are you in? Let me know. What day of the week? You know, in fairness, I don't think he used the word interview. He used the word conversation. In fairness. But you could ask Courtney. I told her, I was like, I hope it's a debate. So I'm not mad about it. I'm really not. Yeah, that is great. That's what I wanted, was to have a debate. Now, I would have preferred to talk about, there are all sorts of topics. I'm so over the trans topic, particularly on Twitch, because it could get you fucking banned. But if you want to talk about it, and that's the thing, like, how much, he spent a half hour, like, talking to me about religion. And I kept telling him, like, why don't you bring someone on who makes these arguments? I can point you in the direction of the crucible. Hell, I'll moderate the debate for you. You debate Andrew Wilson or Jim Bob. How about you debate them on what real Christianity is? I'll happily moderate. I'll be right down the middle with it. You're going to get your ass kicked, but that's fine. Have at her. But why are you bringing it to me? Okay. It's not my argument. And it's like, it's so weird to me because, like, there's just little things that it was amazing to me that he couldn't comprehend. Like, he couldn't comprehend how I could say, I don't think the government should say it's illegal to be gay. I don't think the government should say it's illegal to have a gay marriage. But I still think culturally we would be better with Christian values if we focused on a man and a woman getting married and having children. How could you believe that? Well, because what I think the government's legally allowed to do is different than what I think would culturally... Like, for example, if I think Christianity, if every house was Christian, it would lead to a better culture, which I do think that. But I don't think that the government should force every house to be Christian. How is this hard to understand? I don't get it. And he acts like it's like some conundrum. And I'm like, I don't even remotely see the contradiction here. And then, you remember I had to give the example. I was like, let's say you're pro-free speech, but you think if Donald Trump didn't have a presence online, he wasn't on social media, that the country would be in a much better place. And yet you would say, but still, I'm not for the government censoring him. Yeah, I hear you, Zen. Right. The value structure. Yep. How is that hard to understand? I don't get it. I just don't understand. And it's one of the debates that the trans debate's a little difficult. You saw that guy CL that was in here. It's a little difficult because the experts that we're told to trust put out tons of literature saying that all this monster is shit. For example, he's citing, it's just little thing. It's so fucking aggravating. Like, there might be someone in here that's watching on the left. Can your 2-year-old decide they're trans? No. How is this hard? He, of course, says, no, of course not. Then as soon as he sees the direction I'm taking the argument, right? Because he makes these absurd points where he'll say, well, life's not utopia. So shouldn't we always strive to get better? So when I say, like, I was for the tolerance of the LGBT, but not for the support or the cheering on of, the celebration, right? And he's like when? I was like, more like 2010. Right? Oh, but isn't it true that there were non-tolerant people then? Well, yeah. Well, then. Right, but what I'm saying is we could keep pushing for more tolerance, even in 2010. What we shouldn't do is push for, it's a good thing to be LGBT. It's something to be celebrated. It's something that we're encouraging people to do because it's great. That's what I'm saying is wrong. But he's trying to conflate something. Well, if society's not perfect, then we need to keep moving forward. It's quite interesting. And it's a point that I wanted to make and I forgot to make. We'll see what you all think about this. Progressives think that any move forward is good. So inevitably, it would be more progressive to allow a man to marry a horse. It would be. But is that a good thing? What was he arguing specifically about religion? That people that call themselves Christian nationalists and Christians are very mean-spirited. and they mock people and they behave in an un-Christ-like way. And that Christians shouldn't judge people. Instead, they should be more like his vision of Christ, which was someone who judged no one and accepted everyone. That was the argument. Which I've heard Andrew and Jim Bob eviscerate that argument before. But again, and anyone who thinks I doubt, despite what I'm saying, Hutch, honest to goodness, Hutch, if any of you or any of your people are watching, I'd moderate that debate completely down the middle. You would absolutely have your chance to... I would not go in fresh and fit. I have nothing to add to that or the whatever podcast. It would be exposure for me, but what am I going to say? I don't have any spicy takes in this sort of manosphere type stuff. So it wouldn't really help me out. So like when, yeah, I mean, and yeah, maybe Aftershock, you're right. Maybe that was the most absurd thing. And it just irks me. It's just like, just be on. That's one of the reasons that I really like when I debate Andrew Wilson. I've never seen anyone, probably even more than me, though I like to pride myself in this, that's willing to bite a bullet like that. Andrew will bite some fucking horrible bullets. He don't hide from it. He'll be like, yeah. I'm like, so you're saying your number one priority is to stop people becoming gay and trans? Yep. If I could prove to you the interracial marriage directly led to gay marriage, which led to more people being gay, would you be against interracial marriage? Yep, if you could prove it. That's a fucking tough bullet to bite. Just like that, though. It makes the debate fun. You're not hiding behind, you don't have to jump through 50 fucking hoops. It's like, okay, I know what I'm talking. I know what the arguments are. Let's do it. Right? He asked me, do you think that there are parents out there that if their kid came out as gay would beat them? Literally, it takes me half a second. I'm like, yes. Now let me ask you, do you think there are parents out there that would abuse their child if they wanted them to be gay and they said, I'm not gay? Well, blah, 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 blah. 5 minutes later, I'm like, you didn't say yes or no. Do you think that the only reason that trans people commit suicide is because people pick on them? Well, blah, 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 blah. 5 minutes, didn't say yes or no. And then eventually he's like, okay, yes. Okay, that's stupid. Like, right. So like when I said, can a 2-year-old be a transgender? He's like, no. I was like, okay. Then he sees where my argument is. But wouldn't it be a form of abuse then for a parent to convince their kid to be transgender who's 2? Wouldn't that be a form of abuse? And he's like, well, that's not what the science says. What? Science says transgender, you can't be 2 at transgender. Or transgender at 2. I'm like, wait, well, let's roll this back. That's the exact opposite argument of what you just said. But once he heard what my argument was going to be, then he switched. He gives the opposite answer. And I'm like, okay, one more chance. Would you like to clarify your answer? Then he gives this sort of middling answer. He's like, well, studies show that, a 2 or 3-year-old could show signs of transgender, like they want to be called a certain name, or they want to be called a certain pronoun, or they want to wear a dress or something like that. I'm like, yeah, but was that really saying they're transgender? Well, it's exhibiting the signs, and it's a non-answer. Yeah, I don't buy childhood transgenderism either. Non-answer. Then he'll try to get me on something. He'll be like, oh, so what about the adult trans that say they knew they were trans when they're 2? I'm like, yeah, they're full of shit. They didn't. See? See how simple the answer is? Yeah, like, you see? Simple. Not hiding behind. No, I'm not saying that I won't be wordy and explain my position, but I'm like, could you just say yes or no and then explain? Can you do that? Because I'm sitting here wondering, like, what the hell are you talking about? Just give me a yes or no. By the way, it's something Pisco does a lot. They can't just answer. They can't do it. Over and over, I was like, can you just answer? Can you just answer the question? They can't do it. And then, yeah, the position Aftershock was talking about there, where it's like, if you're a loving parent, right, and your kid's gay or trans, we'll say specifically trans, and the school finds out, he tells the school, but the school doesn't tell you. And so for 3 years, your kid is depressed because he's not getting treatment for being trans, and then he kills himself. Would you be upset at the school that he was telling the school about all of this stuff, but they never told you? And he's like, no. Either that's blatantly a lie, or it's like, dude, what is even the relevance of this? If that's really all the more you would care about your kid, like, come on. God help a school If my kid ends up harming themselves because the school was intentionally hiding information that I could have used to help him, God help them. On that note, sounding like a tough guy. Thanks so much for everyone for listening. I'm going to head out. Yeah, sorry the debate with Hutch didn't go a little better. I enjoyed it still, though, even if it was just running in circle. I wish it would have been more substantive. But, yeah, it was fun. And hopefully we'll do it again. We'll talk about issues that I care about more. Not that I don't care about family values and the idea that we have this cultural Marxists that are demonizing. But, you know, go talk to the Crucible. Get wrecked on that shit. I don't give a fuck. You know, I'm just to the point where I'm just sorry. The source. Oh, the studies say that, you know, gender-affirming care for 2-year-olds is best. We have to give these hormone blockers and they're totally reversible and blah, blah, blah. And here's 15 studies that say that. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. And I'm tired of pretending it's not. Sorry. No, you don't get to mutilate children for their own good. Fuck you. Yeah, I'll send that out I'll talk to Andrew and see if he wants to do it. Maybe Jim Bob would debate Hutch. I think it'd be fun. So, all right, tomorrow, 6 o'clock, doing Jim Bob show. Thanks so much, everyone. As always, have a good one.